Hey guys, before the video begins, I just want to say thank you so much for your continued support. These past couple months and even this last year has been so amazing. I've seen my channel grow from a couple hundred subscribers to over 15,000, and it blows my mind. And I really do appreciate you guys so much because you guys like and share and comment, and those things really help out much more than you really think they do. So here are the best stories from 2016. These are personal favorites of my own. Most of these aren't even the popular stories on my channel. For some reason, I seem to enjoy the ones that get the least views. So enjoy that. And also, I didn't include any visuals. It's just a black screen throughout this whole video. If you want to see something while you watch this, go check out some of the links in the description. I'll have a couple different things linked there. I'll have some gameplay or something else. So you can go watch that while you enjoy and listen to these stories. Again, thank you so much for all the support, and I'll see you guys next time. Death came to me that night as I sat numbly in a puddle of my own desperate blood and tears. And when I saw him, a tall entity clothed in a robe so black, it reached past the depths of darkness I felt inside my heart. I'd been upset, not about one thing in particular, but multiple things. I'd made so many mistakes that trying to put myself back together had become harder than reassembling a broken eggshell. A year earlier, I'd lost the most important person in my life, the only girl I truly loved, Penny. I could only blame myself. I'd spent the past year blaming myself for betraying her trust. She'd found a new guy, a better guy than I am. One that brought her flowers, took her out on fancy dates, was loyal to her. And all of that reminded me of how many chances I used to have to do all those things for her. 6 months earlier, the guilt and pain got to me, tore at my soul, and to numb the pain, I took sleeping pills with alcohol every night, dreading the moment I'd wake up to another sunny, lonely day. 4 months earlier, I lost my job and my scholarship because the depression and substance abuse kept me rooted to the spot. I didn't want to face a world where I'd have to watch everyone else swim, and I'm slowly sinking. 3 months earlier, I lost my friends and family as well. I'd become distant and emotionless. I turned down invites, didn't show up for holiday get-togethers, blew up on anyone who told me I needed help. I was in chaos, and I could only blame myself. 1 month earlier, I'd bought the small rectangular case of razors, adding self-abuse to the substance abuse. I'd feel the smallest release when I felt the sharp sting and saw the deep red flow down my wrist. And that night, I called my ex-girlfriend, slightly tipsy but truthful all the same. I told her I loved her. I begged for another chance. I cried harder than I'd cried in months just at the sound of hearing her voice. She told me one thing, and one thing only. I don't love you anymore, Calvin, and I never will. She hung up the phone immediately after, and all I could do was stare blankly at the corner of the room. But as everything hit me at once, it hit me harder than a car going full speed. I didn't hesitate. I swallowed the rest of my sleeping pills, gulped down the remaining vodka straight from the bottle, and I used those razors to cut deeper than I'd ever cut before. So here I sat, hopeless and alone. But I wasn't alone. I'd looked down at my bloody wrist for mere seconds, and when I looked back up, he was there. A normal person would have been hysterical and afraid, but I wasn't normal anymore. I wasn't surprised he was there. No, I welcomed it.
Calvin.
He spoke in the most baritone voice I'd ever heard, lower than the voiceovers on every movie preview, and he said that one word with a disapproving sigh. The way he said it made me feel like a kid again, as if I'd done something wrong and lied about it. But I wasn't lying now. The proof was in the mess that was myself at that moment. I sobbed, shakily. I'm sorry, I said. For whatever reason, I felt like I had to apologize, so I did.
You've spent a long time being sorry, Calvin, but not once did you say sorry to yourself.
A crease formed in between my eyebrows as I mulled over what he just said. It came to me slowly. He wanted me to see that my only enemy was myself. Do you give all of the souls you come across helpful advice? I thought you were deaf, not a psychologist. I raised an eyebrow at him, still unnerved by the fact that I was looking into an endless black hole where his face should be. He forced a deep, short laugh.
No, mostly just the ones like you that take into their own hands to decide fate. It's not up to you, Calvin.
So, you give advice to your suicide victims? What does that mean? He sighed again, as if he'd explained this thousands of times before. I'm sure he had.
It means you don't get to decide this. It means I'm giving you another perspective.
I stood up, curiosity hanging on every word. What perspective would that be? The only way I see things is that I'm a horrible crap excuse for a human being. So why be afraid of dying when I'm more afraid to live? I had to do this. I needed to do this.
And I'm showing you, Calvin, what living can do for you.
A hint of persuasion sounded in his voice. Tell me, Death, what do I have to live for? The question came out harshly, but he didn't flinch.
Listen closely. What if I told you that you'd make it through this depression, not fully healed, but controlled by medication and therapy? What if I told you that because you'll overcome this depression, you'll get another job, and the job will pay for the education you dissed? When you're done with that education, you'll be admired by your friends, your family, and most importantly, your ex-girlfriend. They'll see the greatness in you that you know you have. They'll be proud of that change. You won't be able to look at the bottle of vodka without being sick. And what if I told you that your career will pay for the expensive ring you'll use to propose to your one and only? And you'll be able to give her all of the flowers and dates and loyalty you failed to give before. Most importantly, what if I told you you'd be able to give her a dream wedding as well, and give her 2 beautiful children, a girl and a boy? What if I told you you'd be missing out on life by choosing to give up?
Tears rimmed up in my eyes opaquely. I can be happy again? I asked hopefully, afraid of what the answer might be. But his answer was the biggest relief I'd ever felt.
Yes, you can be happy again.
I wiped my wet cheeks and cracked a trembling smile. I'd say I'd want to live.
Then I am no longer needed.
The finality in his voice diminished the tension I'd felt before. As I grinned wider, I let out a half cry, half chuckle. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, go to the hospital, get your stomach pumped, and seal up your wounds. Goodbye.
And in a flash, the black void that was him vanished. For days afterward, I couldn't get rid of that smile. The nurses and doctors that helped me were puzzled by it. a man being treated for a suicide attempt, is this happy. I knew to them there was nothing right about it, but I hadn't felt more right in my whole life. Because of my obvious mental health issues, I stayed in the mental ward for a month after I healed physically. Just like Death said, I still had the memories of my depression, but it was nothing the therapy and medication couldn't fix. After I was released, I found a job at a call center that paid slightly more than minimum wage. It wasn't the best of jobs, but I was surely glad to have it. I saved money for a few months and started going to school again in the fall. I was working on a business degree. My friends and family were there to watch me graduate, and I'd never felt more thankful. Finally, I was making people proud again. I wasn't failing. I didn't even drink that night with the rest of my friends. I didn't want to touch another drop of alcohol. I spent that night with the people closest to me, all seated at a large table at the best restaurant in town. And I'm so glad I chose to do so that night, because our waitress happened to be the girl I missed so badly and still loved. She looked surprised to see me, but she also looked glad. "Calvin," she said, staring at me as if I were her long-lost twin. I wanted to smile too, but I noticed the faint purple under her right eye. It wasn't completely hidden by her beige foundation. She knew I noticed, and before I could say anything, she began taking our orders. Concerned, I told my family and friends as they were leaving that I was going to stay and speak to her. They understood, and after more congratulations, they departed. I waited another hour in the twilight-stained parking lot where I could breathe the fresh spring air. She was one of the first to come out after closing, and she noticed me propped next to the entrance, halting her stride. Penny's face lit up, and there were tears in her eyes. "I knew you'd wait for me, Cal. I know you're a great guy. I think I've always known you had potential, but I guess I was being my own worst enemy." Those words brought back the tiniest memory of what Death had told me months prior, that I should say sorry to myself, and she needed to do the same. The past is the past, Penny. No animosity. She looked more grateful then and reached to hug me. I put a hand on her cheek before she could and gently rubbed the purple under her eye. "Did he do this to you?" I asked, both concerned and pissed off. Penny didn't say a word, but her deep brown eyes said it all. He obviously was the accommodating boyfriend role and had started asking too much of her. But I would become everything she needed and more. I pulled her into a hug and ran my fingers through her hair. "It won't happen again, love. I'm here now." After that night, things were better than they'd ever been between me and Penny. She'd gotten away from her abusive boyfriend, and together, we got him the jail sentence he deserved. We'd spent every moment we had to spare with each other, and it was like we'd never even parted. Even our old inside jokes remained the same. With time, I'd saved enough money to buy her the most beautiful ring I could find, and I proposed to her right in the middle of the local high school football field where we'd met so many years ago. A field, maybe not the best setting for a proposal, but it meant so much to both of us. Flowers filled our house with fragrant smells. I brought home one every day after work. I made reservations every weekend for dates, and no girl could ever mean as much to me as my Penny. The wedding was the one she'd always dreamed of when we were younger. A winter wedding in the snow, everything adorned in blues and whites, and that long-sleeved dress she'd hoped for ever since she saw it in that store window. A year after the marriage, Penny came to me with the best news I'd ever received from her. She was pregnant. We found out it was a girl, and I was every bit the happy father when our Violet came into the world. dark hair, just like her mother. 2 years later, we had our son, Jackson. He looks like me, with green eyes and a mop of chestnut hair. Violet was over the moon about having a younger sibling. Life was amazing. It was everything death had told me it would be, and more. I chose life the last time I saw him, and life chose me. You can imagine my shock the day I found him standing in front of my work desk. I had been tapping away on my computer, focused on nothing but my work. He broke that trance. I became a statue, still as Lot's wife after she had turned to salt. After seconds of this vacant stare-off, I broke the stillness. Why? He sighed, much like he had in the night we'd met. That disapproving sigh, but now with a bit of apprehension.
Something has occurred, Calvin. Something bad.
My heart beat swiftly against my ribs. I stopped breathing. What do you mean bad? A million things raced through my head at once. My family, my friends, myself. Did something happen to them? Was something going to happen to me?
You remember Hale, don't you, Calvin?
Hale. The piece of crap I'd put in jail. I hated hearing his name. How could I forget that bastard? What about him? Did he finally get what was coming to him?
He got out of jail, Calvin.
The caution and pity in that one sentence couldn't have been good. I stood up from my office chair flustered. There's no way. He couldn't have gotten out yet. He received 15 years. It's only been 9.
Ever heard of good behavior, Calvin?
I was enraged. How could this monster be capable of good behavior? And then I remembered. He'd fooled Penny for a year. He had been a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was definitely capable of fooling others.
I think you need to come with me, Calvin.
I didn't waste any time. I followed him, not bothering to tell anyone I was leaving work. My first priority was to make sure the people I loved were okay. But the pieces that were being put together in my mind was anything but okay. I drove 90 all the way home. Beads of sweat had formed across my forehead, and my breathing was loudly audible. Death followed me into the house as I rushed inside, but he said nothing. The living room was a mess of broken vases, the ones which held all the flowers I'd given to Penny, and a million little petals and leaves littered the floor. I was so immensely angry and scared at the same time. Scared mostly. Because the scene in front of me hinted that nothing good could come from it. I screamed, terror in my voice. Penny! Violet! Jack! Where?
The master bedroom, Calvin.
Death said from somewhere in my peripheral. He pointed at the door at the end of the hallway, a door that was now chopped and broken, standing slightly ajar. I sprinted down the hallway and pushed past the door, not worrying about the sharp splinters that dug into my left hand. The light was off. I wish I hadn't turned it on, because when I did, I was met with sheer horror. Blood, crimson painted across the white carpet and bedsheets, on the walls, and painted on the bodies of the 3 people in my life that meant the most to me. The details are too traumatic to repeat, but the axe that had been used on all of them was left behind, embedded into my wife's skull. I fell to my knees in front of them, racking sobs so hard that I puked. I just couldn't stop crying. I couldn't speak. I was screaming under the weight of emotional pain. I was hurt. But you said it would be better. I turned to Death, screaming and seeing red. You said I'd be happy. Why? I sobbed deeply again, unable to contain the lump in my throat.
You were, Calvin. You were happy for several years, but with a life comes chances, good ones and bad ones. Everyone suffers, Calvin.
Suffer? I have nothing to live for anymore, Death. I've lost my reasons for living, for working, for loving. That's more than suffering. I couldn't contain the contempt in my voice, and I got dangerously close to the black hole of face Death wore, despite having to look up to see it.
You were wrong again, Calvin. I'm not here only for your family, as I do have to do my job.
He lifted his bony hands in surrender.
But I'm also here for you.
What? You already know I'm planning to kill myself once again, psychologist. I spat at him, hot rage drenched in every word.
Actually, yes. I knew you'd try. You'll go get the pistol from the top shelf of your closet and blow your brains out. You'll do it in a few hours in this very room. But I have another perspective for you.
My mouth hung ajar. He knew my plans, knew where the pistol was that I kept for protection. But I couldn't be too surprised. After a moment, I crossed my arms and glared. Oh, another perspective for me, huh? What could possibly make me choose life this time? A life that isn't worth living. For the first and last time, Death laid a hand on my shoulder, and although I couldn't see his face, I knew he was looking me right in the eyes.
You must live, Calvin, because Hale must die. And you're the one who will make it happen.
I thought I heard his lips part into a smile, if he had lips. Death made it clear once again for me.
What do you say, Calvin?
I smiled then too. What must have appeared a sick, sinister grin, but a grin all the same. I'd say, I want to live. Blood boiled in my veins as I sat aloft my motorcycle right outside a rundown motel. It was a red and black 1999 Ducati I'd bought for a steal on Craigslist a few years back. I still question why I bought it in the first place. A need for danger, maybe. That certainly applied in my current situation. I'd set in motion my very dangerous plan hours earlier. Death, for the second time, departed from my presence, leaving a huff of blackened mist slowly spiraling in the air to nothingness. I was not the same person I'd been the first time he'd met me. Definitely not now. Now that angry revenge coursed through me like upcoming bile, neither was I the same Calvin I'd grown into. The doting father, the loving husband, the clean-cut businessman, the role model. All that had been stripped away. But I'll be damned if I let that piece of shit who did so get away with satisfaction. This Calvin had a heart of ice and a mind of evil. With the same demented grin stretching ever more across my face, I stalked to the bedroom closet. There it was, in all its glory, the pistol, glinting off the little light the fading day could provide. I snatched it, eager as a leprechaun with a handful of gold. It was cool in my hand. It had been a long time since I'd even touched the thing. I bought it years before. Not long after, I bought the house that my family and I resided in. Coldness gripped my heart at the thought of them. My grin faded. I didn't want to turn back around and face the scene I'd walked in on. My only wish now is that I told my wife where I kept the weapon. It was hidden from the kids for obvious reasons. Now I'd regret that it was also hidden from my wife, due to my own forgetfulness. That regret, however, was redundant. It was too late to think of these things now. There were other problems at hand. I reached back up to the dusty shelf where the gun had lain, feeling around until my hand landed on the box. I snatched it, as well as bullets, more than I needed. Grabbing what little money was scattered atop the nightstand and stuffing it into my wallet, I tried painstakingly hard to leave the room without glancing back to the gore. But upon reaching the doorway, I stopped. A pull on my heart made it too difficult to just leave, dead or alive. I couldn't forsake my own family without a proper goodbye. Slowly, as the sun was setting in that second, I turned on a heel. Never had I imagined it would end this way. I used to envision the longest, happiest life for myself. Partly because of the scenario death had once painted in my head, but also because, isn't that what everyone wants? To live a long, happy life. I'd pictured Penny and I, graying and wrinkled, with that same loving look in our eyes that couldn't be marred with age. We'd have been old, but in our hearts, we'd still be young. In our memories, we'd still be on that football field in which we met, her in a purple and white uniform, waving palms in each hand and cheering my way as I scored a winning touchdown. It was fate that we locked arms for the post-game alma mater, swaying together among all the other players and cheerleaders who didn't notice the two of us blushing. I'd pictured our children, Violet and Jackson. They wouldn't be children anymore by then. Maybe they'd even have a graying hair or two. They would visit often, bringing with them our grandchildren, who might have eagerly embraced us, or might have been too busy with their phones to do so. We'd have said, "Back in our day, the iPhone 3G was something else, I tell you." And they'd give us that blank look every teen might give to their senile grandparents, and continue tapping away at their 66S. The future played out in my mind so many times before. It made me laugh, cry, and smile. But it was not to be. My reality faded back into what it really was. That family I'd have lay broken and erased on the floor. Grudgingly, I swallowed the tears threatening to spill from my eyes. I knelt to the bloodied carpet and gave each of them one last kiss on the forehead. They were so cold. "I love you. Goodbye," I said, and I left the room. It took a few minutes to regain my composure, but once I did, I found myself with gun, bullets, and a wallet tucked in one arm, as I used the other to rifle through clean clothes in the laundry. On went a dark tee, jeans, and boots that didn't display spots of my family's blood. I was about to take my car keys from the hook on the wall, but spontaneously decided on the Ducatis. I took them from their resting place and said another goodbye to the place I called home, slamming the front door behind me. The garage was on the right side of the house. I made my way to it. Pulling up the heavy metal door, I scanned the inside. The bike was propped up in the back left corner, draped in a few questionable cobwebs. I dusted them off with my hands. I hope this thing still runs. I coughed as dust coated my throat. I guided it into the approaching night, pocketing what little belongings I'd bring into the black saddlebags. Lastly, I threw a leg over the side of the machine, sat back, and slipped on a helmet. I didn't care for safety anymore. That much was evident by the speed in which I took on the road in front of me. Lights and cars and people passing me by in a swift, bright blur. Sure, I didn't care if I died, but the smallest sliver of caution made me slow down, because this moment of living couldn't be wasted. And I also slowed down to search for one particular piece of scum. I looked for 15 minutes before coming to a gas station at the right side of the street. It was open, fluorescent lights flickering above an empty parking lot. Empty. Thank God. One more thing was to be done. Something I couldn't neglect. I drove my bike to a stop on the darker side of the lot. In front of me was a payphone. I shelled in a couple quarters. 911, what's your emergency? She requested. Yes, I'd like to make an anonymous report. Police are needed at 174 Pleasant Street. Make it soon. I'd responded monotonously, as if I were ordering pizza rather than reporting my family's murder. I hung up. I knew the implications that would be made once the cops arrived at the scene. They'd think I'd killed my own family and that I'd ran. I didn't care what they thought though, because what happened to them needed to be found out. My wife and kids deserved that much. I could only hope that they'd put pieces together like I had and consider Hale as a suspect. But he had a place in hell, not in jail. It seemed that in that small amount of time I'd been on the phone, a couple of cars had taken up residence on the bare lot. One, an SUV, hummed to life and drove past me. A middle-aged blonde woman sat in the driver's seat. A movie from an overhead DVD player shone in blinking colors across the faces of the two kids in the back seat. A pang erupted in my heart. I didn't allow it to stay, however. I shook away thoughts that plagued my mind and walked to the entrance of the store. With all the adrenaline I built up, I now needed to take a piss. The inside of the store was almost as gloomy as the outside had been. A wrinkled clerk with skin way too tanned and hair way too white sat behind the counter, shoveling popcorn into his gluttonous mouth, absorbed into the tiny television that sat in front of him. I cringed at his enormous laugh that sent wet chunks of popcorn flying out in front of him. Shaking my head, I began to scan past the racks of chips and candy for the restroom. I found it in the right-hand corner of the store, just in time for it to be vacant as I watched a head of black hair exit and bobble down one of the aisles. All the events that had happened in that day left no time for bathroom breaks, so I really had to go. I shut and locked the door and took to it. Closing my eyes in quiet relief, I heard the laughter of the clerk from outside the restroom. I stifled an eye roll at how loud and obnoxious that man was. Then came another sound, a voice. "It's been too long, Herbert. Thanks for the free cigs." My eyes widened. I knew that hick voice anywhere. The clerk's thick, burly voice resounded. "Hey, you too, H. Have a good night." H isn't going to have a good night, Herbert. I shook off and zipped, bounding through the door and past the rows of cheap shit, earning a foolhardy look from the greasy clerk. In a flash, I was out in the night again, catching two red tail lights beaming from the mouth of the parking lot. I sprinted faster than I had the night I'd scored that winning touchdown, launching myself onto the motorcycle and shielding myself behind the masquerade of a helmet. He'd already started driving down the road, but my bike was fast enough to catch up within minutes. I kept my distance, trying to be as unassuming as possible. With what little light the bike provided, I could see the tag on the back of the car. It was a handicap tag. That didn't waver my certainty that I had the right guy. It just pissed me off even more. I knew he stole it. As I turned corners, the glimpse of that broken, gaping hole of a driver's side window and the illumination of his profile by streetlight confirmed it. Just like an unforgiving sack of shit to steal from the handicapped. Red-hot hatred heated my body, colliding with the cool wind that brushed past me. I gripped the handle so hard my knuckles turned white. My teeth grinded into a doomful smirk, eyes fixed straight ahead. Rock music drifted out of his open window, tainted by his boorishly awful singing voice. "Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat?" Yes, I am Hale, but are you ready? He took another turn, off an exit ramp. A Motel 6 came into view and he swerved carelessly into the parking lot. I turned off my headlight. Out of the doorway the bullets ripped to the sound of the beat. By now he was tapping his fingers on the steering wheel like a moron, and I was still unnoticed. He parked in front of a room and turned the car off. I watched a few spaces away as he produced a key and slid it into the lock. And another one gone, and another one gone, another one bites the dust. His wailing faded as he entered the room and shut the door. Bullets loaded, I stood up and made the walk to that room, leaving my helmet behind. No more hiding my face. I wanted him to realize what a mistake he had made. Smiling, I tapped twice on the green metal door. I heard him groan from the other side. "It's too light for this He froze when he caught sight of me. I took that solitary moment like a grain of sand. Hey, I'm gonna get you too. The gunshot interrupted the silence of the night and bounded into his chest at full speed. I made sure to aim at the heart. He deserved a broken one anyway. He fell into a heap at my feet, a puddle of dark maroon spilling beneath, and I was still smiling. He looked up at me with no guilt in his pained eyes. His lips trembled and his eyes glazed in pity for himself. When the life finally faded from his conscience, I was startled by a hand on my shoulder. I zipped around, sure it was the motel manager, catching me red-handed. As you guessed, it was death.
Good work, Calvin. I knew you had it in you.
You coaching now, psychologist? I asked, tension released at seeing a familiar face. Well, a familiar black void.
Ho ho ho. You could say that. I've been coaching you this whole time, Calvin.
He gripped tighter on my shoulder with his bony hand. Confused, I raised an inquisitive eyebrow. What do you mean by that?
I'm death, Calvin. You don't really think I convince every soul to live each time I'm called, do you? What's what I get out of that?
Tension hit me again like a splash of freezing water. Why me? This makes no sense.
I needed someone with the pain, the commitment, the passion, and the vengeance that you have, Calvin. So here's a perspective. No, I'm done with perspectives. I'm done with this. If I live, I'm going to prison for the rest of my worthless life. There's nothing left, death. I gripped the cold metal in my hand so hard it started to shake. So what are you saying, Calvin? Question dripping in his grave voice. I say I want to die. I lifted the metal in an instant and pulled the trigger. Death didn't try to stop me. He watched as I fell to the ground from the savage force. I should have been dead, but as I lay on the rough sidewalk, I stared clearly at the starry night sky and Death's hulking figure looming over me. I felt stupid, like I was living out one of those depressing moments in comedy movies that are broken by a laughable joke. What the hell? Death offered his bony hand to me, black robes shifting his movement. I couldn't lay here like an idiot forever, so I took it. He pulled me to stand in front of him again, and I reached my free hand to the spot where the bullet had entered my skull. It was already scabbed over. I told you, I choose to die, dude, I yelled in disappointment. Yes, Calvin, you choose death, and death chooses you. He clutched my hand in an iron grip of finality and shook. I opened my mouth to speak. But before I could, Death wrapped white phalanges around the hood of his robe and pulled back. In front of me was myself. I blinked hard a couple times, unaware of what I was seeing. After the second blink, I opened my eyes. In front of me was a green metal door, open, with a sick, twisted man lying in his own blood. I kicked him with one of my bony feet. You're going to hell. Hope didn't like being home without her parents. All of her friends did, and they all had shared wild tales of what exactly they had done when their parents were gone. They all seemed to get a sense of satisfaction at disobeying their parents. Hope didn't have a rebellious streak. It wasn't that she was a goody two-shoes. It was just that her parents had always been reasonable with her, and in turn, she complied with their wishes. On this particular night, Hope's parents had gone out for dinner and a movie, and probably wouldn't be back until very late at night.
Hope flopped down on the couch and picked up her book. It was a novel by Stephen King. Before long, she was beginning to grow a little nervous. Her eyes flitted around the room. Seeing she was still alone, she relaxed a little before noticing the open door that led into the kitchen. The light in the room was out, and the darkness was unsettling. Hope couldn't shake the feeling that something inside the kitchen was watching her, perhaps leering with a sinister grin. Hope tried to continue reading her book, but kept getting distracted. At last, she finally got up and ran towards the kitchen door. She slammed it shut and drew back in one quick movement, as if expecting a hand to snake out of the blackness and grab her wrist. Needless to say, this did not happen. She let out a sigh of relief and even laughed at herself a little before going back to the warm comfort of the couch. Instead of retrieving her book, Hope simply grabbed the remote and flicked on the television. She reached over and turned off the lamp on the nearby nightstand before adjusting herself on the couch, curling into a cozy position. The television was displaying a rerun of the newest Criminal Minds. Hope swiftly changed the channel to the Cartoon Network. She had enough scary stories for one night. She glanced ruefully at her library book, which was now discarded on the floor. Hope slowly turned her head back to the television screen and, in her snug posture, gradually fell asleep. About an hour later, Hope was awoken by a sudden stream of light hitting her face. The light was shining in through her windows. She winced and turned away, moaning softly and cursing the light for interrupting her slumber. Just as suddenly as the light had come, it was suddenly gone. Thinking that a car must have come up her street, Hope shut her eyes and tried to blot everything out, from the blaring of the TV, from the gentle rain that was beginning to fall outside. The light came again, cutting through the window and illuminating the living room before shutting off once more. It seemed to be coming in short and long bursts. Hope blinked sleep from her eyes before sitting up. Why are there lights coming from outside at this time of night? She wondered to herself, and why are they coming in quick bursts like that? She eventually realized that one of her neighbors must have a faulty garage light. Thinking well of herself for having solved such a mystery, Hope turned to the television and, grabbing the remote, turned the volume up a few notches. Then something very peculiar happened. The television shut off. The power had gone out. Power outages themselves were not uncommon where Hope lived, and it really did not surprise her. What did surprise her was how the light outside kept flicking on and off. Hope realized that the light that was flashing outside could not be a garage light now that the power was out. Fear welled up inside of her, and her heart began to beat faster. What if someone's trying to lure me outside, she thought. I might be being stalked by a madman. She realized that she was trembling all over, and she grabbed a blanket from the far end of the couch. That's when a more disturbing thought hit her. What if he can see me now? Hope looked at the window, and a feeling of unease crept over her. She definitely had the distinct feeling that she was being watched. Hope made up her mind, then and there, what she would do. In a quick movement, she vaulted herself over the couch and huddled into the darkness. The flashing light continued, and seemed to grow more insistent, more impatient. Hope crawled along the floor before reaching up and grabbing the doorknob to the kitchen. She slowly turned it and slipped inside. She shut the door behind her, blocking out the flashing of the lights, but she could still see them underneath the crack of the door. She moved through the darkness and grabbed the kitchen knife from the counter. She sat down in one of the chairs at the far end of the kitchen and watched as the light became slower, as if discouraged, before eventually stopping altogether. Relief flooded over her, and in spite of herself, she let out a smile. An hour later, Hope's parents came home. They opened the front door and were greeted with silence. They called out Hope's name and got no response. When they went into the kitchen, a ghastly sight awaited them. Hope sat in one of the chairs at the far end. A horrible expression of shock was evident on her face, and her throat had been torn into by a vicious blade. Hope's own kitchen knife lay useless on the floor beside the chair. The police came immediately after Hope's parents called and began searching the grounds around the house at once. They were very surprised to find a young teenage girl close to a ditch across the street from their house. There were multiple stab wounds all over her body, and it was quite obvious she had been murdered in the same manner as Hope. Clutched in the girl's hand was a small flashlight. She had been trying to signal for help and trying to warn whoever was inside Hope's house. Christmas Eve, my wife and I put Caleb to bed. We had to return in his room several times to tell him that if he didn't go to sleep, Santa wouldn't be bringing anything. When I was convinced that he was finally going to stay in his room, I picked the puppy up from my mother's house and brought it home. We hadn't named him yet, but he was a golden retriever puppy that was as energetic as he was soft and fluffy. After playing with him for a while, we put him to bed in his crate, ate the cookies Caleb left for Santa, and turned in for the night. I was jerked from my slumber by a blood-curdling scream. My wife and I followed our son's cries for help to the living room. Caleb had snuck out of bed and found the puppy. Instead of that fluffy ball that we had left by the tree, he found a mangled metal crate filled and surrounded by fur, blood, and chunks of discarded meat. My wife took Caleb into another room to console him while I checked for intruders and signs of a break-in. I found nothing, so I returned to the living room and began cleaning up the mess. I was kneeling on the floor, convincing myself that there was a silver lining in the fact that we had hardwood floors instead of carpet, when I heard a tinkling noise come from the tree. I turned my head just in time to see a pair of big blue eyes staring at me from the branches. I jumped to my feet and backed up a few paces just as the first doll dropped from the tree. It was followed by 3 others. They were those delicate porcelain dolls, wearing what were probably pretty little dresses at one time. I couldn't tell, because the dresses were covered in dirt and blood. I watched with a mixture of terror and disbelief as all 4 dolls slowly rose from the ground and started toward me. The screams of my wife and son snapped me out of my horrified trance. The dolls' heads turned as I ran from the room to find my family. I raced up the stairs to my bedroom, where I found my wife standing on our bed with Caleb in her arms. Dozens of porcelain dolls, varying in states of damage and filth, were standing on the floor surrounding the bed. They were making their way toward my loved ones, with their tiny arms stretched out, reaching for the woman and child who were desperately trying to stay away. I started kicking the little demons out of the way as I hurried to the rescue of my wife and child. I didn't think a bunch of fucking dolls would be so hard to push through, but I was wrong. For every one that I kicked away, 4 more came at me. They grabbed and pulled and thrashed and bit, and I found myself moving away from the bed instead of toward it. After noticing that most of the dolls had directed their attention to me, I yelled for my wife to run. I hoped that I served as enough of a distraction for the demon toys that her and Caleb could get away unharmed. The dolls that were still trying to reach them were clinging to the sides of the bed, climbing with delicate little hands. My wife jumped off the bed, stumbled and fell. Caleb's head hit the floor, and the resulting cries caught the attention of many of the dolls I was desperately trying to fight off and keep away. My wife tried to right herself and gather our son before the wave of small monsters got to them, but she was too slow. I watched as the dolls quickly swarmed Caleb and began tearing at his flesh. My wife was trying to get them away, but they turned on her when Caleb stopped thrashing. I made my way to them just as my wife stopped fighting. I saw the despair in her eyes as a doll with black hair and a gray tattered dress bit a chunk from her throat. The creatures moved so fast. There were so many of them. We didn't stand a chance. I don't know how long I stood in my bedroom, watching a horde of dolls ripping apart the 2 people I loved most in the world, before I realized that I was no longer being attacked. Every porcelain creature was crowded around what was left of my wife and son, feasting on them. I've regretted what I did next every day since. I ran. I bounded down the steps as fast as my feet would carry me. I reached the front door when I heard a woman's voice come from the second floor.
That's right, my children. Fill those bellies so you can grow big and strong.
I shut the door behind me and fell down the steps of the front porch. After vomiting up the cookies I had eaten earlier that night, I turned to look at the house. Peeking out of the window, illuminated by the colorful Christmas lights, was a gaunt woman wearing a tattered black dress. She smiled through a veil of stringy hair as a doll climbed up the front of her dress and into her arms. Then she closed the curtain. If there's one piece of advice I can give anyone, it's don't take the cheap way out. No matter how good it seems, something about that decision will bite you in the ass one day. You might be lucky, and it may only be a mosquito bite. But if you're not, it could be like a great white shark bite. For me, I wasn't so lucky, obviously, or I wouldn't be saying this. A couple of months ago, I got in a very bad accident. So bad my car got totaled almost beyond recognition. My insurance company gave a decent amount of money to me for it, but money was tight for me, and I needed a car fast. I went to the place everyone looking for a deal goes. Craigslist. For a day, I kept looking for a deal I couldn't say no to. I needed a decent running car for cheap, but it also had to be reliable. All the sellers at the time were asking for fair prices, too fair for me to get them. I was about to give up for the night when I came across the deal I was looking for. This guy, Robert, was selling a 2001 Toyota Camry with 100,000 miles on it, while claiming to run smoothly, for a damn good price. I contacted Robert, and he told me I could test drive it the next day. I took a taxi out there and gave the car a good old town drive. Let me tell you, it ran like it was brand new. No complaints at all. It seemed almost too good to be true. So when I got back, I asked what the deal with the car was. No matter how hard I pushed, he said nothing was wrong with it. He seemed pretty genuine about it the entire time, so I believed him and bought it on the spot. I had the car for about a month without incident. Then, one night, I was driving home from a long day of work. It was about 1 a.m, so as you can imagine, the roads were almost desolate. I was smoking a cigarette with my windows down, just listening to the wind fly into the car. I remember being stopped at a red light when a chill ran down my spine. This made me very uneasy, but I blew it off as my exhaustion. The light turned green. I began to accelerate. Then, someone, or something, whispered ever so quietly, a phrase in my ear. The sound of the engine mixed with the wind made it almost inaudible. No cars were around, so I slammed on my brakes, bringing my car to a complete stop. I waited a couple of seconds for maybe another whisper, or anything really. Nothing. No incident occurred for the rest of the ride. The next 2 weeks went by without anything like this happening again. I completely forgot about it. That is, until something happened again. It was pouring rain while I was at work, and it was very slow, so my boss let me smoke a cigarette in my car. When I got in my car, I got the same chill once again. Instantly, I remembered my last experience. I sat there in complete silence, waiting for something to happen. About 30 seconds later, my car got filled with the smell of freshly shot fireworks. It got so bad, so quick, it made me start coughing like crazy, gagging. I got out of my car and ran back inside. The look on my face must have been far from normal because my boss came up to me to make sure everything was alright. I told him about the smell, and he said the only thing he could think of was some kids might have fucked with my car. We went out to check it out, and this time, the smell was gone. He said he would check the security cameras later on, but he never saw anything. I tried to blow it off again, but this time I couldn't find a reasonable explanation. After an hour straight of thinking about what happened, I tried to give Robert a call. Unfortunately, This guy had the nerve to cancel his phone. About a week later, I had just gotten to an apartment to deliver a pizza. It was going pretty routine. The guy was cool, gave me a nice tip. I even had a good conversation with him. As I was about to wrap things up and head out, I noticed something caught his attention in the parking lot. "Hey, you drove that Camry here, right?" he asked. Yeah, why do you ask?" I replied. "I think there's someone in your car." I looked at my car and sure enough, I saw a girl sitting in shotgun. She had black hair, was very pale, so pale it looked almost like she was glowing, and wearing a white dress. Shit, she broke into my car. Call the cops. For a few seconds, I thought, I knew I wasn't crazy, and I finally got the person fucking with me. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. When I was on the 3rd floor, the girl was looking forward while I was facing her side. I lost sight of her going down the stairs to the 2nd floor, but saw her as soon as I got down them, and let me tell you, I nearly fainted. She was staring directly at me with a smile from ear to ear, but that wasn't the worst part. Her eyes. Well, they were something else. They were normal-looking blue eyes, except the iris was white instead of black. But something else about them that I still can't point out. It was mesmerizing. I stood there for an unknown amount of time, staring deep into her eyes. The next thing I know, I feel a tap on my shoulder, breaking my trance. It was the guy I delivered the pizza to, informing me the police were on their way. He asked why I was standing there, so I explained. But when we looked at the car, she was gone. The police ended up coming. We filled the report. They did a quick search through my car to see if there were any signs of a break-in. Unfortunately, there was none. Everything was in place exactly as I left it. The police said they would check the cameras and inform me if they saw anything. They still haven't talked to me. Over the next couple weeks, I would hear the damn whispering again, but only when my car or something in my environment made a loud noise. At first, it was occasional, but by the 2nd week it was there at almost every loud sound. I could also make out 2 separate voices, one of a man and one of a woman. I still couldn't understand what they were saying. That is, until I was on my way home tonight. A few minutes from my house, I got the chill again. I knew it was coming. This time, I heard it ever so clear. "It's your turn now." I felt her ice-cold breath run down my neck. In my peripheral, I could see her reflection in my rearview mirror, waiting for me to turn and look at her. She kept whispering those damn words in my ear, almost creating a layer of ice on my neck. The longer she whispered, the more I felt like I was being pulled into her influence. Finally, I got home, and I fucking ran inside. I've locked myself in my room, but I'm starting to think that was a mistake. If I were to look at my window, I could see my car, and the whispering. I'm starting to hear it again. It's 3 separate voices now. 2 girls and 1 guy. They keep telling me to look at the car. Just one more time. Really quick, just for a second. Maybe. No. Yes. Maybe I should look. Just real quick. Not even for a second. I mean, what harm could it do? Besides, I've seen one. What about the others? They need love too. Just one quick look. Sorry, this is a little long, but this is one of the only ghostly encounters I've had, and I wanted to describe it in detail. Some backstory. A few years ago, I was attending Gettysburg College. Most of you are aware that Gettysburg is the site of the bloodiest battle of the Civil War. What some of you might not know is that Gettysburg College was founded decades before the Civil War, and the current main administrative building, Pennsylvania Hall, was used both as an original post and field hospital during the war by both armies. Needless to say, ghost tours are a regular occurrence on campus, and most people in the area have plenty of their own ghost stories to tell. I never went on any of the ghost tours because I'm generally very skeptical of paranormal activity, but I still am not quite sure who or what visited me in the photography darkroom one night. Gettysburg College doesn't have a very big art department, so I had the dark room to myself pretty much any time I needed. This particular night, I was in the room past midnight trying to finish a project. I hated being alone in there that late at night, but I'm a chronic procrastinator. The dark room had an old, rusty revolving metal door. You would get in, then spin the entire thing around so that no light could enter the room. I know, this is cliche horror story stuff, but it would make an awful, grating creak every time you spun it around. At first, there was just a single squeak that lasted only a second. I stopped what I was doing and listened to see if someone was coming in. I was more concerned about them flipping on the lights and ruining my photos than anything else. Slowly, the door started to turn again, making that creepy metallic creak. The thing that was freaking me out was the speed at which it was turning. It was deliberate and steady, but only moving inch by inch. If another student was there to use the room, they wouldn't be entering so slowly, and since they would have seen my stuff outside and known I was in there, they would have called out asking if it was alright to come in. Only the safe lights were on. They let out a dull orange glow, and when the door finally stopped moving, I saw him. The head of an older man extended into the room. Normally, it takes a bit of time for your eyes to adjust to the safe lights when you're coming in from the outside, but he immediately looked directly at me. He had sparse graying hair and was heavily wrinkled, but other than that, I couldn't make out any distinguishing features. I couldn't see his body in the shadows, only his head. I was thoroughly freaked out at this point, but managed to get out a tentative, "Hello?" Still looking at me. He said nothing and ducked back into the door. It creaked around as slowly as before, and then it was silent. It took a few moments to catch my breath, and then I rushed outside to assure myself that it was just the janitor or something. There was no one in the studio. I literally ran out into the hallway and then down the stairs to try and catch up with whoever it was, but there was no one there. The entire building was empty. I still have no answers for why an old man would be in an art building at 3 a.m. Why would he make the effort to go inside the darkroom, which not that many people know about? Why he looked at me, but he didn't respond. And now he could have left without me catching up to him. After that, I refused to be in the darkroom by myself at night.
Number 2.
I was at a friend's place back in 2008. When we were all teenagers, we had a cool shed at a friend's that we'd hang out in every weekend. It had 4 sets of bunk beds, tables, a fireplace, TV, and refrigerator. The whole lot. One night, we were all hanging out in there when I decided I needed to piss. I walked out the front door of the shed and started to walk to the right when I stopped. Now let me explain the layout here. As you walk out of the shed, his house is to the left, and to the right is where we all parked the cars. Further out, you're left with empty fields and trees. It was dark by now, the lights from the house illuminating the space between the house and our cars, but trailing off just past them. As I took a step to the right, intending to go behind the cars to relieve myself, I saw my friend's older brother standing there. I watched him for a good 5 to 10 seconds as he stood there, facing into the darkness. He then proceeded to walk behind a couple trees and a car before he disappeared. Confused, I walked back into the shed and asked my friend what his brother was doing by the cars. The conversation went as follows. "Hey man, what's your brother doing by the cars?" What do you mean?" "He just walked off behind the cars." I'm right here." I looked over, and there his brother was, sitting down on one of the chairs with a drink. He was wearing the exact same clothes as I saw him in, and the only way to get into the shed was through the door that I was standing in the way of. To this day, I have no idea how it all happened. I'm guessing I was just seeing things, but the fact that I watched him walk around for a solid 10 seconds has always puzzled me. I've never had anything else like that happen to me.
Number 3.
I had a friend in high school. His name was Bob. Bob was a very nice fellow, and while we weren't that close, we had similar tastes in music and we'd share CDs. Anyway, we eventually graduated, and I moved several hundred miles away to college, and we lost touch. When I left for college, I had one of Bob's CDs still in my possession. Beat by King Crimson. Fast forward 10 years, I graduated college and was knee-deep in my career, and finally saved up enough money and bought my first house. In the new house, while I was unpacking, I could see the CD in a box. I hadn't noticed it in many years and thought, gee, I really should track down Bob and return this. Right then, the doorbell rings. It's Bob, and he says, "Hey, you wouldn't happen to still have my King Crimson CD, would you?" I looked down. I was holding it in my hand. I hand it to him, and his mouth drops open. Mine probably already was. We exchanged pleasantries. I probably asked him how he found me, but I no longer remember. He eventually takes off, and I haven't seen him since.
Number 4.
I was a satellite installer, and I was driving between two small towns in North Carolina, Statesville and Taylorsville. It's about a 20-minute drive of a perfectly straight 2-lane road with pretty much nothing but trees on either side. It's the middle of the day, and I'm driving along listening to Howard Stern on Scariest when all of a sudden, I go from wide awake to falling asleep. Meaning, 1 second I'm normal, and a second later my head is dropping down and eyes closing, and what snaps me out of it is my car bounces like I just hit a speed bump. But I'm still in the middle of the road. Howard Stern is still in the same sentence, but my GPS signal says it's lost. And then I hear recalculating. When it comes back, I realize I'm about 12 miles further down the road than I was, and I had missed my turn by 5 miles. My immediate thought, even though I consider myself a level-headed atheist, was that I fell asleep, hit a tree, and died, and was now in some weird afterlife. It was such a strong feeling that I drove to the nearest gas station, got out, headed inside with sweaty palms, feeling that the cashier inside was not going to be able to see me. To my relief, she did, and I bought a Red Bull. I still think I was hypnotized by the road and drove on some weird autopilot for a while. But losing GPS signal and not missing any of Howard Stern is still unexplainable to me. I even used the Scariest ability to rewind, and there was none of the show that I missed. That was definitely the strangest thing that has ever happened to me. I often like to view creepy things on the internet. I don't totally know why. I've just always been intrigued by things that are just off. Any media is fine to take in the content. Stories, movies, videos, audio clips, video games, honestly whatever. I just want to be unnerved. I work third shift, so my sleep schedule is all messed up. I sleep during the day and work at night. I get 2 days off a week, though, and always in a row. I could use this time to have some semblance of a normal life, but I'd rather not have to readjust my sleep schedule once work starts up again, so I just stay up all night and sleep during the day. So, browsing the internet on one of those days off, I came to a thread which had a bunch of links on it. Each comment was just a link. Some of them led to websites about unexplained mysteries, some were streams of horror movies, and others were of accounts of paranormal events which were supposedly true. Then I saw one that was none of the above. I don't remember what the link was. It was just random letters and numbers. It was nonsense. I clicked on it, and it took me to a single page with a single picture, and nothing to click on. It auto full screened and refreshed at random intervals anywhere between roughly 2 and 10 seconds. There was text on top of the picture which read as following. I liked the site already. The picture showed a painting on the wall of a nondescript forest scene. There was a small TV screen centered at the bottom of the picture, an old CRT. On top of the TV was an older looking analog clock with a wood frame and fancy hands. The site continued to refresh, but the picture never changed. Out of sheer curiosity, I didn't leave the page. I kept the tab open and checked back every minute or two. Still, no change. After about 10 minutes, I got tired of missing the refreshes. Maybe it was changing drastically, but only once every minute or so, and I was completely missing it. So I closed all the other tabs to make sure I wouldn't be tempted to leave. I was staring at that picture for what seemed to be an hour. I checked my phone. It had been 26 minutes. I guess time goes slowly when you're just staring at a still image online. I can't say what it is or when it is, but at some point, I noticed that it wasn't just a still image. Well, it was, but the image was changing. The clock, when I first pulled up the page, read about something close to 4:15. Now, it was showing 4:56. The clock had been changing the entire time. I watched it for a full minute, and somewhere among the refreshes, I saw the minute hand change to 57. The time on the clock didn't reflect the real time. Still though, this was dedication. Someone had to take a picture once per minute for an hour, or at least 45 minutes, and then have it change every minute. I kept watching it until it showed 5 o'clock. I expected it to shift back to 4, but it just went to 5:01. That's even more impressive. Maybe it went for a full 12 hours. Someone needs a job. Anyway, now I was hooked. I had to see if it had a full range of times. Now that I knew I didn't have to intently stare at the picture anymore, I was able to shift my focus to the text. It definitely seemed strange. I realized quickly that it was a code of sorts, and it said XIIXIX. I thought about it for a while, but then I realized the colon in the phrase XII:XIX, 1219. I guess I had to wait till 1219 to see what was going to happen. What was so worth all of this work? The next few hours were boring. Once I thought I saw something in the painting, but I'm pretty sure that was just my imagination and my mind wanting to see something. I set all of my clocks in my house to the time on this site, so I'd know where it was, even when I wasn't at my computer. 12 o'clock came, and I was glued to my computer. No getting up, no other tabs. I was just staring, intently, watching the hands on the clock refresh, minute after minute. 12:18, refresh, refresh, refresh. I was certain that this minute had actually taken 4 or 5 minutes to transpire. Finally, 12:19. Nothing. No change in the image, no change to the site. That was disappointing. I figured I'd at least get a message on the site or a different picture or something. Maybe that was the prank. Nothing. The guy who made this would lure people in, give them a simple image to solve just to pique their intrigue, and then disappoint them greatly. Bravo, I thought to myself, or brava. I quickly corrected. I left the site and went back to my day. I couldn't get the site out of my head though. Not even an hour after I left, I had convinced myself that I should go back to see the site. Control-Shift-T. After all, there are two 12:19s in a day, aren't there? The clock now said 12:48. I looked over at the clock on my desk, and it also said 12:48. The creator must have kept it synced up with their local time or something. I had a nearly 12-hour wait ahead of me now. I could have stayed up all night, but I didn't want to drive myself crazy, so I went to sleep. I didn't sleep well, or for very long, but then again I rarely do. I checked the clock on the desk, which was still set to the website time, and it said 8:52, only a little over 3 hours of a wait from there. I checked the site, and still no change in the image. I did things around the house and online to kill the next few hours. As soon as the clock was near 12 though, I was once again seated firmly in front of my computer screen. The next 18 minutes were agonizing. The last minute was even worse. The hands of the clock once again struck 12:19, and once again, nothing happened. I was distraught. I had invested a lot of time into this. The minute wasn't over though, so I continued to watch. I then heard a click, quiet, but still audible. After that, I noticed that the web page wasn't constantly refreshing anymore. The screen on the TV began to brighten, finally. What I had waited for was finally happening. As the screen on the TV brightened, I began to be able to make out an image. It was small, because the TV screen on the monitor was only about 2 inches wide, but I could still clearly see that they were showing woods. Maybe it was a forest in the picture. The camera was bobbing up and down as grass and leaves passed by. It must have someone filming themselves walking. The camera was kept pointed at the ground for the first minute or so, but then slowly started to point more horizontally. I could see that they were coming up on a yard. Some houses flashed quickly on the edges of the screen. There was some talking in another language. I couldn't say what the language was, and then clicks and clunks like they were dealing with equipment. The camera made larger movements than before. I realized, as the sounds went away and the image stabilized dramatically, that they had been setting it up on a tripod. Once they got it up, I heard a little more talking, and then the camera made one final turn. During the turn, I could see that it was set up just along the woods. The camera finally stopped shaking, and there was a house centered within the frame. As small as it was, I could tell it was my house. I jumped up from my desk chair, but my eyes kept fixed on the screen. The men abandoned their camera and walked up to the house. Walked up to my house. They stood at the front door for what was probably 20 seconds, but it seemed like 5 minutes. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if there was anything I could do. They knocked on the door. I heard it faintly through my speakers, but it wasn't at the door. Not hearing it within my house calmed me down enough to check the door. Nobody was there. Nobody was in the yard, but I couldn't make anything out past a couple 100 feet. It was dark out, and the moon wasn't very bright. I closed and locked the door, and ran back up to the computer. The screen was still displaying these two men standing at the door. They knocked again, but this time harder. I watched as the door opened. A man answered it. I couldn't make him out. I was half expecting it to be me. I was relieved, though, to see it wasn't. I have brown hair, and the man on the screen had red hair. One of the men gestures something to him, and the red-haired man begins to close the door. At this point, the other man shoves the door open again, pulls a gun from his belt, and shoots the man in the head. I felt my face go pale and my jaw fall open. My vision started to go black, but I forced myself to keep my composure. The two men ran from the door and toward the camera. In the small TV screen on my monitor, and in the blur of motion, I could still see that both men were smiling widely. They grabbed the camera, not bothering to take it off the tripod, and ran into the woods again. The camera shiveled on the tripod and showed one of the men's faces, but quite blurrily. He looked at the camera, reached over toward it with his other hand, and the screen on the TV went blank. The page refreshed again, but only once, and the clock still read 12:19. I closed down my browser and even shut down my computer. I ran to the door one last time to see if I could see anything. Once again, there was nobody there. To this day, I have no clue what actually took place. I haven't had the nerve to revisit the website or ask anybody what happened to the people who lived here before I did, and I'm not sure I ever will. The child jolted awake in the middle of the night, a scream lost in his throat. He was covered in cold sweat and trembling all over. The nightlight next to his bed illuminated his room. There was no monster. He had simply imagined everything in a brief, terrifying nightmare. His hand reached through the darkness and pulled the cord to his lamp. The bulb flashed on, and his room was liberated from the blackness. He would sleep with the light on, just in case. He tossed and turned, but was unable to go to sleep. The problem was that he really had to pee. He did not want to venture out into the dimness of the rest of the house. He was afraid of the beasts that lurked in the dark corners that were waiting to snatch him up and eat him. He eventually realized that he would not be able to go to bed until he relieved himself. He gathered up all the courage he had and let one foot touch the ground. He screwed up his eyes, waiting for a mottled green hand to come out from under his bed and grab his ankle. But it never came. He let his other foot touch the ground before making his way to the door and opening it slowly. He ran as fast as he could out into the hallway before tripping over his own feet and hitting the ground hard. He scrambled up and regained his footing, turning to face the ogres of the night. They were nowhere to be seen. They must have blended in with the darkness. The bathroom was at the end of the hall. He was almost there. Suddenly, something furry brushed against his leg. He jumped, and a gasp escaped his throat, but he quickly calmed down when he realized it was only Scruffy, the family dog. The boy could not see the dog's pelts in the shadiness of the hall, but could tell it was him from the way his nails scraped against the hardwood floor. The boy stopped for a moment before scratching his dog behind his thin, crumpled ears. The boy noticed that there were many scabs on the back of the dog's head. The dog panted with pleasure and licked the boy's hand. Scruffy's saliva was unusually thick. The moonlight shining in through the window illuminated the dog's yellowish-green eyes. The dog seemed to be limping slightly, as if it had recently suffered an injury to its leg. Deciding to tend to Scruffy in the morning, the boy continued to the bathroom. The dog brushed past him and made his way into the master bedroom, and the boy heard the dog jump onto the bed of his mother and father. The boy at long last made his way to the bathroom and was finally able to relieve himself. He went back to his own room with a sense of satisfaction over having beaten his fear. The next morning, something unusual happened. The boy's parents had not awoken him. Thinking to himself that they must simply have slept in, he decided to surprise his mother and father. He sneaked into their room like a ninja and hopped onto their bed with a yell. To his astonishment, they didn't get up. The lumps in the bed that he knew were the sleeping bodies of his parents remained motionless. He noticed that the bed was covered in white dog hairs, but Scruffy had a midnight black pelt. A feeling of dread clutched at his heart, and he tore back the sheets of the bed. A scream of terror escaped his mouth. His parents lay there with their eyes shut. Both their throats had been torn out, and the mattress was covered in blood. Tears blurred the vision of the boy as he stumbled into the kitchen and picked up the phone to call the police. Then he noticed something from outside the window. Scruffy was inside the fence that his now dead master had built for him, and he was now barking madly. Scruffy had been outside all night. As the boy looked harder, he saw that Scruffy was badly cut and bleeding. The boy opened the door and let Scruffy inside. He pulled out some paper towels and began to mop up the blood that covered his dog. He then saw that Scruffy was clenching something in his teeth. The boy pried the dog's jaws apart, and the thing his dog was holding fell to the ground. Something sour rose up from the boy's stomach and came up into the back of his mouth. It appeared to be a chunk of flesh from the leg of some kind of wild animal, and the hair attached to the soft tissue was white. When selling a house, if a death occurred within 3 years of the house going on the market, the seller is required to inform potential buyers of said death. This little requirement wasn't necessary in my case. Everyone within a 50-mile radius seemed to know about Victoria Teller. It was a tragic story. She had given birth to a bouncing baby boy, whose father no one seemed to know. The baby passed away just a few months later, and Victoria took her own life a year after that. That much was known to be true. What was unknown were the circumstances surrounding the incident, how the baby died. Some said accident, some said illness, others said murder. The circumstances surrounding how Victoria killed herself and what happened in between remain ominous. The popular rumor was that Victoria, in her grief-stricken psychosis, began buying dolls to replace her dearly departed son. The doll would then suffer the same fate as the real baby in her mind, and she would bury it and move on to another. People, mostly teenagers, made it a Halloween tradition to search for the doll graveyard. They searched the backyard and the woods behind it, but nothing was found in the 6 years that the house was empty. I was confident that the house that I had bought for my family and me had nothing strange in its history but 2 tragic deaths. The first few months living in the Teller house were uneventful. I had to occasionally shoo away curious locals that weren't aware that our house was no longer empty, but I found no ghosts or satanic symbols or anything of the like. It seemed that it was just a house, one that I got a huge discount on because of what happened there and the bad juju it was rumored to have acquired because of it. By the time the Christmas season rolled around, I had pretty much forgotten about Victoria Teller. It was the first year that my son Caleb was really aware of anything other than presents. We lined the roof and windows with lights, hung a wreath on the door, and put some standing decorations on the lawn. We bought and decorated a tree big enough to fit a toy store underneath, which was appropriate because of how many presents Santa was going to bring Caleb that year. He was getting more excited each day, especially since we had been dropping hints that he was getting a puppy. My family was the happiest it had ever been, until a week before Christmas. My wife had been wrapping presents as we bought them so that we didn't have to stay up all night on Christmas Eve like we had in previous years. She had opened the door to the closet that held the presents to find the wrapping paper torn to shreds. Her first thought was that Caleb had gotten into them, but I doubted that he would be able to contain his excitement if he had. It looked almost as if some sort of rodents had shredded the paper, but the boxes weren't damaged at all. We brushed it off as a mystery, and moved the presents to the attic after rewrapping them. I occasionally heard some shuffling from inside the closet, but I never saw whatever critter had caused it. I figured I would call an exterminator after Christmas to check inside the walls. Soon, things started to get really strange. I walked into the bathroom to find the dirty clothes scattered around the room and the hamper on its side. My wife found the refrigerator door hanging open, with food torn up and thrown on the floor. Caleb was distraught one morning when he woke up to find all of the toys that he had carefully placed in his toy box the night before had been thrown all around his room while he was asleep. All this and the noises in the walls were getting more frequent and were heard everywhere in the house. My superstitious wife was becoming scared that the local urban legend was true. That Victoria Teller still haunted the house. She reasoned that the spirit was becoming more active because we were so happily preparing for the holiday with our son, something she never got to do. I laughed at her theory, although I shouldn't have. It's hard to imagine what it's like to be kidnapped. I've tried, often, probably every day for the last 4 years, imagining the unlimited scenarios, anything from the kidnapper's first contact to the actual abduction and the subsequent transport has plagued me for many sleepless nights. It's hard not to focus on the betrayal he must have felt trusting the stranger. The absolute fear and possible pain he felt while maybe getting dragged away into some van or truck. Thinking of how they must have subdued him if he started to fight back. Sadly, the only thing that brings me some measure of comfort is imagining him poking an eye out or bursting the son of a bitch's testicle with a hard kick. I wish that's where my imagination ends when I dwell on my son's kidnapping. But it's not. That rabbit hole is deep and filled with things that take days off my life by just the thought of it. Truth is, neither myself nor my now ex-husband know what really happened. At times, I believe I am literally in hell on earth. My world has been upside down since my son went missing from my yard. Thinking towards the future is impossible for me now, so my days are cramped up in my home, reliving every detail of the day he went missing. Most disturbing, however, is that the most mundane of things torture the worst. Veering through the kitchen window into the backyard I haven't visited in 4 years, and seeing the sun-drained abandoned swing set and slide, hearing the theme song for the kids' show he routinely watched, seeing the back of the head on a child who slightly resembles mine if he were 4 years older, at the grocery store or park or everywhere. The worst, however, is the sound of the phone ringing. Every time it sounds, my body gets filled with the most conflicting emotions. Is this the call I find out he's alive or dead? Or worst, that it's neither. Truth be told, a knock on the door is equally as jarring. Never more so than today, as it turned out. When I opened the door, a large man in uniform greeted me with tender eyes and said,
"Ma'am, we received a call today. Apparently one of your neighbors allowed their cat to get out of the house."
The two sentences couldn't have been more crushing. Another dagger of lost hope. But this one cut especially deep due to the tease of his blue uniform. As the disappointment drenched me from head to soul, the gentleman continued to ask me for a favor.
"Over the years, the ground under the houses in this neighborhood tend to sink quite a bit. Silly cats love nesting down there. Would you mind if we go into your backyard and retrieve the cat from under your house?" "Ma'am, are you okay?"
He obviously knew I wasn't. As the blood rushed from my head to my broken heart, I meekly mumbled, "Why didn't I know that?" This happened back when our family moved to our new house in 2001. I was 8 years old and my sister was 10. Since we had just moved, my mom really wanted some new furniture to make our new home look nice. We weren't well off in the first place, but it was our first real home, meaning it wasn't a cruddy mobile home for once. We drove to a little value furniture shop that had a bunch of things to choose from. Of course, my sister and I, being typical siblings, were joking around with each other. She called me an ugly freak, and I told her that her face was fat. Just normal things. Unfortunately, my mom couldn't find anything that she liked, so we left empty-handed. We got into the car. She wanted to go to the grocery store and pick up a few things, so the trip wasn't a total waste. We drive along. My sister and I notice a brown car following us, turning every corner, making every light. We pointed it out to my mom, and she just blew it off. Don't worry about it, guys. So we dropped it too. We were young and we completely forgot about it when we went to the general store and grabbed our snacks. Again, we got in the car and left for home, and again, the brown car started following us. Mom was getting a bit worried since we lived in another town 20 miles away. She told us it had to be someone we knew. We had relatives living in the town, just not anyone we were really close to. Like they did before, they copied our route. The closer we were to home, the more paranoid my mother became, and in turn, fueled our fear. She told us to copy the license plate, but tried to reassure us that it was probably our cousin Jessica or something. When we parked in our driveway, the car parked behind us, the engine still running. Our mom ordered us to stay in the car while she went out to talk to our cousin. My sister and I watched from the rear view window as my mom went to speak with her. After a few minutes, we heard the woman from the car yelling, gesturing to us inside the car, and then back to my mother. She peeled out of the driveway, almost running over my mom's feet. A few seconds later, my mom was crying hysterically and ordered us to get into the house. She pushed us into our room and spoke to our dad even though we could hear everything. Apparently, the woman had thought we were insulting her while we were in the furniture store and threatened us. She had said that she would throw nails in our driveway and poison our dogs outside. She insisted that my mother beat us for talking to a complete stranger in such a way, and if she had the chance, she'd break our little necks if she heard us talking about her again. My dad wasn't very happy that my mom brought her all the way to the house, but stated it probably wasn't a big deal. The next day, my sister and I were walking to our bus stop when we saw the brown car parked across the street from our house. Sis immediately ran back inside to tell our dad, and he walked us to the bus stop and waited until we were safely on the bus. My mom wanted to do something about it, but my dad was against it. He assumed that the police wouldn't do anything since they were just threats. So, the creepy, stalkerish behavior continued without interference. She began showing up every morning, watching us as we waited for the bus, but she was coming onto our property to make her presence known. My mom found a bottle of antifreeze near the dog's fenced area. It hadn't been opened, but we were told to bring in their bowls every night, just in case. Food wrappers and half-empty cups of soda were thrown in our lawn. The air valve caps and lug nuts on our tires went missing. One of our outside cats died, but we couldn't pinpoint what happened. Then my older brother did something really stupid. My dad was tired of walking us to the bus stop, so he asked my older brother to do it. Spotting the car in its typical spot, he decided the smart thing to do was throw up his middle finger at her. This fucked her up. She ran out of the car, cursing and yelling at us. She said we were crazy and needed to fucking learn our place as children. She was screaming and threatening to beat us and spitting at us. I was bawling my eyes out, and my brother had to pick me up because I just couldn't move. We stayed home that day, and my mom finally called the police. We gave them her license plate number, and they said they would visit her in a day or two. My mom didn't tell me much, but when they confronted her about it, She went on a total rant about how kids are just dirty bastards and she'd kill every last one if she could. They didn't arrest her, but a few days later, the police called my mom to inform us that the lady was admitted to a psych ward. There were no more details, unless my mom didn't want to share them, but we never heard from her again. Quick backstory here, I'm 18 and I live in a lower middle class townhome complex with my divorced mom and my little brother. My mom was out of state for a week at the time and my little brother was staying at our dad's house for the week. I don't drive, so there were no cars outside my house. 18-year-old with a house to himself for a week, with a mom who was perfectly fine with me smoking weed in the house and gave me permission to have a few friends over while she was gone. Every teen's dream growing up, right? Yeah, except it ended up a little different than I thought. The first day, I come home from a 10-hour shift at the gas station I work at half a mile down the road from my house. I walk home, head into my basement, smoke a bowl, and fall asleep with my cat. A few hours later, I wake up with an uneasy feeling. It's 1 a.m., and I hear footsteps upstairs. My cat's on my bed, and my dog is at a dog daycare for the week. I hear drawers upstairs being opened, and immediately grab my switchblade and call 911. They send a squad car out, and I stay on the phone. I hear someone coming downstairs. With my bed just being in the basement due to the bedroom essentially being the size of a closet, I'm the first thing they'll see when they come downstairs. I jump to my feet, drop to my phone, and drew my switchblade. The door opens, the light turns on, and in walks a man around my age, wearing a backpack and holding a crowbar, 5'10", 140 pounds. Scrawny and shirtless me is standing there with a mere 4-inch knife, locking eyes with a man I've never seen before inside my house while holding a crowbar. He jumped just as high as I did when he saw me. With a surge of foolish confidence, I point the knife towards him and told him not to step towards me. Funny, considering his crowbar had a solid foot of reach over my knife. He shouted,
"What the fuck? Bro, we didn't think anyone was here. I'm not looking for a fight, man."
I hear quick and heavy footsteps coming down and a voice saying,
"Yo, what the fuck are you doing down there?"
A second man emerges through the doorway, this one holding a pistol, and it's pointed at me once he notices me. His eyes light up, as do mine as I realize who I'm looking at. An old elementary school friend that I drifted out of contact with. I had some friends who started talking to him recently, but I heard that he turned into a recreational Xanax addict and didn't want to fuck with that, so I never bothered getting back in contact. Turns out that that's exactly why they were robbing my seemingly empty house, for Xanax money.
"Josh?"
he said, in a questioning voice as he lowered the gun.
"Fuck, dude, I don't know what to say."
At this point, the door slammed open and the police rushed into the house, eventually coming downstairs and arresting the two. It didn't even dawn on me until the cop that stayed downstairs to talk to me jokingly mentioned that I had a bong on a desk next to my bed. Roughly an ounce of weed in the desk, and the basement had to have smelled pretty strongly. Luckily, the cop ended up being cool with it and just saying, "I honestly don't care. They need to legalize it anyways. After what you've been through, you need a joint." But I never said that to you. Hello. I suffer from obsessive compulsive disorder, which is an anxiety disorder in which people have unwanted and repeated thoughts, feelings, ideas, or behaviors. In other words, my life is a systematic pattern. But yesterday, I experienced a flaw in my own system. I awoke that morning in my lakeside home promptly at 6:45 a.m., as I do every morning. Before leaving my bedroom, I made sure to touch the doorknob 3 times. I have to. I need to. On my way downstairs, I made sure not to step on the second to last step. I never touch that step. I just can't. I made my usual breakfast of toast, scrambled eggs, and black coffee. I never eat anything else in the morning. Just always those three. Turning my iPad on, I made sure to check the local news headlines, like usual. But today, something was missing. I couldn't place my finger on it. Did I forget something? The strange feeling lingered with me all the way to my car. On my way out of the front door, I made certain to lock my door, and then unlock it and lock it again. Driving to work, I couldn't help but feel like a part of me was missing. What did I miss? How could I possibly have missed it? I hoped that the feeling would surpass while at work that day. It didn't. It stayed with me for 12 whole hours. I left the office around 6:45 p.m. to head back home. About 25 minutes into my commute, I stopped for the red traffic light at the intersection at Marbury and West Way. But as the light turned from red to green, I couldn't help but feel that strange sensation again. The only other person near me was the man driving behind me. He blared his horn for me to get going, but instead of accelerating, I just unrolled my window and motioned for him to go around me. He did. I dreadfully sat there in my own car, still stopped at the intersection. Something is seriously wrong. What am I missing here? I made sure to touch everything in my car, hoping that would spark my memory. I touched the dashboard, the leather seats, the emergency brake, and even the roof. It did nothing for me. My hands began to tremble as I slowly drove away. This isn't right. I don't like this. Arriving home, I pulled my '74 Mustang into the garage. I washed the car every weekday, never on weekends. I only washed the front of the car and the back, never the sides. No matter how dirty they get, I never wash the sides. I just can't. But something else seemed to be missing from my daily routine as I washed. No, not again. First the news, then the intersection. Now this. Finishing up with the car, I jogged out to the backyard. Only jog, never walk, never run. Opening up the tool shed, I felt yet another thing missing from my pattern. I screamed, "This isn't right! This isn't right! This isn't right!" I stumbled out of the shed and gazed out at the lake. It always seemed to calm me when my anxiety got out of control, but tonight, all I wanted to do was sleep. I needed to finish the day. The next morning, I awoke at 6:45 a.m., touched the doorknob 3 times, made sure not to step on the second to last step on my way to the kitchen. I prepared my toast, scrambled eggs, and black coffee. I turned on the iPad, browsed the local news. It's still missing. I became aggravated. What is it I could possibly be missing? I began to feel nauseous. Hurrying out the door in a vicious rage, I quickly locked it, unlocked it, and locked it again. I drove off to work. I tend to get a lot of work done when I'm upset, strangely. So at least I felt some accomplishment when I left the office at 6:45 p.m. I drove fast on my way home. Very fast. What am I missing? I approached the red light at Marbury and West Way. Come on. Think. A man was walking in the middle of the intersection, on his way to the other side. Why can't I remember? The man's head spun as he noticed my Mustang coming straight for him at 85 miles per hour. I noticed him too. A wave of horror crossed over my face as I watched him dive to one side. I swerved into the same direction. A loud clunk was made as I crushed the man underneath my vehicle. Oh God. Jumping out of my car, I hesitated on what to do. He lay there writhing in agony, making horrendous, guttural wails. I popped open the trunk to my Mustang, lifted the screaming man, and heaved him in. I drove. Upon entering my garage, I made sure to wash the blood off the front and rear of the car. The sides were not necessary. After dragging his broken body out to the backyard, I jogged to the shed. Inside were black garbage bags, cinder blocks, and a hacksaw. After dismembering the man, I was able to fit both the remains and a cinder block into the bag. Dropping him into the lake was all that was left to do. The following morning, I made sure to wake up at 6:45 a.m. and touch my doorknob 3 times before skipping the second to last step on my way to the kitchen. While eating my toast, scrambled eggs, and black coffee, I browsed the local news on my iPad. The top headline: Hit and run serial killer strikes again. I smiled. Back to normal. So, this is my story. I don't know exactly how this happened. All I know is that it did. Let me start from the very beginning. I was a complete recluse as a kid. I really didn't have very many friends. I often ate by myself at lunch. Things went on like that for a long time. It wasn't until I was in 8th grade that I actually made a friend. Her name was Jessica. She was the first person to really accept me for who I was. I mean, other than my parents, of course. When no one else your age accepts you, it's really hard. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and when you feel like you have nowhere to turn to when you're at that age, it really takes a toll on you mentally. It was definitely not easy being me. But now that I had a friend, I at least knew that I could get through it. Well, I made it this far by myself. Why can't I make the rest, with at least one friend? The first month of our friendship was really awkward. All we really did was complain and bash the school. Other than our sarcasm and negativity, we didn't really have anything else in common. Until one day, we started making fun of people that are from our school on Facebook. We wouldn't post any nasty comments or anything, but we would look at what some other people would post, and we'd laugh at them. Have you guys seen the posts on Facebook sometimes? People write the dumbest shit. I can't believe what I read on there sometimes. It got to a point where every single day when we'd get home, we'd be on there laughing at people and judging their stupidity. We did, however, run into a problem. We didn't live very close to each other. So what we would do is we would screen share. Eventually, we would be on Skype for hours every single day. We eventually evolved from Facebook and started going on funnier sites like 4chan, Reddit, even Twitter occasionally. Our absolute favorite was making fun of Tumblr feminists. Oh my god, the shit some of those people wrote. Well, things continued like that for a long time. Until it didn't. When I was in 10th grade, I had to move. I had to say goodbye to the one friend I had made and move on to start a new life where there was no guarantee I was going to find even one more friend. It was pretty devastating. When I told Jessica, I knew she tried to make it seem like she didn't care, but we had grown really close. And I could see in her eyes that she was also pretty sad about it. So, by the end of the year, we said our goodbyes and promised to Skype as much as we could. When I moved, things all went to hell. Everything. Things were terrible in my life. My parents were fighting all the time, and we didn't have any idea what we were gonna do. I don't know what the problem was, but I think my dad had a gambling problem because every single night he'd come home and my mom would scream at him about poker or blackjack or something. I don't remember what. It doesn't matter now. As long as I was able to Skype with my friend, everything would be okay. I'd make it through whatever personal hell I would go through, as long as I had my friend to lean on. It was about 9:30 at night. It was Friday. She had to babysit her cousins that night, so she wasn't able to get on at the usual time. She texted me and said that she would be able to get on around 9:30. I patiently waited, but it seemed like she wasn't coming. By the time 10 o'clock rolled around, things were getting kind of weird. She wasn't answering her texts, she wasn't answering her phone, and she still wasn't online on Skype. This was really weird for her, considering her cousin's house was literally just across the street. I started to get worried. Maybe she got hurt. After about 5 more minutes, her account on Skype appeared online. Oh, finally. I didn't even think about it before I pressed the call button. But I was not prepared for what I was going to see. The thing that was on the other end of the call. I'm not sure what it was. It wasn't entirely human. That's all I can say. It had blood all over its mouth and these hideous wrinkles across its skin. Its eyes were pure black. I don't know what to think, but I had the feeling that my friend Jessica was dead because of this abomination sitting here before me. The worst part was, it didn't even move. It just fucking sat there and stared at me. It stared into my fucking soul. It was the worst thing that I've ever gone through. I don't know why it had such an effect on me. I mean, I've seen so much crazy shit online, but this was worse than anything I've ever seen in my life. I never heard from Jess again. I've kept up with mortuaries and I've called her parents, checked newspapers. No one's answered. I don't know what happened, but I know it has something to do with what I saw on that Skype call on that Friday night. I've never been a very sociable kid, to be completely honest. I've never really seen the point of it. People talk about the same things over and over again. Meaningless things. The weather, the weekend, work, school. As I've gotten into my late teens, I've grown to loathe it. Whenever I hear the kids in my classes or in the halls talking about the same old crap and giggling about my blood boils. People avoid me mostly, which can be expected. A few of the more brutish kids pick on me, but I just ignore them. I spend my weekends alone, indoors. I like to play the piano in my spare time. It's very therapeutic. It's like any meditation. When I'm playing it, I usually think about life. I think about people, and my general dislike towards them. I think about the kids who pick on me at school, and think about the recent disappearances of kids in my surrounding area. They were all kids of similar age to myself, mostly girls, some even from my school, my classes. There have been 8 in total. I've been keeping track of them, you see. I follow their stories in the newspapers quite closely. I'm very keen on what the police find at the scene and always keep an eye out for any evidence they might find that might lead them to the killer. The profiles are always the same. They are usually discovered in back alleys or in ditches, always with their throats slit in a clean and precise manner. The curious part, that the police can't seem to figure out, is why the victims always have their tongues removed, ripped out from their jaws, and I quote from the newspaper when I say this, while the victims were still alive. They say it's the worst serial killer they've had in my country for years. The killer is calm, meticulous, and leaves not one shred of evidence at the crime scenes. Whatever the reason, my classes have been getting noticeably quieter as the noisiest of the kids have one by one gone missing, only to be found days later, mutilated and dumped as if they were trash. It's so much more pleasant. I can concentrate properly now. There's still one girl in my class though, who really grinds my gears with her high-pitched, whiny voice and that piercing laugh that seems to penetrate deep into my skull every time I have the displeasure of hearing it. I heard her again today. Loud and irritating as usual, and couldn't help thinking that she used that tongue of hers far too much. I might even go as far to say that she didn't deserve to have it at all. I woke up sweating. This was the third time this week that I had this strange recurring dream. It feels so real, like I can hear the voices clearly, feel the contact with my skin. Sometimes I can't tell if it's real or not. I try to forget every night. However, it keeps coming back to me. It starts off with me going to bed. I hear a quiet humming that wakes me up out of a dead sleep. Every time, it seems to lure me in. I get out of bed to follow the sound. I grab my robe and put on my slippers. I follow it through my house, and the closer I get to the front door, the colder it gets. I tie up my robe and cross my arms. I can see my breath now. I slowly open the door, and I can barely see outside. It's so foggy. The humming gets louder, and then quiet again. I leave my house and close the door. I get a weird feeling, like somebody is watching me. I stop and look around me, but I can't see anything. I can't even see my hand in front of my face. The humming sound seems to be coming from my left, so I turn and start walking that way. After what seems like hours of following the noise, I notice that the fog has cleared some, enough for me to realize where I am. I find myself in a cemetery that's just down the street from my home. I'm surrounded by tons of old headstones that are crumbling and cracked, covered in cobwebs. The humming appears to have stopped. Out of the corner of my eye, I see something crawling across the ground, moving fast, faster than anything I've ever seen before. I turn to see if I can tell what it is, but it's gone. I slowly walk over to where I saw it. I look down and see a small headstone. It's really dusty, so I clear it off. I read it. Jonathan Miles. That's my name. I rub my eyes and shake my head. Maybe I misread it or something, but it was so clear. Clearer than day itself. I bend down to get a closer look. It has my face on it and my birthday. I back up really fast. This can't be true. I'm not dead. Why is this here? As I'm backing up, I trip and fall. Dust flies everywhere. The fall knocked the breath out of me. I look around and I realize I fell into a coffin. I can't move. I feel bugs crawling over my skin. All I can do is look at them and cringe as they cover my body. I look up and there, just standing looking down at me, is a dark shadow. I can't make out any details. I try to yell for help, but I can't speak. The shadowed figure slowly starts closing the lid. I try to scream to tell the person or thing to stop, but again, nothing comes out. The lid slams shut. Then I awaken. Every day I drive to the cemetery and check that exact spot where I find the headstone in my dream. The creepy thing is, there's a headstone there, but it's blank. Is this dream trying to tell me my fate? I guess I won't know until it happens. I still don't understand the humming, or where it comes from. I don't know why I keep having this dream. All I know is that one day I could end up here, in this spot, and that scares me more than anything. A few years ago, my entire life was uprooted when I was required to move for my job. I had a high-paying job for a well-respected number-crunching company. After just 2 years of work, I managed to climb the rank high enough to be offered a managing position at another office. I lived in New York City. In fact, I'd lived there my whole life. I can still remember the smell of pretzels and the sounds of emergency sirens in the distance, going one way or another. I had no intentions of ever leaving the city, but the pay raise was good enough that I was there in under 2 weeks. The office was located in a small shithole town in the middle of nowhere deep in Alabama. This town had next to nothing with a population of just a few thousand. And if you thought that was bad, you should have met the people that lived there. Jesus Christ, I didn't even know what to think. I had a hard time believing that these people were speaking English. However, I did my absolute best to ignore all of this. I was making almost twice the amount of money I had been a month ago, and that in and of itself was enough to keep me looking the other way. Time marched on, and I eventually found myself to be really lonely. The only thing I had to do in my spare time was draw. I had been doing it on and off for years, but when I lived in the city, I really only drew when I had nothing better to do. So you could understand how little time I put into it. I would work all day, get home, and draw until I had to go to bed. That became my monotonous life for a long time. It must have been at least a year before something big would happen. There was buzz around the company that they were going to be sending over a new employee to work here. This guy was going to be on an equal level as me, and we'd be working together closely. I really didn't care much at first, but then it was rumored that we were the same age. Yes, finally, I might get a friend in this damned place, I thought to myself. After hearing the news, the following few days seemed to drag on even more than usual. On an early Monday morning, he made his first appearance. When I saw him, the first thing I noticed about him was this oddly colored ring on his hand. It was a weird shade of green, and it just seemed off. Other than that, he was a really nice guy. "Hi, I'm Zach," he said with a halfway anxious grin painted across his face. I introduced myself and we hit it off instantly. I was looking forward to working with him. I was happy to realize he had a good sense of humor. For some reason, it seems as if every dial tone that walks on planet Earth is pulled toward me in some way or another. As the week progressed, I realized how awesome of a person this guy really was, and it wasn't in a way that made me feel overshadowed or anything, but he did his job well, and got along great with anyone he came in contact with. He has already motivated some people with reputations for being lazy into much more productive versions of themselves, and they praised him for it. I don't know if this guy's the modern day Dale Carnegie or what, but after seeing the way he'd motivated complete strangers who work under him, I knew I had to ask him how exactly he does it. I pulled him aside and asked him what his secret was, and I even confessed that I had a hard time getting people to comply with my demands, especially this one guy in particular, Jeremy. He was the only person in the entire company that I actually disliked. I do my best to maintain an active indifference to my colleagues, but this guy would go out of his way to make my job harder than it had to be. After explaining the situation to Zach, He told me some cheesy quote about bringing people to my way of thinking. I thought about it and came to a conclusion in my own head. Maybe he was just more personable than I was. I guess some people are born with a natural gift for dealing with people, and if such a thing existed, he definitely had it. I thanked him for the advice not to be rude and continued on my day, which just seemed to drag on and on. The next day, I ended up receiving some pretty good news. There was an internet company that had been working on getting access to my area, and I was going to be connected to the World Wide Web yet again. My house was pretty far off the beaten path, so going all this time with internet only at work has made the adjustment admittedly difficult. I called and had an appointment for an installation. It was less than a week when everything was set up. I ended up finding a lot of interesting stuff on YouTube. I found myself listening to horror stories all throughout the night, especially the ones regarding the deep web. I thought those were the most terrifying ones of them all, mostly because they're at least remotely possible. Don't get me wrong, that doesn't stop all the YouTube comment section detectives from typing at the top of their lungs that the stories are fake. But I digress. I ended up listening to this one story about a guy who came across a torture being live streamed. The way the narrator described it made it absolutely horrifying. After learning a little more about the deep web, I decided I'd try it out for myself. I figured that I live in such an out-of-the-way place that if there really is some hacker out there that gets my information and decides to come and try to kill me, I might just let him with all the trouble he would have gone through. It took me close to 5 hours to find my house when I first moved here. So imagining someone else going through the same trouble just to kill a stranger from the internet seemed a little far-fetched. The first night I started exploring the deep web, I didn't really find anything that interesting. It just seemed like a bunch of dead links to me. I gave up as it had been getting pretty late and decided to head back to bed. The next day when I went on the deep web, I started to find something more than just broken links and dead pages. I found some of the typical shit you'd expect, some freaky BDSM kind of stuff, a hitman for hire site, and a couple supposed leaked documents from the NSA, although I'm not sure how much credibility they really have. After a little more browsing, I came across something much more sinister. It appeared to be a torture video. There were 3 people tied to chairs in a row. The first one was dismembered in ways I can't even describe. Crimson covered his body, and there were no eyes in his sockets. It was a really crazy scene to behold, but for some reason, I continued to watch. The sadist behind the whole thing was torturing the person in the middle chair. It was a middle-aged Indian woman, and she was crying her eyes out. It kinda broke my heart to watch. She seemed so innocent sitting there, staring at that monster that stood above her, plunging a knife through her fingers. She started wailing when he got to her thumb. It really looked painful. It was so agonizing to watch, knowing that I couldn't do anything about what I was seeing. The man looked back at the camera and let out an evil laugh. If Satan and Darth Vader had a child, the resulting sound coming from this guy's mouth would have sounded exactly like it. He stopped laughing in an awkward manner, and then turned around and slit the woman's throat open. I jumped when he did, although I was half expecting it. He stuck the knife into the decomposing corpse that sat in the chair next to the woman. That's when things got really dark. He started taking off his pants. He whipped out his dick and proceeded to fuck the wound he just cut into the woman's throat. I felt like puking at this point. I couldn't watch anymore and started to close the page. It took a few seconds to do so because I honestly got pretty frantic after seeing what this guy was doing. The part that still bugs me wasn't that he tortured people, or that he filmed it and put it on the internet, or even that he slit the woman's throat and fucked the wound. No, that didn't bug me half as much as what I saw in the last few frames of the video as I was Xing out. I swear, I saw an oddly colored green ring. I know, it's a crazy thought. Believe me, I know. Maybe I just imagined it there. I wish I had some certainty. I've tried finding the video again to verify whether or not this atrocity was committed by a coworker or not, but to no avail. It chills me to the bone thinking that I could be having daily interactions with someone who could inflict so much pain and humiliation on another human being. Ever since then, I have never looked at Zach the same, and probably never will. When I moved away to college, things got really shitty for me. You see, I'm a really quiet person and I find it really hard to make friends with people. For the most part, I just don't see the point. I don't really like anyone I've ever met. I don't know. And when I moved there, things, they just didn't happen. They didn't go well for me. Things were just terrible. They were at an all-time low, and college was really hard, and I was struggling to pay rent. I didn't know what I was going to do. One night, I decided I was going to kill myself. I walked to a nearby bridge with the intent of jumping off. When I got there, it was really dark. There were only a few lights around, barely lighting up the area around me. I thought back on my life, and I realized I had nothing to live for. I didn't know what I was doing, barely even cared about my major in college, my grades were slipping, I had no friends, my family didn't care about me. I closed my eyes as I anticipated to jump off. I wasn't sure if I was going to do it. I leaned forward more and more with each passing second. I was going to do it. That was when I heard a woman's voice screaming at me to stop from behind me. Honestly, it kind of startled me and I fell down and it was kind of awkward. She came over to talk and I could tell she pitied me. She could see easily that I really wasn't anything special. But regardless, we became friends. And as things went on, we got closer and closer. Eventually, it got to the point where we were really close. Believe it or not, befriending this one girl actually helped me to change my life. I completely did a 180, and within 2 years, I had all A's. I had quite a few friends, and I made her my girlfriend. Things could not have gotten better. And that was what our entire relationship was based off of. Things were amazing, and they continued to be amazing for 4 or 5 years. We ended up getting a small house in the country. We both got high-paying jobs, and things could not have gotten better. Sometimes I think back to when my life almost ended that night, imagining what would have happened if she wasn't there. I'd probably be dead. Now, there are a couple reasons, some of which are my fault, but the main reason was that she wasn't herself anymore. She used to be so happy and positive, and she always helped me to become a better person. But now she was this shell of a human being, and she wouldn't talk to me. She wouldn't tell me what was wrong. I don't know what happened to her, but something changed. That was when weird things started to happen, and I keep thinking back to how they all happened and realize I should have seen it coming, but I don't think anyone wanted to see it coming. I started finding dead animals around our property. Sometimes they would be horribly mutilated, and I didn't know what to think. A couple separate occasions I asked her about it, but she always seemed to brush it off. But one day, there was a dead dog, horribly mutilated, that was right in our front porch. When I asked her about it, she said she didn't notice it. Now, there was no way you didn't see this thing. It was right on the front porch, and I mean, she left for work that day. There was no fucking way she didn't see that thing. That was when I knew she was hiding something from me. I don't know what exactly she did, but I started to get suspicious that she was a serial killer or something. I mean, that's what serial killers do, right? I mean, they torture animals. I know it was weak of me, but I just bought her shitty excuse and I went on with my life. I know, looking back, I should have left her then and there, or called the police, or had her mentally evaluated or something, but I just didn't. By this time, we had been emotionally separated for 3 years. We still lived together, and occasionally we partook in romance, but it really wasn't anything special, and I know she felt the same way. It was around this time that I got friendly with a girl from a local bar. We became friends, and one thing led to another. I started pouring my heart out, and we ended up having sex, and honestly, it felt so good. It felt so good to feel like I was actually doing it with a real person and not some fucking robot. I did still feel guilty though. I betrayed my wife. I shouldn't have done that. If I really felt that disappointed with my wife, I should have just left her. But I stayed for all the wrong reasons. The next time I saw her, she could tell that I was feeling guilty, and surprisingly enough, she didn't seem to care. I confessed to her that I had cheated on her with a girl, and I said that it would never happen again, and that we needed to work on our marriage. She seemed fine, but looking back, she was anything but fine. We made an appointment to see a marriage counselor, and everything seemed to be fine after that. That was until one day I was watching the news, and I saw a woman who was brutally murdered, horribly disfigured. Everything about her body was burnt. It was the worst thing I had ever seen in my life. She was so disfigured and fucked up, and it was honestly disgusting. But I recognized her face. It was the girl from the bar. That was when I knew I had to get out. I started seeing more and more dead animals around the property, and one day I came home from work to see a dead bird, horribly cut up and disfigured, and I just turned around and I left. I went to my parents' house and I called my wife to let her know that I was leaving her and I was never coming back. That was probably the bravest thing I had ever done in my life. She sounded really weird on the phone. Not in the sense that she overreacted or anything. She barely reacted at all. Eventually, I found a small apartment in a nice secluded area, and I tried getting on with my life. A couple days ago, I noticed something. I noticed that there were dead animals showing up around where I lived. I knew it was her. I knew she was there. I'm really fucking scared, and I don't know what I'm gonna do next. By the time Kevin made his way down into the subway station, there was no one else there but a solitary old man sitting on a bench, using his cane to help him sit up straight. Kevin squinted at the schedule on the wall. From behind, he heard a grizzled voice say, "Whichever one you're waiting for, you're at the right station. They all stop here." Kevin turned around to see the old man watching him. "Even the A6?" he asked. "They all stop here," repeated the stranger, who appeared to be dressed far too warmly for the season. "I can't believe the A6 stops here this late on a Tuesday." "Young man, this station is a major transfer point, and I've been taking these trains for many years. Believe me when I tell you, all the trains stop here. As if in answer, the sound of an approaching train came from deep within the tunnel. It sounded like it was coming too fast to stop. In fact, it sounded like it was running faster than subways usually do. It was only a moment before it went rushing past. But that wasn't the shocking part. All the cars were jet black, but it didn't look like they were painted, just made that way. Every car was covered in the most indescribably horrific graffiti. Wild splashes of red paint decorated the windows. It was paint, wasn't it? The lighting inside was very dim. All the passengers were shadowy figures who stood unmoving. None of them were seated. Kevin couldn't make out any of their features, so why did he feel like they were watching him? What the hell was that? Kevin demanded, as the mysterious black train disappeared into the opposite tunnel. The old man hung his head, almost in shame. I'm sorry, I wasn't completely honest with you. There is actually one train that doesn't stop here. Only one. Where does it go? Pray you never find out. Kevin stood in stunned silence before the old man added, By the way, if you're taking the A6, you need to be on platform 3. Kevin could barely grasp the word thanks before walking quickly away. As he was leaving, he heard the man call after him. Also, he turned to see the man fixing him with a steely gaze that let Kevin know the stranger was about to give him the most important warning he would ever hear in his life. The next time you see that train, it will stop. Don't get on. In 2003, a photograph depicting a lost child began circulating on the internet. There was no detail on the child other than what was seen in the actual photo and could be found under the search parameters findme.jpg. The photo showed a smiling young girl, about 8 or 9 years old. The girl is seen standing alone in front of a swing set, wearing a purple dress with a white flower in her hair. Her name or where she was seen last were never mentioned. Circulating the internet through emails and pop-ups, the girl was seen by millions, but never found. 1 year to the day after the photo initially began its circulation, the image returned to the internet. Text on the photo stated, "Find me." But now the photo had changed. The swing set was battered, the paint rusting and chipping away, and the swing hanging by a single chain. The girl appeared older, and her smile had faded into a look of indifference, and the white flower in her hair began to wilt. The image reappeared the following year to the date, with further alterations. The swing set now was broken in half, the chains and seat on the ground. The girl was again older and now crying. Her flower now dead, and her dress dirty and torn. "Find me" was written in red text across the bottom of the photo. The third year the photo returned, the swing set was gone, and a strange man was standing in the distance, watching her. The girl was older. Her sadness turned into anger, and her dress was tattered rags. "Find me" was written in larger text on the photo. The fourth year showed the same girl, now a teenager with a strange man standing directly behind her, a camera in his hand. The girl had been beaten severely, her face bloodied and battered. She is now glaring with hollow eyes, her dress nothing more than bits of torn fabric. The text below then read, "Please, find me." The fifth year, the photo returned, but now the girl was dead. Her body posed upright with a white flower tucked in her hands. The text on the photo read, "Why didn't you find me?" The sixth year the photo circulated again. There was no one in the photo. It showed only the strange field where the broken swing set had once sat. The text below read simply, "I found you." Shortly thereafter, strange deaths began occurring. Each death revolved around a theme. The victims were always men, and each man had opened the file featuring the photo. The men were all found in the field with a white flower tucked in their hands. "I found you" was written across their faces in their own blood after they had been beaten to death. My name is Sophia Radcliffe, and I'm a retired social worker with the Ministry of Children and Family Development. I'm only writing this because I'm no longer working with the ministry and have no obligation to keep my personal experiences to myself. I will not use real names to protect the identity of the survivors. I have been given permission to share this story by my former client, Mrs. Sanderson, who is the only other person who knows the truth. In the winter of 2003, I was given a case that would be the deciding factor in entering my early retirement. I had been a social worker for 14 years by this point, and I honestly believed I had seen it all. But this case was interesting, to say the least. The 6-year-old girl that I was going to be working with had just been placed in the psychiatric ward of a nearby hospital, and I was to meet with her every week until she was considered well enough to be moved to a foster home. The following information is what I can share from her case file, news reports, and the research that followed. The girl's father was a lieutenant in the military and had been overseas when she was born, unaware of her existence until he came home to find his wife with a 2-year-old girl. Unfortunately, Lieutenant Alan Blake returned with severe post-traumatic stress disorder and had begun to suffer from paranoia, believing that his wife had cheated on him, and the girl wasn't even his own daughter. His wife, Catherine, tried everything she could think of to convince him, even going so far as to take the family to get a paternity test, but by then, the damage had been done. In his attempts to overlook his crumbling mental health, Alan took to heavy drinking and pushed himself away from his family, occasionally interacting with his wife, though he ignored the girl completely. According to their family doctor, Catherine regularly brought her daughter in for checkups, and he had suspected that she was being abused. However, with the mother saying everything was alright and having no proof that the bruises were anything other than playtime injuries, the doctors kept quiet and decided to simply keep an eye on them. I remember hearing the news story just a few nights before, on Christmas Eve, about a man who had attacked his wife and daughter with the knife they had used to carve the turkey. A neighbor reported that he had been watching for his brother and sister-in-law to come for dinner, and noticed that the power in the Blake home suddenly went out, and that the only source of light was from the fireplace in the living room. Wanting to be helpful, the neighbor headed over with a couple of flashlights and candles, but stopped when he saw a strange-looking man in a suit standing in the living room with Catherine, who was holding the poker to the fireplace, covered in blood. Horrified, he ran back to his home and called the police. When the police arrived at the scene, Alan was dead, having been beaten to death with the poker, and Catherine herself was bleeding out, with over 20 cuts on her body, screaming about a thin man that had broken into her home before she died of a sudden heart attack. The girl seemed to be unharmed, though highly disturbed by the events, and was brought to the hospital for further monitoring, just in case. 9 years passed, and the girl, named Kenna, had long been released and sent to all kinds of homes in an attempt to find a family that could help her with her unusual symptoms. She had been diagnosed with paranoia and schizophrenia, and was still unable to bear looking in the mirror for fear of seeing the figure that had haunted her since her parents' death. I remember one day when she told me that if she did look in the mirror long enough, she could hear him whispering to her, though when I asked what he was saying, she refused to say another word. It was on Kenna's 15th birthday that I told her I found a family that was willing to take her in and help her keep healthy. I had been visiting with them for weeks, scheduled and unscheduled, so that I could see them at their best as well as their worst, and was confident I had found a good fit. Mrs. Sanderson had a well-kept home, a 19-year-old daughter named Gwen, and 2 sons, Heath and Paul, aged 17 and 16 respectively. The family was fully prepared for her, adding another bed to Gwen's room and clearing the one side of posters and belongings so that Kenna could have her own space. To my pleasant surprise, they had even gone so far as to install small curtains over all the mirrors in the house so they could be easily covered when they were not in use, to minimize the chances of her having a breakdown. After her birthday lunch, I took Kenna to the Sandersons' place, made sure she had all her things, and reminded her to make sure she took her medication. We sat and talked with her new foster mother and siblings as it was Sunday afternoon and most of them were home. They all seemed to hit it off well, and I took my leave once Kenna told me she had unpacked. I told her I would continue visiting for a while until I knew for sure whether it's going to work or not, and that I would be in touch. After 4 months, I closed her file. Everyone makes mistakes, and after reading Kenna's diary that was recovered, I know just how wrong I was. These are just a few of the entries, though almost every day was disturbing to read. February 23rd, 2012. Dear Diary, I'm starting to think Miss Radcliffe made a mistake when she left me here. Mrs. Sanderson is okay, I guess, but Heath and Paul are horrible, and I'm not even sure Gwen is human. How can someone be such a nightmare? She wouldn't stop complaining that she had to cover her mirror with ugly curtains, and she's refusing to leave it covered. It points right at my bed, and I saw him again, hovering over me, watching me with his empty face. I screamed. I couldn't help it. All she did was call her brothers in so they could all laugh at me. I hate them. I'm just glad they haven't found you. Love, Kenna. March 17th, 2012. Dear Diary, while Mrs. Sanderson was out today, Heath and Paul jumped out at me, dressed like what they think the Thin Man looks like. I shouldn't have told them anything. Gwen thought it was hilarious, of course, and took it one step further. She told them to hold me down while she sat on me. She's really heavy, and made me look in her handheld mirror for 10 whole minutes before they got bored and wandered off. He's getting closer. I wonder what's going to happen if he catches me. I don't know, but at this rate, it'll probably be better than staying here. Love, Kenna. April 30th, 2012. Dear Diary, I had that dream again about the night my parents died. And when I first saw the Thin Man, I was looking at the ornaments on the tree, the pretty red ones that were my favorite, and I saw Daddy standing there with a knife, looking at Mom, the Thin Man standing behind him, saying something in his ear. I can see Mom grab the poker and force it through Daddy's head, and keep beating him until there was only chunks left. She told me it would be okay, that it wouldn't hurt anymore. I think that's when she saw the Thin Man, watching her with those long black wisps coming off his back and picking up the knife. I saw him cut her up, but I couldn't turn around. I could only see it through the reflection in the ornament. That's when the police show up and take me to their car, where I stay sitting by myself until the big black bags Mom and Daddy are in come out on the stretchers. In the dream, I'm looking through the rearview mirror, and the Thin Man is looking back. Why won't that dream stop? I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm going to go downstairs and get some water. Good night. Love, Kenna. May 3rd, 2012. Dear Diary, it's been 3 days since Mrs. Sanderson said I'm doing well enough that she thinks it's time to take the curtains down. There must be a mirror in every room now, and whenever I walk by I can see him. I've been trying to cover them back up, but whenever I get close enough, I see him waiting for me. I'm scared that if I don't cover them up, he'll find me. I'm gonna go try again. Wish me luck. Love, Kenna. May 4th, 2012. Dear Diary, I hate them. I hate them all. If Mrs. Sanderson didn't get rid of those stupid curtains, that wouldn't have happened. Yesterday, Gwen said she was sorry, and that she was only mad that she had to share her room. She told Heath and Paul to help her get rid of the mirrors. They went to all the rooms and pulled them all down so I didn't have to, and put them in the basement. My medication makes me a really heavy sleeper, and I guess she noticed, because I woke up to find the room covered with all the mirrors in the house. They even put one on the back of the door so I couldn't come out. They were everywhere. Everywhere. He doesn't have eyes, but I know he was looking at me. He was looking and coming closer, and he was right in front of me. I could hear him, just like I did before. But he's wrong. I couldn't do anything like that. I'm not like my parents. When Mrs. Sanderson came home, she heard me screaming and I got in trouble. She yelled at me. She hit me. She told me I was being childish and needed to grow up and stop pretending there was a monster in the mirror. I hate them. But I can't do it. I can't. I can't. I'm not like that. I can't. I'm not like my parents. I'm not. I can't. Why won't it stop? I think I need a nap or something. Kenna. June 19th, 2012. Don't look. He's coming. Don't look. He's coming. Don't look. He's coming. July 31st, 2012. I'm in the hospital, so tired. I don't remember what happened, but I think I heard Gwen. Everyone's mad at me. I need to tell the nurse to cover the mirror. Why hasn't anyone covered the mirror? Why is he standing there? He isn't coming for me, but he's laughing. I think he's pleased that I hurt her, or amused. The doctor prescribed a higher dose. I need sleep. August 4th, 2012. She's moving out. Gwen is going to college now, and she's finally moving out at the end of the month, so she can stay with her best friend while they're going to school. I wish I could enjoy it more, but the meds have been really harsh lately. I'm always tired, and I keep on blacking out. I think I've been sleepwalking too, because sometimes I wake up with grass and stuff on my feet. Maybe with Gwen gone, things will get better, but I doubt it. I just hope she doesn't pull another stunt to make up for leaving. September 13th, 2012. He's here. I can't see him, but he can see me. He's never leaving, and I know he's here for me. He won't leave. He can't leave. He won't leave. Please, don't leave me. He isn't leaving. It's just him and me. Just me and him. He's always been there. The only one that's ever been there. Kenna had a fondness for writing in purple ink, her writing neat and tiny with little circles to dot the I's. It was a normal girl's diary, except that no one saw her as a normal girl. Her classmates saw her as the crazy girl who saw weird things and screamed at her own reflection. The girl with no real family or friends, except maybe me, but I left her. While the whole diary itself was difficult for me to read, it was the last entry that I found most unnerving. Spread across 2 pages, and so far as the police have told me, written in the blood of her own foster family. October 26th, 2012. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday, dear Kenna. It's just what I've always wanted. Mrs. Sanderson was the only survivor, having been found in critical condition on the kitchen floor. She was interviewed as soon as she was stable, and had the ability to talk about what happened. The following is the conversation between Mrs. Sanderson and Constable Wilder about the events of October 26th. I was making a special dinner because my Gwen was coming home for the weekend, and I wanted her to feel like she never left. Heath and Paul were upstairs playing their video games, and Kenna was in the living room doing some cleaning to get ready. I kept hearing her talking to herself. Well, I should say, I heard her talking to the mirror. I'm sorry, I thought you said she was afraid of mirrors. She was. For most of the time, she was with us. But she had a turnaround after a recent hospital stay. She seemed to find comfort in the mirrors after that, and carried a compact mirror around with her wherever she went. Her teachers were concerned because she had started talking to it at school. What kind of things did she talk about? It varied, actually. She would sometimes tell it to be quiet, get into an argument, or sometimes she would whisper to it about not wanting to hurt or not wanting to hurt someone. Didn't you think to inform her doctor? The doctor said that her confronting the mirror was an improvement and didn't seem overly disturbed by anything. He just told us that increasing the medication a little would keep her calm and she would get over everything.
I see. Please continue.
Right, well, I was chopping the vegetables. I heard Kenna scream and a loud crash from the other room. When I went to find out what had happened, I saw her sitting on the floor with pieces of my grandmother's antique mirror all over the place. She had a few shards caught in her hair and sticking out of the skin on her face and arms. There were also some minor cuts on her clothes, but jeans are pretty hardy, and that black turtleneck of hers is fairly thick, so I imagine the pieces just got stuck. Anyways, the mirror looked like it had exploded somehow.
Any ideas on what could have happened? Did Kenna say anything about it?
No, not about the mirror. All she said was that she heard something buzzing, and it wasn't stopping. But I couldn't hear anything. I thought it might have been a result of some head trauma because of the mirror, so I just took her to the kitchen where I could keep an eye on her and call the ambulance.
Alright, what happened next?
She dropped the glass and started crying, clutching at her head in pain, covering her ears and screaming for it to stop. I thought I'd take the chance to get the glass away from her, but the screaming got worse and she snatched it from me. I think that's when she attacked me. You aren't sure? It's mostly a blur after that point, to be honest. There was so much pain that I wasn't really taking it all in. I know she stabs me 36 times, from what the doctor told me when I woke up. Anyways, that's when.
Take your time, Mrs. Sanderson. I'm in no hurry. Would you like another glass of water?
Heath and Paul came into the kitchen to find out what was going on with Kenna. They were very fond of her. Must have been worried.
From the evidence we've uncovered, it seems as though the boys were contributing factors to her breakdown. Were you aware that they were bullying her? Are you going to trust what some lunatic wrote in some book over my boys who aren't here to defend themselves? The evidence?
They were good boys. Do you want to know what happened or not?
Yes, ma'am. Please, continue.
As I was saying, my boys came to check on their dear foster sister. I remember her screeching like a banshee when she attacked Heath, and she stabbed him between the eyes. And then she went after Paul. Talking about the deaths of her children was understandably too much for the poor woman to handle. Mrs. Sanderson unfortunately never recovered from the incident, having suffered severe nerve damage, and is unable to perform basic tasks without difficulty. She's currently living in an undisclosed location with a live-in caregiver, and is undergoing intensive therapy sessions concerning her fear of the thin man and the fractured girl she had taken into her home. The rest of the Sanderson family was butchered. Heath Sanderson died instantly when the mirror fragment pierced his brain, and a large chunk broke off in his head. Paul was found in the living room, almost to the front door, and police believe he had been stabbed repeatedly in the back with a kitchen knife. By the blood on the floor, it seems he survived long enough to pull himself the rest of the way to the front door, but was unable to reach the knob. Finally, there was Gwen Sanderson, found upstairs in her old bedroom, halfway under her bed, as though she had been dragged out from under it. She'd been cut and mutilated with 13 pieces of the mirror jabbed all over her body, including 2 almost identical pieces lodged in the girl's eyes. Her face was frozen in sheer terror, her mouth stretched open in a silent scream as her hands clutched at her scratched cheeks, bits of skin under her nails. The autopsy revealed that she had actually died of a heart attack, and the investigators believed the mutilation had happened afterwards for the thrill of revenge. The case file for Kenna Blake was the most earth-shattering I had ever encountered as a social worker. It's an emotional job, full of turmoil and heartache, but isn't without its rewards when things go well. However, when things go wrong, it can be fatal. I will never forgive myself for what happened to that poor girl and to the family I placed her with. Kenna Blake, that fracture of a girl, has never been found. I work at the local graveyard and also do some stuff in other crypts around the capital region. I pick up my shovel at any ungodly hour of the night, every night, strap on my overalls, and head out to do the unpleasant stuff no one else wants to do. At the time, no one wants to be awake, no less. My education isn't great. My mom said you don't have to be book smart to make it in the world, and these days, I found she's right. My paycheck is so-so, and although I live in a dump of an apartment in downtown, I get as many channels as I want, and I make enough to not need to cook. But you know, the work has its own expenses. Cost of equipment, clothes, etc. I won't bore you with the specifics. I heaved the first mound of earth onto the new coffin, stopped, and took a minute to wipe my forehead with a dirty handkerchief. An hour, maybe 2, it had taken me to dig the grave and lower the honey-colored wooden box into the dark hole. Not a cheap one. I figured at least a couple grand worth. I thought of taking a break, decided against it, heaved another couple shovels of dirt into it. We all need to be good at something, and it seems like I'm fine at this. Like I said, it's work that a lot of people would just rather leave to someone else. I'm just a natural. A few minutes later, amidst my thoughts of the break to come and what I'd have for lunch, it started to wriggle around. I cursed. The tattooed woman lying atop the coffin, mostly alive but bound at the wrists and ankles and dazed from horse tranquilizers, stared at me like a deer caught in headlights. She was stripped down to her undergarments, probably cold. I tried to calm her down, but it just wasn't working out. She'd already started to make these irritating frantic wheezes, trying to scream, too stoned on tranks to do it right. Then, the woman started to flop around like a fish belly up out of water, and the wheezing got louder. Getting a little more coherent now, starting to sound like cries for help. Getting risky. I stalked over, muttered an empty apology, and stuffed the soiled handkerchief in her mouth. She tried to scream, but the sound was muffled to a whisper, and eventually she got too tired to go on. After a few minutes, she stopped struggling altogether and just stared up at me with wide, moist eyes as I buried her alive. I tried not to look right at her, and after a time, I took out a sheet of paper and crossed her name off the list. Like I said, it's the work no one else wants to do. This is my high school creep story. So to begin, I'm a female and average height. I did track and swimming, so I was below average weight. I was skinny and had not a lot of muscle, surprisingly, since I did sports. I was a freshman, and ninth grade was exciting. I had a few friends, but mostly focused on school. I was in advanced math and language art classes. There was a boy named Josh. He was in every one of my classes except for my math class. I didn't talk or interact with him a lot. I got weird vibes from him, but I decided that I was being weird. My friends told me that Josh always asked about me, what I liked, who I liked, pretty much everything about me. I thought it was a prank. After about a month of asking about me, he started talking to me. The first conversation was awkward.
You're Jessica Smith, right?
He would ask my name, pretending he didn't know. I would nod and go back to organizing my locker. He kept talking to me.
Would you like to come with me and my friends after school?
No thanks. I didn't know him.
Why?
He asked. I have a lot of homework. I made an excuse. He asked this every day. His friends would come up to me and say that we would make a good couple. I would tell them I was not interested and ask them to leave me alone. They joked I was in denial. Jerks. That's apparently what they told Josh. He came up to my face again.
I heard you liked me. Funny rumors, right?
Yes, very funny, because it's just rumors. I would make sure he heard every word I was saying.
I also heard you were in denial. You shouldn't ignore your feelings.
Josh grinned. I really wanted to punch him in the face. He has been bothering me for a long time. I decided to be nice. Look, I'm concentrating on school and I want to go to college, so I'm not trying to date anyone. Your friends are confused, but I don't like you that way. He walked away and glared at me. The next day he didn't show up to school. He didn't show up the next week, claiming he was sick. When he came back, I guess he expected me to talk to him. He would follow me around, but I wouldn't say anything. We had most of the same classes. I went into my math class and Josh almost followed me inside. That's how I found out he was trying to stalk me. He talked to my friends more, saying we were dating. I would tell them he was lying, and thankfully my friends believed me. Someone stole my schedule, then Josh knew exactly where I was. I would take frequent bathroom breaks in between classes just to stay away from him. He told my friends he was just trying to use reverse psychology on me to make me like him, like not showing up to school to make me miss him, or being a jerk since in his mind, girls like jerks. He always makes jokes about me. He would joke about my ethnicity or how I apparently had chicken legs. He said that Chinese people ate dogs and cats. I'm Chinese, by the way. I told him to stop being mean. Then he confessed that he was just trying to be cool. I told him to leave me alone. He followed me even after that. He signed up for the clubs I was in, stole my personal items, stalked me, talked about me, and tried to get the same schedule as me. I couldn't prove he was the one who stole my things, so the principal couldn't do anything. He tried to get on the bus with me. He told everyone we were dating and in a great relationship. I told everyone that we weren't. He convinced my language arts teacher to let us be partners. He just stared at me while I did most of the work that he copied off of. I was obsessed with good grades. I couldn't take it anymore, so I told the school counselor. She talked to Josh and his parents. He told me he was sorry and asked if we could be friends. He told my school counselor before, and she talked to me, so I was basically forced into this friendship. I had a birthday party which wasn't really a party. I would just hang out with one of my friends and eat cake and open presents. I chose Chris. We lived in the same neighborhood. We were good friends. I texted him when the party was, and somehow Josh found out. He showed up at my doorstep. I was freaking out. My mom answered the door telling Josh that I was somewhere else with my friend. I know, it was mean, but I was scared of him. He got angry with me at school and tried to hit me. His parents talked to the principal, and Josh could stay in the school but had to switch classes and stay away from me. I know I'm not supposed to talk about this, but I just can't keep quiet. I need to tell someone about what happened to me and my fellow airmen back in early 2014. I was stationed at Kadena Air Force Base in Okinawa, Japan, and Uncle Sam had blessed us with the PA Poseidon, a modified Boeing 737 that the US Navy turned into a top-of-the-line surveillance plane. It was relatively new to the region, and nothing felt better than knowing that you were in the latest and greatest submarine patrol aircraft on the face of the earth. It was loaded with tons of fun toys at our disposal to remind the People's Republic that we don't take kindly to it bullying our allies. We had torpedoes, depth charges, slammer missiles, harpoon anti-ship missiles, and surveillance equipment so powerful we felt like we were on first-name basis with half the staff at the PLAAF airbase on the Paracel Islands after only a couple of ops. It was like being the rich kid on the block, the one whose parents didn't just buy him a new bike, but instead went all out and bought him a Ducati. We had done some pretty standard flights in the first few months. Fly around the islands off Okinawa, maybe a patrol or two about 100 miles off the coast of mainland China, doing little more than dropping sonobuoys and intercepting a radio transmission or two that were nothing of note. Then word came down that we were to do a relatively close flyby of Hainan Island, following pretty much the same route that a Navy EP-3 flew during the infamous Hainan Island incident. Our briefing was pretty bare bones, but suffice to say, we were supposed to investigate a mysterious signal another patrol had encountered the day before, originating from somewhere in the ocean near Hainan. This route would give us 70 miles separation from Hainan's coastline and keep us 100 miles away from the PLAAF installation on the Paracel Islands. There was a little animosity amongst the crew, but bravado and rough humor diffused the situation pretty quickly. I recall our co-pilot suggesting that his life would be easier if he just deserted, went native, and took one of the local girls as his wife. My friendly reminder that he didn't speak a word of Japanese didn't stop him from informing me that I was welcome to fornicate with any local livestock I could find. Happy or not, we soon found ourselves loaded up on our Poseidon and heading along the same path that EP-3 took on that fateful day back in 2001. The trip to Hainan itself was quite boring, which was fine by me. We had been in the air for a little over 7 hours doing our regular business when we could see the coast of Hainan off in the distance. The trip had pretty much just consisted of scanning the radar to see civilian aircraft moving along their pathways, as was expected. When we reached the target area, we dropped 200 feet to drop sonobuoys and let the sensors do their thing, scanning the waters beneath us. 10 minutes crept by with not so much as a peep from my instrumental panel. Just as I was beginning to feel more relaxed, one of my sensors pinged a contact about 90 feet beneath the waves. The contact didn't fit the characteristics of any submarine I knew of, and it's my job to recognize the sonar signatures of submarines. For one, it was moving way more than what is expected of a submarine. The network of sonobuoys we had deployed picked up something clipping along at an unbelievable 300 knots. I did a double take. There's no nation in the world that has a sub that can go that fast. The Russians had one back in the Cold War that could maybe go 45 knots, but that was just ludicrous. It was weaving back and forth in a serpentine pattern so fast that it was jumping across the display. It was moving so fast that our systems couldn't even track it in real time. On top of all this, the signature was very faint. If we hadn't had top-of-the-line sensors on board, I doubt we would have been able to pick up the contact at all. There were two possibilities to explain the faint signature. Possibility A: the contact had some sort of a stealth capability that was doing the damnedest to fool our sensors. Possibility B: the contact was very small, maybe just a bit longer than the short bus the Marine grunts take to work in the morning. I was mulling this over in my head when the contact disappeared from my screen. 3 of the Sonoboys had stopped sending information, and as I reached for my comms, a 4th one went dark as well. Not good. I radioed the pilot and told him what I'd seen, asking that we double back to see if we could re-establish contact. He was happy to oblige. Pride runs deep in the Marine Patrol community, and you do not want to be known as the crew who lost a sub. We set a heading for the last known position and ready to drop more boys. As we neared the spot where contact was lost, my air radar let out a gentle beep, signifying the entrance of a new bogey in our airspace. I hunched over the display, watching as the blip careened from side to side in our direction while maintaining the same 300 knot velocity. It was so unexpected that I found myself unable to look away as the contact carried out maneuvers at an impossible 15 feet above the surface of the sea. Weird approach or not, this was an undeniable intercept course with our plane, and we would be close enough to shake hands in moments unless one of us changed course. The contact disappeared from display, snapping me out of my temporarily stupefied state. I quickly notified the pilot that we had company, about 45 seconds out. He acknowledged, but informed me that the skies were clear as far as he could see. The notion of equipment malfunction began to creep into my mind when the blip appeared once more. This time, it was at 200 feet, our exact operating altitude. It had made a huge distance gain on us in a short period of time. I heard the pilot scream in surprise before my whole world turned into a sudden whirlwind of turbulence. Without warning, the laws of physics decided that everything not bolted down needed to be in another part of the plane right now. Unfortunately, I was one of those objects. Our PA pulled up and banged starboard, sending me tumbling out of my chair and rolling towards the aft of the plane. I had taken off my safety harness when I visited the chem pot about 2 hours prior and had simply forgotten to put it back on. Yeah, I know it's regulation to be strapped in, and shame on me for not being by the book. Buckle yourself or go fuckle yourself, one of my instructors used to say. I was most definitely being fuckled right now. Engine 1 is out, the pilot yelled over the comms. I go back to my feet about 2 stations away from where I started. 3 meters doesn't seem like a long distance until you're ragdolled that distance with a sudden stop 5 seconds later. Another crew member offered an outstretched hand to help me stabilize, and I gratefully took it and started to make my way back to my seat. Bandits making another pass. Brace! The plane shuddered as it bit into a hard turn, stalling my attempt to return to my post. I was about to try and inch my way back to the safety of my seat when the whole station was torn apart from my eyes. When the whole station was torn apart before my eyes. Bullets ripped through the fuselage, sending fragments of metal and plastic flying in all directions. I dropped to the ground, covering my head with my arms, as a shower of sparks and debris rained all around me. It was over in seconds. Well, by over, I mean I wasn't getting shot at anymore. We still were in full-on evasive maneuvers, and I needed to find somewhere to bunker down before I got tossed again. I located a fortunately placed grab handle I could brace myself against. Feeling a little more in control of my destiny, I looked around to get my bearings. I was at the midship emergency exit hatch, just over the port side wing. There was a porthole window on this door. You know, the little window you're supposed to look through to make sure you aren't escaping into a fire? And it was giving me the most unsettling view of the attack I could imagine. He's back. Look out. I didn't need the warning. I could see our assailant clear as day through my window. I was stunned to see that it was an old prop-powered fighter plane. It was a dark green color with a large red circle just behind the cockpit on the fuselage. I'm no historian, but I know a World War II Japanese plane when I see one. Growing up, I had quite the fascination with these old planes, but now, my childhood dreams had manifested themselves as a lethal nightmare. The fighter came at us in an obtuse angle attack run, catching up to our bird with little effort, most likely facilitated by us only being powered by one engine now. I could recognize the type of plane at this point. It was a Mitsubishi A5M carrier-based fighter. Just like the model one I used to have hanging from a fishing line in my childhood bedroom. Twin flashes pulsated along its underbelly as it let loose with a machine gun, armament peppering our tail section and rudder. Controls are down, boys. This isn't good. Like a vulture sweeping in on carrion, the Proto-Zero performed a lazy gliding turn and set course to intersect with us once more. Shockingly, the expected kill shot didn't come. Instead, I saw the fighter pull up alongside us and match our speed like you see in old World War movies, where a pilot pulls up in his defeated foe to look him in the eye and decide his fate. But nothing about this felt like an honorable aerial duel of yore. When the plane reached its mark alongside our bird, I was able to get a look at it. Well, the seemingly empty space where there was supposed to be a pilot. A faint blue glow was emanating from within while shadows danced across the glass panes of the canopy. I was completely transfixed, mesmerized as a child would be by fireworks. Then I saw the hand. Amidst the playful light, a hand clawed at the bullet-resistant glass as though something within was attempting to break out. The owner of the hand made an appearance soon after. It was a young man, no older than 20, rising up from the cramped pilot's compartment and blearily looking around as if he wasn't entirely sure where he was. Finally, he looked right in my direction, his face a twisted mask of pain and sorrow, but overlaid with a hint of surprise, as though he just realized he was attacking another plane. His hand snapped to attention, grabbing at what must have been where the flight controls were located. He frantically pulled at them, throwing the full weight of his body against the controls, but to no avail. He turned to me, and I could see him yelling, his mouth agape while his breath left patches of fog against the canopy. He banged against the glass for about 20 seconds in a vain attempt to free himself from his high-speed prison. Sobbing, he stopped and stared into my eyes. He began to write something on the fogged glass, but I could hardly make it out. I thought I knew what it said, but before I could be positive, the plane veered sharply away. I watched him leave with dread. This wasn't the type of turn you would typically see when a pilot was breaking off engagement. This was one of those hard turns, aggressive and mean and full of flight. The fighter was going to make another pass while we sailed along with one engine and a badly damaged rudder. Sitting duck always sounds like a fun expression, until you are the sitting duck. Worse still is knowing that you are a sitting duck leading up to a kill shot. Second after excruciating second slide by while you wait for the inevitable. He's coming in for the kill, and he's brought a friend. That made my stomach turn. 2 of them? Looks like we're sailing the Poo-Poo River without a boat, let alone a paddle. There was no way we could. I stuck by my window, and sure enough, the A5M entered into a visual range before long. His friend wasn't an A5M at all. In fact, it was a Corsair, another old fighter, but one that had been used by American carriers. Apparently, the years hadn't cooled things between them as they danced before me, guns blazing away. Their dogfight took them all over the place. One erratic turn would send them racing in our direction, while another would push them further away. I took a good look at the Corsair as it made a pass. It had the same blue light coming from it as the first fighter did. Something gnawing at the back of my mind told me that if I were to see a pilot inside the American plane, he wouldn't be any happier than the Japanese one was. They were both prisoners to the bloodthirsty spirits that had taken up residence inside their warbirds. The dogfight continued to ebb and flow both towards us and away, but there was a gradual trend of them getting further and further away. After about 5 minutes, they were just specks on the horizon. You could lose them from sight every now and then before making out the flash of machine gun fire and locating them again. As for us, we limped back to our base in Okinawa. The whole crew was pretty shaken up, and it was quite the treat to explain to our superiors how a World War II aircraft flown by a blue light knocked the crap out of us over the South China Sea. But that was all okay, because we were rescued by another World War II aircraft flown by the same blue light. The whole crew was sent for one-on-one debriefings, and even the ground crew we interacted with were brought in to make sure they knew what did and did not happen. Nothing happened as far as the Navy was concerned. We were sworn to secrecy and reminded about how the government could find very, very deep, dark holes to dispose of annoying people. I just can't stop thinking of that young pilot's face though. I still have nightmares about what happened, but in my dreams, I can make out what that Japanese pilot was writing on the cockpit's glass. It says, "Forgive me." He's begging for forgiveness so he can be released from his living hell. Deep down, I know that those two pilots may never find peace, and they're still out there, fighting and suffering. I'm glad you were able to return. Most would have walked away, chuckling to themselves at the notions I shared with you last time. It takes a special kind of obsession to ask questions and return, inquisitive and demanding. Well, if you want more answers, this old man is going to need more liberation. After all, in this world, everything has a price, including this conversation. I want your full birth name. Last time. That was advertising. You want my story? I want your name. What I intend to do with it is none of your business. Thank you. Now to your first question. Who am I? I apologize that introductions were overshadowed previously. My name is of little consequence. I'm a former trader of the market. I have distant memories of being alive during this first civilization, where I traded to all. I was unscrupulous. I would gouge hard and tear the shirts from their backs if I could. I took more than I gave, and eventually, I was noticed. One evening, as I was closing up, I was visited by a blind old woman. She offered to purchase some food and extended a hand holding currency far greater than the value of what she was buying. I didn't even hesitate. I swiped the cash and gave her some rotten fruit. She thanked me and left. I finished closing the stall and took out the coins. Though I did not recognize the markings, gold was gold. It warmed in my hand, burning hotter. But when I went to fling it away, it remained stuck to my palm. The heat intensified until I started to scream, shout, beg, and reason with the coin. The golden disc started to melt, and rivulets of molten gold burned up my arm, scoring channels as they beat a path to my face. It poured into my orifices, mouth, nose, ears, and finally eyes. My mind burned, and I knew nothing else. Time passed, though I couldn't tell you how long. I don't know if I was in hell, but if I wasn't, the underworld has some competition. Eventually, pain abated, and my mind was capable of cohesive thought. I was now within the market. Looking around, I saw the other stalls, and the people manning them. A young woman approached me and helped me to my feet. She told me how the first few minutes can be disorienting, and then she told me where I was. Now, like any reasonable individual, I took her words at face value. I laughed and said face and spun around searching for the exit. There was none. Turning back, I asked how to get out. She had gone silent. She was staring over my shoulder. Looking around there was... I'm sorry, I have difficulty with this part. You see, I can tell you what he looked like, but I don't think that was what I was seeing. He was tall, far taller than any other in the market. He had long, stiff robes that gave him a pyramidal quality, raising to a tightly bound collar. I think he was wearing a mask. I hope he was wearing a mask. My eyes wouldn't let me focus on his face, and sought the ground in self-defense. He addressed me.
Strong heart, quick mind, sharp eyes.
I could feel his gaze move across my body.
Some stomach ulcers, early stages of arthritis, a broken leg at a young age.
His voice was refined, educated, and filled with disdain.
You will make a fine addition to the market. Now get to work. You have a quota to keep.
The entity turned and swept away, disappearing into the deep shadows. I panicked and spun back to the young woman demanding answers. I begged and offered, but she would only repeat the motto of the market. I heard this time and time again over the centuries, and after a while, I found myself saying it, and truly believing it. Ministerium est redemptio. It was years before I understood the meaning. Service is redemption. I asked who the entity was. She shrugged. They didn't know, but they all referred to him as the accountant. He was the one to appease here. She told stories of traders who had not made their quotas and were required to fill demand from their own bodies. In the flesh market, one way or another, you didn't stay below quota for long, and this, my mind focused with single intent. I had a solution now. I would serve the market and earn my redemption. But life is rarely that simple. How did I leave? I'm not ready to tell the story just yet. Let's just say there are some costs that are far greater than the skin off your back. But I understand you had questions pertaining to last time. It's understandable. You want to play the game. You want to know all the rules. Now, there are trades that can be made, even with organs that we ourselves consider useless. The appendix, the organ that fell from grace. Having this little obstruction torn from you will result in a change in the way in which your body sustains itself. You will be able to survive on nothing but raw meat. You will not require water, vegetables, nutrients of any kind. This may sound barbaric to us evolved folks, but understand that society is transitional, and we can always be assured where our next meal is coming from. In recent years, humanity has advanced in medicinal sciences to the levels where they can actually place the organs of another within someone. To us in the market, this was astounding, and we had no concept of how this would impact on our commerce. It was not pleasant. One individual was noted repeatedly returning to the market. His torso was riddled with scars, and we realized that he was trading some of the less necessary organs and had made preparations to replace outside. It was after the removal of his bladder for the 4th time. The trade gives you the ability to survive without the need of water for 3 lunar months. The fool had been using it as a demonstration of his skills, and was fast becoming a celebrity as some form of holy man. As he offered his bladder again, the accountant exploded out of the shadows. He swept towards the man and wrenched him to the ground and leaned in close, screaming into his face. His laughter echoed as the poor man was dragged into the shadows. A couple of days later, one of the other traders pointed out that a corner portion of the robe now seemed to a number of scars burned into it. So, yeah, don't do that. Threats of violence. You think that you could rob the market like some convenience store? Do you really think that you are the first to think of that? As long as we fall under his ownership, we are protected. Violence yields no wounds on us. But I assure that is not a two-way street. Intimidation is pointless, as it is far more so. What else? Some people sometimes get their traits confused. For instance, there has always been some issues between offering your ears and offering your heart. Giving up your ears will result in the traitor clamping their hands down on the sides of your head. You might want to tense up at this point, because I hear the next one stings a bit. The end result is a sense of balance that would make a mountain goat jealous. Not just physical, but mentally as well. You will be at peace with yourself, and in full control at all times. Sacrificing your hearing, however, will give you knowledge over all current languages. This does beg the question, is it better to be heard than to listen? On this note, I feel we have to draw this to a close. Time has been called, and I have other places to be. You okay there, friend? You seem a little confused, having trouble remembering who you are. You wanted the story, so you had to pay the price. You gave me your name. It's mine now. Now run along. You have others to be telling of the market. I've watched a multitude of gaming YouTubers over the years, but my favorite is Leafy is here, by far. We totally had the same sense of humor, and the people he would pick to make video responses to were some of the craziest people online. Plus, we shared the same name, Calvin. Anyway, one night before bed, I was sitting at my computer. I wanted to watch something before I went to sleep, but I knew that if I started watching Netflix, it would be another Breaking Bad marathon. It was already 2:58 a.m. I decided to check my subscription box to see if any of my favorite YouTubers uploaded anything. I figured one YouTube video would be enough to suffice my entertainment-seeking appetite. I scrolled through and didn't see a single video that piqued my interest. Oh well, I thought, I guess I'll just go to bed. Then, out of nowhere, I felt the urge to refresh the page to see if anyone just so happened to upload something. People seldom upload at 3 a.m., but it was worth a try. I clicked F5 on my keyboard. It took a few seconds for the page to load, but when it did, I was completely shocked. Someone had uploaded, and I'm sure you can guess who it was. I clicked on the video entitled Cringiest Cat Lady on the Internet. Classic Leafy title there. The thumbnail showed a woman lying underneath a pile of cats. It was a 15-minute video, and I just knew it was going to be amazing. Being how early I was, I decided to try and get the first comment. I know I'm a nerd, but it's something we all do, okay? As I scrolled down, my excitement quickly turned to disappointment when I noticed that there were already quite a few people who commented. Sheesh, the video had not been out 30 entire seconds, and there were already over 100 comments. I began reading the comments out of curiosity when I noticed something a bit off. Each comment said exactly the same thing. I see you, Kelvy. I thought this was strange for two reasons. For one, when people call Leafy by his real name, they normally just say Calvin. Secondly, Calvy was what my mom called me, ever since I was a child. I brushed it off as a coincidence and told myself it must have been an inside joke from Twitter or something. I don't keep up with YouTubers anywhere that isn't YouTube. I'm still a bit weirded out that all these people commented the same exact thing. I decided to just watch the video. The video began like every other. There was some CSGO surfing gameplay in the background, and Leafy was talking about how crazy some cat ladies can be. He did his line before he showed the video, and the screen went black. It lasted a while. No sound, no picture, nothing. I thought this was pretty strange. Out of all the videos from him that I've watched, I've never seen him include a part where nothing happened for this long. Only 15 more seconds passed before I reached my hand over to my mouse to click to a later part of the video. Before my hand got to the mouse, I heard something strange. It sounded like a cat being skinned alive in the next room. Then, a woman's silhouette appeared on screen. She didn't move into frame. It was like she just teleported there. She stared directly at me for what seemed like an eternity. Her eyes penetrated my calm state of mind and made me feel terrified. My heart was racing, wondering what would happen next. When it happened, the camera slowly panned into her mouth as she said 4 words that chilled me to my bone.
"I see you, Calvi."
I screamed and X'd out the video. What on earth did I just witness? I thought to myself. My mother rushed into my room to make sure everything was alright. I calmed down and realized this must have been an elaborate prank of some kind. I apologized to my mom, and she went back into her room. I opened up my web browser and went back to YouTube. To my surprise, the video was gone. I searched everywhere online, and it seemed as if nobody else had ever heard of the video. I still watch Leafy's channel, but every time I click on his videos, part of me is worried that I'm going to see that crazy cat lady again. My dog is dead, my wife can't sleep, and that's just the beginning. I'm freaking out. I want to protect my family, but I don't think I can. You'll need some background information to understand my situation. Bear with me, okay? I was born and raised in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which you probably know as the LDS or Mormon Church. Obviously, I'm no longer a member, so my view of the religion is pretty negative. But I'll try and keep this as unbiased as possible. The first thing you need to understand about Mormons is that they take leaving the church or apostasy very seriously. Many families, mine included, grieve over apostate loved ones as though they were worse than dead. Apostasy is considered to be a terrible sin, on par with rape and murder. Because of this, Mormons don't think there is any good reason to leave the fold. If someone does leave, it's typically assumed in church circles that they fell away because A, they wanted to sin, B, they were lazy, C, somebody in church offended them, or D, they fell victim to the traps of Satan. In my experience, people rarely leave for any of these reasons. In fact, the vast majority of ex-Mormons I've encountered leave because they simply don't believe the church's teachings are true. See, Mormonism claims to be the very church that Jesus himself formed 2,000 years ago, which was lost because of the world's wickedness, but then brought back through a guy named Joseph Smith in the early 1800s. This means that to a Mormon, and the LDS Church is actually the one true church on earth, and the president of the church, Smith, and his successors are prophets. They're pretty bold claims, but if you don't believe them, there's really nothing to stick around for. Mormons, like members of most other religions, are supremely confident in their beliefs. Whenever a Mormon gets a positive emotional response while reading a sacred text, or praying, or attending various worship services, they view that as the Holy Ghost witnessing them that their church is true. The church also teaches that Satan wants to destroy God's work, and as such, it fosters in its members a profound paranoia of anti-Mormon literature. It's a vicious cycle. The more a member knows the church is true, the more reluctant they are to read anything against the church. I was indoctrinated into the belief system, and I admit that I bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. After graduating high school, I dedicated 2 years of my life to serving a mission for the church. Near the end of my mission, I was told by a trusted source that Joseph Smith had married girls as young as 14, even threatening them with damnation if they refused. I knew that Joseph had practiced polygamy under God's command, but I was unable to believe that my revered prophet could have engaged in such predatory behavior. In an effort to prove my source wrong, I did what my church had always warned me not to do: search the internet. That was when the phone calls started. See, while searching, I discovered that Smith had indeed married 14-year-old girls. Not only that, but he often married other men's wives, sometimes even sending the husbands away on missions beforehand. I was troubled and devastated that nobody ever bothered to tell me this information, but my faith remained somewhat strong. I was a missionary, a soldier in the army of God, and he was simply testing me. Nonetheless, a small seed of doubt had been planted. One night, while planning the next day with my missionary companion, our cell phone rang, unlisted number. I picked up. "Hi, this is the Elders," I said. Elder is the title for male missionaries in our church. The voice on the other end was rich, booming, and authoritative.
Good evening,
it said.
You will want to listen carefully.
I didn't speak.
I have contacted you to raise a voice of warning. Forget your doubts. Your eternal soul is at stake. You have nothing to gain and everything to lose.
I was too stunned to say anything. The man hung up. My companion asked me who it was. If I recall correctly, just some creep was my reply. It was unnerving, to be sure, but at the time, I never expected to hear from that creep again. In time, I forgot about that phone call, and I forgot about my doubts. That was a pattern I noticed in the church. We all had great memories of times our faith was strengthened, but we weren't so keen to hang on to the other times. Anyway, I came home from my mission, met a nice Mormon girl, and got married in the temple in Salt Lake City. She was pregnant with our first child when I came across more information about the church. This time, I went all the way down the rabbit hole, for good. I discovered all kinds of things the church had hid from me. The Book of Mormon and Book of Abraham, two of the most sacred texts, were probably fraudulent. Our secret temple ceremonies, supposedly instituted by God, were almost identical to the 19th century Masonic ceremonies Joseph Smith was familiar with. Our history was rife with prophet and apostles making contradictory proclamations, false prophecies, and statements laced with a level of sexism, racism, and homophobia which I could never believe came from a benevolent God. That was only the tip of the iceberg. I realized that what the church called anti-Mormon lies were really just facts, and I couldn't ignore them. But I kept those facts quiet, at least for a while. Since my wife was pregnant with our first child, I wasn't too keen to add to her stress. I received 3 calls during this time, each sounding more sinister than the last. In the first, I was warned that my salvation was on the line, and that Satan was slowly wrapping his chains around me and carefully leading me down to hell. In the second, I was bitterly mocked. I was told that I would never fill the shoes of my father, a locally prominent church member, and that I thought I was smarter than God. In the third, the well-being of my loved ones was directly threatened.
I will not hesitate to wake you up by any means necessary,
he said. What struck me most about these calls was the level of knowledge this person had about my situation. To this day, I have no idea who this man is, but he seems to know as much about me as I do about myself. He knew exactly what I had been studying. He knew the names of my family and friends, and perhaps, most chilling of all, he knew that my wife was going to have a baby girl. 2 days before we did. I didn't tell my wife about the calls though. Not only would they have stressed her out in their own right, but then I'd have to explain to her more about my quiet loss of belief, which would devastate her and potentially destroy our relationship. Many a Mormon marriage has been wrecked by a bitter reaction to a spouse's apostasy. My silence wouldn't last long though. A week after we found out the sex of our baby, tragedy struck. My wife woke up in the middle of the night screaming, an enormous bloodstain between her legs. She had miscarried. We were, of course, devastated, but my grief turned to anger when I received a call on my cell phone that same night.
You see, this is what happens when you leave the Lord's side. You suffer, yes, but those who love you suffer more.
I took the call outside my wife's room in the hospital, and I found myself shaking so bad that it took me about 15 minutes to go back in. When I did, she asked me who had called. I tried to make it sound unimportant. "Oh, I'll tell you later," I said. "Are you okay?" In private, I told my wife's doctor about the call, but he seemed somewhat unperturbed. He said there was no way a person could have caused the manner of miscarriage my wife had. Satisfied that we were not in any immediate danger, I spent the next couple of weeks taking care of my wife. She got sick leave from her work to recover, but all things considered, she took it pretty well. Distraught, of course, but under no illusion that this was the end of her chance to be a mother. During this time, I did no research about the church. I barely even gave it a second thought. All my attention was turned toward my wife. Until I opened the envelope. I awoke one morning to find a large yellow envelope sitting on our doormat. A calligraphic font on the front read,
"For the prodigal son."
My heart dropped. It was him. I opened it to find a handwritten note and a typed letter. The note was brief. "As the priesthood bearer in your home, it is your responsibility to lead your wife into celestial glory. Put on the whole armor of God. This will help." The letter was no longer 36 pages, single-spaced. It was filled with infuriatingly weak apologetic responses to the most damning evidences against the church.
Yes, the Book of Mormon says horses existed in ancient America when all evidence suggests they didn't, but it's likely that when the author said horse, he was really talking about an animal called a tapir.
Things like that. During my research, I had come across many apologists for the church. At first, I held out a small sliver of hope that they were right, but the more I read, the more I realized how intellectually dishonest they are. I mean, it isn't their job to find the truth. It's their job to prove the church true. They're not seeking a conclusion that fits all the facts. They're seeking facts to fit their predetermined conclusion. I think it was the sheer absurdity of the apologetics, perhaps even more than my fear of our seemingly omniscient stalker, which made me realize I couldn't live a lie any longer. I had to tell my wife. I sat her down one evening and prepared her for a few bombshells. Then I told her everything. I thought she would be terrified of our stalker and unable to believe that the church is false. She was the exact opposite. She had already realized that Mormonism was just a little fish in a giant pond of religions claiming to be true, and her college studies had already shown her how spiritual feelings could easily be explained by psychology. With that background, she was done with the church the second she learned that Joseph Smith had translated the Book of Mormon by looking at a rock in a hat. She didn't seem angry, actually, a bit free. But she was sad that she no longer could believe in a heaven where her little girl would be waiting for her. The stalker was harder for her to come to grips with. I don't think she completely believed me until her phone rang at 3 that morning. She picked it up groggily, but suddenly, her eyes went wide. She listened for about 20 seconds, then hung up that phone. "It was him," she said to me. I asked her what he said. She replied that you're a liar and an agent of Satan, and that you're willfully deceiving me because you want to sin. I asked her if she believed him. She said she didn't. That was about 3 months ago. Since then, we've completely stopped attending worship services. We now drink tea, coffee, and alcohol, all strictly forbidden by the church. Soon, we plan on officially removing our names from the church's records. We would have done it weeks ago, but we're absolutely terrified of our mystery assailant. As we've drifted farther and farther from the church, he's gotten worse. We called the police, the phone company, anyone we thought could help. Nobody did. This guy's calls, though increasing in frequency, didn't even show up on our phone records. My wife was completely beside herself when she came home one day to find all of our alcohol, our tea, our coffee maker in the trash. She went to our bedroom and, resting on our pillow, 2 copies of the Book of Mormon. He had actually been in our home. We sold our lease and found another place to live the next day, a duplex about 20 minutes away. It's not great, but it was the first available place we found. We even bought a guard dog, a beautiful German Shepherd we'd named Zelf, inside ex-Mormon joke. We loved Zelf dearly, even though we only had him for a month. Over that month, we were pretty well left alone, but the people who know us weren't. My boss called me into his office one afternoon and told me that he'd just gotten a call. He said he'd received an anonymous report that I deserved to be fired because I had been engaging in all manner of sin, and he asked if I knew anything about it. With no other choice, I told him about our situation. He didn't seem overly troubled by our stalker, but he was quite upset that my wife and I had left the church. Apparently he's a Mormon too, the bishop of a congregation located a couple towns away. I had no idea, but he's been terribly rude to me ever since. That same day, my wife called to tell me her study group had canceled on her. 2 Mormon girls in her class, who she had made friends with while she was still in the church, independently told her they'd received threatening emails which referred to my wife as a spiritual vampire. She has killed her spirit, and she has killed her baby. The email read, "If you associate with her further, she'll kill you too." He got to our loved ones too. Ever since we told them of our disaffection from the church, nobody in either of our families have spoken to us, with the exception of this text message sent by my wife's younger brother 4 days ago. "We're all getting calls from this creep. He says our family is tainted because of you. Mom's scared. Thanks a lot." It was all horrible, but on Sunday night, things reached a new level. We woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of Zelf howling in agony. A pungent smoke was pouring into our bedroom. We ran downstairs, but could do nothing but stare in horror. In the middle of our living room was a giant cross, lit on fire. Zelf, now either unconsciously dying or already dead, was nailed to it by his paws. On the wall behind the cross, a message was written in Zelf's blood.
"You betray your savior."
The fire department arrived in time to save our house from being burnt to the ground, but there was extensive damage. The police are investigating, but have absolutely no leads, and aren't hopeful they'll find any. Even if they do, what difference does it make? My unborn child is dead. My dog is nothing but ashes. My wife hasn't slept in almost 2 days. In the meantime, we're under police protection, but they can't protect us forever. Who even knows they can protect us now. Of places that you would think to be haunted and creepy, hospitals and nursing homes at about 1 a.m. are the worst. Death and illness run the halls of these institutions on a daily basis. The walls become infected with it, the floors and fixtures are run down by it. Each room becomes a cell of this thing, and at times, makes it appear living. Let me tell you a story about a particular room, one that has become known as the Death Room. That room is room 210. Incident number 1. From what we know, the real disturbances in this room began after the death of a male patient. We'll call him Jerry. Jerry was well known by the nurses because of his frequent attempts to make himself vomit. He would stick his entire hand into his throat and make himself gag. Jerry even got to the point with his illness that no one would believe him when he said he was sick. Then, one particular day, he began complaining about having a bad headache. After repeatedly pestering the nurses, she finally told him to go and lay down and she would bring him some pain reliever. Jerry went to his room, cursing at the nurses the entire way down the hall. The nurse, after grabbing some pain reliever, made her way down the hall and entered his room. Screams were heard throughout the facility at that moment, and other nurses came running to aid. What they found was horrible. Jerry had made it to his room but hadn't survived beyond that. Blood seemed to be coming out of every part of Jerry. It pooled on the floor around him and was spreading in thin red lines to the edges of the room. A superstition in facilities of this sort is that when someone dies, you open the windows and allow their souls to escape. But countless tries proved that Jerry's windows wouldn't open. Weeks after removing his body and cleaning the room, nurses still believed that Jerry was still there, and future incidents seemed to prove that something was, indeed, in that room. Incident number 2. Mr. Rathburn was on his second round at the facility. The first time he had been a pleasant man. He had gone through treatment and had gone home with high hopes. This time, he had fallen down and broken his hip. He was put in room 210. The rumors were that he wasn't going to make it this time. The first night, it was said that he could be heard screaming all throughout the building. Every time a nurse would enter his room, he would sit straight up and tell them that demons were pulling him under. Another time, a nurse went into his room. He tried to speak, and it looked and sounded as if someone or something was trying to strangle him. You could actually see the finger marks. Still, other nurses spoke of a shadow that would sneak down the hall and go into the room, and shortly after, Mr. Rathburn would start screaming. The day that he passed away, they said, was a dreadful one. He screamed and screamed until his voice was nothing but a whisper. They said that his eyes almost bulged right out of his head in fright. His last words were, They're coming to get me." Incident number 3. Mr. Collins had only moments left when they moved him into room 210. His wife was in another room close to his. She spent most of her time at his side, waiting for the inevitable. This particular night, however, she had went to her room and crawled into bed to rest for a while. She had fallen asleep, to be awakened by the commotion in the hallway. A nurse ran by her room in a state of panic. Mrs. Collins poked her head out into the hallway and noticed that it was her husband's room that they were going into. She threw her robe around her and headed in that direction. One of the aides tried to caution her and keep her back. but she pushed her way through and into the room. There was her husband's dead body in the bed with eyes and mouth wide in terror. All around him on the floor was glass from the lights overhead, but not a piece was in the bed with him. His privacy curtains were shredded from the ceiling to floor as if someone had taken a knife to them. Mrs. Collins had to be sedated that night. The memory of her husband's face haunted her until her last moments, but especially when they transferred her to room 210. So, I guess it's been about 9 years or so now, which seems pretty unbelievable to me. It's such a vivid memory that it almost seems fresh. But I think that may also be because I've repeated it so many times by now that I pretty much have an entire monologue memorized, recounting what I experienced. Seems pretty weird to say, but I was definitely lucky. Well, luckier than most, I should say. I knew some kids that saw a lot more of what happened that day than I did. In my opinion, I've pretty much moved on from the shooting and haven't really suffered from any long-term emotional scars. But a few of those guys ended up pretty fucked up from it all. I knew one girl who was super outgoing and smart before the shooting. She ended up dropping out of school our junior year because of a heroin problem, or, well, that's the rumor at least. A few years ago, my sister found out that she had killed herself while spending time at rehab, leaving her 2 small kids with only their elderly grandparents left to raise them. It's sad to imagine what she would have been had that not happened to us. And unfortunately, a seemingly large part of my former classmates have also struggled, some with severe emotional problems and depression, which resulted from that day. Anyway, I guess I'll just start this off like I always do. I remember it being one of the last few weeks of my freshman year. It was cloudy, as it often is during the springtime in Oregon. What I remember thinking, what was initially odd about that day, is that it seemed much too warm for the sun to be hidden behind such a thick layer of clouds. It was hot, sticky, humid, and overall extremely uncomfortable. The high temperature had forced almost all the students and teachers to the courtyard during passing time, 10 minutes between classes, in order to achieve some temporary relief from the stuffy, non-air-conditioned classrooms we were stuck in all morning. I have 2 sisters. One is a year younger and still in middle school at the time. My older sister was a sophomore, but happened to be home with the stomach flu that entire week. It was a Friday, and I remember everyone was really looking forward to our long Memorial Day weekend. My parents were supposed to take my sisters and I for a weekend at a nearby resort town, which is a popular thing to do among our community. I spent the time before school making plans with friends and chatting about the various 15-year-old shenanigans we would partake in. To say that our weekend plans had changed would be an understatement. I had PE first period that quarter, and we spent that time playing flag football out on the stadium turf behind the school. Since I had a free second, I volunteered to take the equipment back to the supply closet in the upstairs gym, while everyone else went to the locker rooms to get ready for the next class. We had 2 gyms and locker rooms on the west side of the school, and a large enclosed courtroom separating them from the other classrooms and administration office. I had finished putting the cones, pennies, and whatnot in their places and headed downstairs in the locker room, deciding to leave the supply closet open for the next gym period, which has turned out to be the single best decision I have made in my entire life. I had nearly gotten to the bathroom of the stairs when I heard a loud... I stopped dead in my tracks as my mind tried to process the noise I just heard. My confusion turned to horror as I heard the screams and saw everyone left on the west side of campus sprinting down the hallways and through the closest doors and slamming them shut. I turned running back upstairs as fast as I could and heard 5 more gunshots by the time I got to the supply closet and shut the door behind me. All I could do was sit in the corner and bury my head into my knees, sobbing. I heard 3 more scattered gunshots, and then nothing. Nothing for what felt like an eternity. I can't even begin to describe how slow time was passing. I had absolutely no sense of time because my cell phone was still downstairs in the girls' locker room, and there was no way in hell I was leaving the safe blackness of the supply closet. The worst part about hiding in the supply closet was not being able to talk to my mom and let her know I was okay. I just sat there, praying and thanking any god who would listen to me that my sister was safe at home. I would have driven myself insane with worry if I was stuck alone in the closet and not know whether or not my sister was okay. I sat and waited for what was either going to be my safety or my death. It seemed like hours before I heard the footsteps. There is no way to describe the feeling of being alone in total darkness, overwhelmed with fear. All of a sudden, I didn't feel like I was completely alone. I heard 2 sets of footsteps running up the stairs and into the gym, and then nothing. Nothing for a moment. Until I was nearly startled to death as I heard one final pop radiate through the gym rafters. My ears rang as I attempted to accept my impending death in the fatal position on the floor as the footsteps headed slowly toward the closet door. I watched the strip of light under the door as a shadow of 2 feet blocked the light and was overcome with terror. I heard the doorknob shake aggressively and began to sob, thinking of losing the chance to see my family again, and that my fate was stuck in the hands of an angry psychopath on a shooting spree looking for the opportunity to execute me as I crouched helplessly in a dark and lonely closet. Before I knew it, the doorknob had been broken off, and the person on the other side of it became a dark silhouette in the blinding fluorescent light of the gymnasium. The next few moments are the most vague in my memory, as a member of the SWAT team pulled me to my feet and ran with me by his side. It was so fast, my feet barely felt the ground. He kept my head down, but that didn't hide everything. I saw so much blood under my feet on the pathways as the officer rushed me through my school courtyard and murder scene. I didn't know him, but I had heard of him from my sister. He was a junior at the time and a very depressed and bitter boy. I guess he had few friends, if any, and always seemed to have a temper. She witnessed him throw desks and have huge tantrums in class when he didn't understand the material. And even once, threw a punch at a campus security guard who was trying to calm him down one time. From what I've been told, this is more or less what went down. As I was finishing up in the supply closet, there was an altercation in the courtyard involving the gunman. He had words with another student and pulled out his gun, shooting the other kid 3 times before opening fire on the crowd as chaos ensued, following the first round. After fatally shooting both a student and a language arts teacher, he ran into the west wing of the school and hid underneath the bleachers in the downstairs gym for a while. After about an hour, his cover was blown, and he ran upstairs to the gym, where I was followed by an officer, and then shot himself in the head, which I didn't see. Thank God. It was a pretty terrifying experience, and I suffered from a lot of anxiety for a while afterwards. But I've lived a pretty successful life since then. One thing I've taken away is that no matter where I am, I always make a point to eye the nearest escape and plan of action, just in case. I don't think many of you appreciate just how strange America is to foreigners. Your culture has been spoon-fed to us via sitcoms and Hollywood blockbusters, giving us an apple pie wholesome, saccharine-soaked picture of what life in your country is like. Heroic cops with hearts of gold, harmlessly neurotic couples, friends living in central city apartments while somehow working minimum wage jobs. It's all a comforting fiction that couldn't possibly exist in the real world. Whereas, my first real taste of America was when my mother brought me here in 1996. Within a day, I witnessed a brutal mugging outside a mall, followed by a cop pulling out a pistol and shooting the perp 3 times in the chest. As someone born and raised in Europe, and especially after that day, I would have told you that the biggest culture shock was your nonchalance towards weapons and violence. But as I scratched away at the gun-oiled blue, white, and red surface of the United States, I learned that the true culture shock was to be found elsewhere, specifically in your attitudes on religion. My stepfather had always been a very dominating presence in our lives. Hence, why my mother gave in to his constant badgering to move back home with him to Texas where everything was better. They'd originally met when he was working in Spain on the 1992 Olympics, and he'd flown to London for a conference that my mother was also attending. He was loud, confident, and interesting. A far cry from the quiet, frail man who had fathered me, even quieter and frailer at the end of his life as he succumbed to cancer. Perhaps it was that particular robustness of character and the seemingly indomitable physical presence of this American man that initially attracted my mother. Whatever the case, their romance was as short, explosive, and colorful as the 4th of July, and they married within 2 months of meeting each other. But while my mother saw a bombastic giant with a big heart, a bigger smile, and a laugh that could fill an empty auditorium, what I saw was an overweight bully with too many teeth and a voice that made my ears ring. That wasn't the only reason why I had very little time for the man. The other reason for my animosity toward him was that his proud evangelical Christian roots were in direct conflict with my homosexuality. Oh, and how he tried to crush that out of me. I grew to loathe the hunting trips, gifts of knives, gun magazines, and soft porn automotive calendars he buried me in. All to try and make me man up. The near constant drone of his soporifically stereotyped, artificially macho drivel became an ugly white noise in the background of my teens. But when my mother was killed in an interstate pileup, everything took a distinct turn, from just plain awful to absolutely fucked. Having legally adopted me, and with my having no living biological parents, my stepfather had full custody. He refused to let me go back to the UK, and instead plunged our dwindling family unit into the heady haze of Southern religious doctrine. Perhaps he saw it as a means to either expunge the guilt he felt at my mother's death, or as a way to come to terms with her loss. Maybe it was just a habitual reflex, ingrained in him since he was old enough to be dragged along to church. In any case, it was a miserable time for me. Unable to deny my sexuality any longer, I tearfully told my father, at age 14, that I wasn't attracted to girls, that I only had feelings for boys. I'm sure you can imagine just how well that went down. First was the therapist in his tobacco-stinking office, sitting in a leather armchair under the accusing gaze of a gruesomely crucified Jesus. He strongly advised me to ask God to take these evil impulses from me, lest I burn in the flames of hell for all eternity. Then, it was the intense-eyed, nearly psychotic inter-church faith healers who would lay on hands to pray away the gay, until I wept and cried out as their hard, urgent fingers gouged bruises in my pale flesh. When I confessed to my therapist that none of it worked, he sent me home with an envelope from my stepfather that contained multi-page colorful camp brochure. 3 weeks later, I was shoved into the back of the family sedan along with a hastily packed suitcase and driven halfway across unfamiliar country to a place for boys like me. A place where I would be turned from being a sensitive, effeminate, cock-sucking little faggot and instead made me into a strong, God-fearing heterosexual and a healthy American lust for tits and ass. The place was known as Purity Falls. I can't begin to describe how beautifully ugly the place was. Set in a wooded reserve backing onto rocky hills, the camp buildings were a jarring mix. The shining veneer of sturdy polished doors fitted to rough-in log cabins was as wrong as the equally polished smiles from the camp staff and their outdoorsy yet disarmingly clean Boy Scoutish uniforms. The flag of the United States of America flew proudly from the shiny brass pole outside the main lodge, and I wouldn't have been surprised if apple pie was literally being baked somewhere in that postcard setting. But from the moment I clapped eyes on the batons carried by the counselors and the gun at the director's hip, I knew it was a conversion camp. "Welcome to Purity Falls," rasped the director, pumping my stepfather's hand with a finger-breaking handshake. "Your boy's in good hands here. We have a 100% success rate." While my stepfather seemed reassured by the steel in the man's voice, something about it set my teeth on edge. Then, with a perfunctory side hug and an insecure farewell, my father left me in the hands of my new family. So began my stay at Purity Falls. Our day predictably started with enforced prayer, then cold communal showers. I don't think there is anything more confused and miserable on this earth than a bunch of freezing naked pubescent boys battling their newly awakened sexuality, shivering under ice water showers while mad-eyed, uninformed adults scream threatening biblical verses at them. Then it was physical training, mostly running around the wooded hills of Purity Falls, followed by another frigid shower and a massive manly breakfast of steak, bacon, and eggs. Afternoons were spent mostly doing physical labor and camp chores, interspersed with more enforced prayer. Evenings were filled with purity training, which largely consisted of watching badly made VCR tapes designed to brainwash fatigued minds into believing in the doctrine of Christian rebirth. And when someone was deemed purified enough by the staff and the director, they would be taken away by the camp counselors to the cradle of rebirth in the woods near the falls. When the boy came back, he would be docile, compliant, and, exactly as the director claimed, and 100% cured of all homosexual urges. And I believed him. I'd seen one of the boys who came back from the cradle, and the blank intensity of his gaze confirmed that the last vestiges of individuality had finally been strangled from his broken mind. After that, I vowed to avoid the cradle at all costs. During one of our few breaks under the wasp-filled apple trees in the camp orchard, I noticed one of the younger counselors, David, staring off into the distance and mumbling to himself. The other boys took advantage of his inattention to goof off or to try and relax, but my curiosity got the better of me. Creeping closer, I heard the faint words of a song dribble from his lips. "Then sharpen it, dear Henry. Dear Henry, sharpen it." I don't know why I responded, but the words of the song were so familiar that they came unbidden. "But with what shall I sharpen it, dear Liza, dear Liza? But with what shall I sharpen it, dear Liza? With what?" David turned to me, his usually blank face a white mask of knowing terror. "Keep singing. While you sing it can't focus, and I'm free of it. Don't stop." As I rushed off the next few stanzas, he babbled at me urgently. You have got to get out." He took a step forward and grabbed my shoulders painfully, his nails cutting through the thin fabric of my shirt. "If you don't go to the cradle, you'll end up here forever, like me." "What?" was all I could manage. As I stopped singing, his eyes dulled and went curiously soft and empty before the color returned to his face. "Back to work, fags!" he yelled, shoving me towards the others. After that strained, eerie interlude with David, I learned that not everyone who was deemed pure came back from the cradle and was released. Those who weren't chosen at the cradle, whatever that meant, would stay at the camp until either they eventually did become pure enough, or they became camp staff and stayed on permanently, like David and the other younger counselors. Suffering through yet another degrading, freezing ablution session and another day of this back-breaking labor, my resolve began to crumble. Spending the rest of my life in this place was a prospect that chilled me to my soul, far more than any cold shower. So I started working hard. I sang loudly and fervently at the services in the chapel, and I memorized the Bible with suitable religiousness. I piled my weight and muscle over the next 8 weeks, and eventually, during an evening prayer session where the male counselors bear-hugged us and made us sing psalms until our lungs hurt, I was eventually deemed purified by the camp director. With a gut-rolling mix of terror and abject relief, myself and 2 other boys were dressed in white linen robes, then led from the lodge down the cut stone path to the cradle. The falls themselves were beautiful, cascading vertically from the cliff 40 feet above us and charming the dark plunge pool below. The path, slick with spray, took us around the lip of the pool, then behind the waterfall, where a cavern had formed from erosion long ago. White and green limestone was speckled with quartz and agate, the torches held by the attending staff creating prismatic highlights that scattered throughout the vaulted cavern. The reflected light transformed it from a dark, fearful hole into something desperately and wonderfully glorious. "The cradle," whispered David's awe-filled voice from behind me. In the center of the cathedral-like cavern rose a crown of stalagmites, glistening with a faint moisture from their dripping counterparts high above us. And from a depression in the middle of that curious structure, a white glow began to emanate. 2 of the staff flanked the phenomenon, wildly and ecstatically chanting in something that sounded like, but wasn't quite, Latin. The light brightened until my eyes began to burn, and spidery tingles spread across my body, lifting all the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck. Then, a singing angel rose from the pit, and I fell to my knees unbidden in an uncontrollable act of mindless worship. The being that stood in the center of the cradle seemed to be made almost entirely of light, with a massive silver pale gold and rose wings rippling behind it. Rainbows fired and flared around the crystalline structure of its cathedral, forming a web of shifting, disorienting, kaleidoscopic colors. 2 shining white arms were held up in front as though it were praying devoutly. And somewhere within the dazzling radiance where its head was, I could faintly make out huge luminous eyes. Overcome with religious ecstasy, one of the other boys ran toward the angel, screaming above the ethereal singing, "I am pure! Take me! Oh, please, take me!" What happened next is something I still have difficulty processing. There was a flash of the angel's huge white arms, then the boy was enveloped in the aching glare. The crystalline singing from the being intensified, rhythmically pushing as though to a great, slow heartbeat. There followed a curiously incongruous sound, like a deflating balloon that tore through the cavern. "Rebirth!" screamed the director, spittle flowing freely from his chin. The boy tottered forward from the light of the angel, his now naked body streaked with milky pink-white fluid, and his expression beatifically blank. As the next boy hurried forward and was enveloped by the angel, David began to sing behind me. Then wedded, dear Henry, dear Henry, dear Henry. With a thrill of awakening, I responded, singing strongly in a sudden panic. With what shall I wed it, dear Liza, dear Liza? With what shall I wed it, dear Liza? With what? And then suddenly, David darted forward, swinging one of the extendable batons the counselors used to keep us compliant. When it struck the angel, the singing stopped, and with a shriek of alien rage, the illusion shattered. The thing reared hugely and obscenely above us, a segmented and rigid exoskeleton of cerulean chitin, perched upon 4 barbed and multi-jointed legs. A pointed triangular face held scissoring mouth parts still fresh with the blood of the purified boy, and through the pulsing, translucent flesh of its soft underbody I could see the partly devoured remains of a human being. But worse than that was the questing, undulating ovipositor. The tube was pushing a newly formed clone of the most recently devoured boy out of the body of the horrifying insectoid female in front of us. I started screaming. Then the cavern erupted into shouting as the angel speared David through the chest with its barbed forelimbs. Blood rained down on us as the gigantic winged mantis tore his rib cage apart. The director and the other staff lay on the floor now, screaming and clutching their heads, shrieking in concert with the creature as it tried to pull out the baton that jutted from one of its eyes. In a moment of desperate calm and clarity, I walked over to the writhing form of the director, unclipped the pistol from his hip holster, and I began to sing. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza, a hole. Then I began firing at the head and torso of the giant winged insectoid until the clip was empty. Pink-white ichor covered everything, and the screaming stopped. My father didn't speak to me much after he picked me up from the county police station. I think uncharacteristically keeping quiet and for once not berating me for being a pussy or a faggot was his own way of apologizing. If I were to simply say that the whole Purity Falls incident was just swept under the carpet, I would be doing you a gross literary injustice. The cover-up was so incredibly thorough and well coordinated that it took my breath away. From the memorized stories agreed upon by other parents, to the falsified statements and false evidence planted by the Blackwater Christian cops. I think, in a way, it was an even more terrifying display of the toxic power of evangelical religion, that through their twisted belief system, they actually thought it was more important to ensure that the locals protected one another than it was to tell the truth. In any case, I was banned from ever speaking the name Purity Falls again, on pain of execution. Not that I care anymore, because I just can't get one thing out of my head. What happened to the boys who were birthed by that thing in the cave? What were they? I think they're still out there, walking amongst us, perfectly calm, perfectly compliant, ticking time bombs, just waiting to pupate into so many grotesque angels. Just like the one at Purity Falls. In the mid-80s, my mom was a cleaner in Australia. She would clean houses in suburban areas and would sometimes do houses in rural regions. She would leave business cards at the local shops and got most of her business this way, and some through referrals and word of mouth. One day, she got a call from a lady who sounded like she was around 60, asking Mom to clean her old farmhouse. She made a lot of odd demands, and Mom would usually meet clients before taking on new business. In this case, the lady did not want to meet Mom and said she would leave the keys under the front doormat. Mom agreed mainly because the lady was quite obviously wealthy and was offering to pay Mom substantially more than she would reasonably expect. Mom went to the house on Monday morning and said she already felt unnerved by the long driveway. The house was essentially in the middle of a very large and very empty property. She found the keys and started cleaning. About an hour into the clean, she hears the back door shut. Mom was told no one would be at the house, so she immediately felt unsafe. She stood frozen in the kitchen for what she said felt like 3 to 4 minutes, although she said it could have been much longer. There was no other car on the property. She wanted to leave immediately, but had only 2 rooms left to do. Both were bedrooms. She said as the time passed and she heard nothing else, she decided that perhaps it was nothing. Or perhaps something had fallen and it wasn't the door after all. She walked up the hallway and stepped into the bedroom. All over the bed were black and white photos. As Mom got closer, she realized the photos were all of her. Some were taken at our family home, and many others were taken at other houses Mom would clean. Some through windows or over fences. She used the house phone to call the police and immediately drive to the end of the driveway. The lady ended up being investigated but continued to claim that it was a break-in. After some time, the police stopped with their searching and we ended up moving to a new town 4 months later. Every time Mom tells this story, I get serious chills. To the day, my mom thinks the lady had something to do with it. But why? And for what purpose? Recall your earliest childhood memory. How old are you in this memory? 4? 5? Developmental neuroscience tells us we do not form episodic memories before the age of 3. Supposedly, memories from before this time are merely phantoms, errors in the brain's memory formation process, ordinary daydreams mislabeled as fact. This is what the current research tells us. It is important you know this. Bear with me, listener. I will not waste your time with endless foreplay. Here's my story. I'm a graduate student studying linguistics. My work often overlaps with that of the neuroscience department, and I have made many contacts there. One such contact is the subject of this story. We will call him DV. DV is also a graduate student. He studies memory. He uses a procedure called transcranial magnetic stimulation. This procedure uses magnetic radiation to activate targeted portions of the brain. Imagine a magic wand you can point at a cluster of neurons and say, "Dance," and they dance. 2 months ago, DV asked me to assist him in a pet project he was developing. He has assisted me in the past when I was learning to use an EEG for my research. I owed him a great deal. I had no choice but to help him in his work. DV is what I have instead of friends. I arrived at his lab after hours, as requested. He was waiting by the door. He was wearing his lab coat. He was far too big for his frame and swallowed his shoulders. He looked so childlike.
Are you ready?
He asked. Ready for what? I asked. He had not told me any details about his project.
I need practice focusing the machine. I'm targeting an area of the brain no one has targeted with this device before.
I consented, with little hesitation. He had happily served as my model subject when I was learning the EEG. Academia is built upon exchange of favors. Besides, his machine doesn't even break the skin. I made myself comfortable in his examination chair. It had leather wrist restraints, but they were never used. I was facing a bay window. The lab was high on the campus hill. The night loomed heavy over the orange city lights. A few cars floated along the highway. Just try to relax, DV said. His breath was minty with undercurrents of gin. He turned on the magic wand, and I felt the familiar buzz of electricity on my scalp. The vibrations converged on points just behind my ears, on both sides of my head. The points began to burn. My hair stood on end. "How do you feel?" DV asked. He was whispering, but his voice was thick with anticipation. I think he already knew the answer to his question. Before I could respond, I heard a cry from down the hall. Someone was screaming in the stairwell. Someone was howling like an animal shot through the leg. I heard flesh cracking. I heard tendons popping. I heard a voice choking on words. Someone was vomiting up my name in the stairwell. I think I need to take a break, I said. I tried to turn to look at DV, but felt hands holding my head in place. I tried to move my hands, but found the wrist straps had been fastened. How long have I been in here?" I asked. No one responded. The moaning down the hall grew closer. Someone was pounding on the door. They were locked. The door to the lab wasn't. "Please turn it off," I said. The current from the machine felt like lightning coursing behind my eyes. The window grew larger. The cars on the road skidded out of control. I watched headlights plunge into the river. I watched headlights careen into each other. The city lights blinked out one by one. The darkness of the landscape was so thick, I could wade into it. So I did. I was out there, in the void. There was more distance before me than the Earth's horizon provides. I was alone, for a precious instant. Then, the darkness was broken by a man. He was the man from the hall. He was a man without skin, muscles and sinew all twitching, veins and arteries all spurting. I could see his heart shrivel in his chest when he looked at me. He was all slaughterhouse, no humanity. He was so close, I could smell the rotten meat on his silver bones. Do you remember me?" he said. His teeth were gripped out like a racehorse. His frame was blurry, as if dislodged in time. His mouth looked like a slow exposure photo of a burning carcass. "Yes," I said, because I did. When I was young, too young to form memories, I had a dream. In this dream, a man walked behind me and told me things about the universe I didn't want to know. He was a man without skin. He was the man standing before me in the void. He followed me through the movie theaters, through city parks, through howling tunnels and unkempt forests and childhood homes, only to find me huddled in the corner of my bedroom closet. He spoke a few words. I don't have words for the things he said. I woke up soon after, drenched in freezing sweat, lips burnt with vomit, eyes sore from rolling in their sockets. My mind tried to reject the memory. I have searched every language for the words I heard that night, but no tongue of man has ever spoken the things I heard. There in the void, there in the lab, the man had found me again. The machine fractured my defenses and let him in. For the second time he spoke those words, and for the second time my mind refused to keep them. At some point, what seemed like an eternity later, DV removed the device from my head, as suddenly as waking from a dream, I came to my senses. "How long was I hooked up for?" I asked. "Less than a minute," DV responded. He had lost his tone of knowing. His voice was quiet and trembled as he spoke. "Untie me," I said. I then realized my wrists were not bound. DV was frozen in the corner. I stood up and gathered my belongings. My ears were ringing, each in a different pitch. They were dissonant. They were the last notes of a song I hadn't heard in 20 years. "I'm not coming back. Please, don't contact me." DV nodded. His skin was as white as his lab coat. I walked 5 miles to my home. I didn't trust myself behind the wheel of a car. The night was silent as I walked. Even the crickets were quiet for me. When I got home, I vomited into my bathroom sink. I watched my breakfast, lunch, and dinner circle the sputtering drain. I looked into the mirror. My shirt was drenched in blood, except for a pattern of ribs across the front. The blood was still wet to the touch. My pockets were full of cartilage. My socks were soaked in afterbirth. I threw my clothes in the trash compactor that night. DV and I do not speak. I do not see him on campus. I complete my schoolwork regularly. I pay my rent on time. I fall asleep to talk shows on weeknights and to whiskey on weekends. I don't do too much dreaming nowadays. I especially don't think about my childhood. Somewhere in the unfathomed recesses of inaccessible memory, there are words that shouldn't be heard. A man without skin chose to tell me those words, and I chose, twice now, not to remember them. At the beginning of this recording, I asked you to recall your first memory. I hope it was from when you were 4 or 5. I hope it was simply a memory of your first injury or something similar. I hope these things, because somewhere in your brain, there is a memory of something your developed brain chose not to remember. I hope these things, because of the infinite horror of those forgotten words, is too great for the human mind to comprehend. I hope your dreams are blissful and your nightmares leave you happy to be awake. Most of all, I hope that this story keeps you from exploring those damning and boundless vaults of your mind. When we are born, we have no defenses against the world, physical or mental. Perhaps the things we see before then are better left forgotten. I'll start off by saying that I don't believe in anything. Not God, not ghosts, not even the horoscope. That being said, I'll explain why I believe one of my patients may have psychic abilities. I've been working in a mental institution for a very long time. I'll spare you the story of why and how I ended up working there instead of, well, anywhere else a nurse could work. The patient in question is a girl that has been in and out of there for a long time. I'll call her Mary. The first time Mary was admitted was at the age of 10, after she tried to kill her twin brother in his sleep. She was always a complete sweetheart to everybody, and it was very hard to believe she had been able to do such a terrible thing. Her parents caught her in the act of holding a pillow to her brother's face. She said that the voices told her that he was evil and that he would do bad things. After a lot of treatment and medication, she went home. Not even 2 months later, she was back at the institution after trying to drown her brother in the backyard swimming pool. Same thing happened. Treatment, medication, home, attempted murder, institution. She was 16, and she still said the voices told her that her brother was evil, and that he would do bad things. This time, her parents gave up on her. They just stopped visiting. About 3 months after her third admission, Mary had a sort of episode. I was working the night shift to cover for a friend. It was unlike anything I had ever seen. She woke up screaming in the middle of the night. We tried calming her down, but it was like she wasn't even there. She became very agitated, so we gave her a sedative so she wouldn't hurt herself and the people trying to help her, but it did nothing. She would plead over and over again, "Please don't do this. You don't have to do this," as tears flowed down her face. It was heartbreaking and terrifying at the same time, and to be honest, that scene still haunts me a little. I honestly don't know how long the screaming and crying went on for, but suddenly, she just collapsed, unconscious, almost like she had gone back to sleep. She didn't wake up for 4 days. The doctors ran all sorts of tests on her, but there was nothing wrong with her. She was just sleeping. We only got the news on the second day of Mary's inexplicable coma. A friendly neighbor decided to drop by to give them some cookies she had baked and found the door slightly open. She let herself in and found the place a complete mess and noticed there were things missing. Luckily for her, she decided to call the police immediately and didn't investigate otherwise. She would have found the bodies of both Mary's parents on their bed. From the evidence they could gather, the police concluded that Mary's brother went into their room, cut their father's throat, and then stabbed their mother 72 times with a knife from the kitchen that he left on the floor. He then got everything of value that he could fit into their car and disappeared. Their time of death was determined to be around the time of Mary's episode. The first thing Mary said when she woke up was, "I want to go to the funeral." The whole thing left the entire staff shaken. I think that on some level, we all believed that what had been diagnosed as schizophrenia in the episodes were somehow connected to the murder of her parents. I'll admit that I did believe that. After everything was over, Mary went to live with one of her father's sisters, and we all thought we would never see her again. She was back after 2 weeks and a suicide attempt. The doctors diagnosed her with depression with severe suicidal tendencies, and we have to keep an eye on her at all times. You might be wondering why I chose to write this. Well, a couple days ago, I was with the patients in the common area, and Mary was sitting in a corner. I noticed that all of a sudden, she went really pale, and she had a look in her eyes that I'd only seen during the episode she had. It was over shortly, and she started crying. I got closer, and she said in between sobs, "It's not fair. You're a good person. You don't deserve such a horrible death. I told everybody that he was evil. I tried to stop him. None of this should have ever happened." I'll admit, that freaked me out, but it probably would have slipped my mind if today, when I was coming home, I hadn't noticed a car following me on my way home. A car whose driver looked a lot like Mary. The door slams shut on a silent, empty home. A tired, sweaty woman stands in the doorway. A bag of shopping, a backpack of cleaning supplies, and cradling tightly, she holds a small baby girl. She drops her bags in the living room and sits with her baby, rocking gently back and forth. She whispers to the baby, reassuring words that her mother will always be here for her, as if the baby could understand. She looks around her small apartment as the memories of a young relationship flood her mind. She restrains herself from crying. The answering machine, now with 9 messages, continues to go ignored. She looks at her baby's soft face and thinks about their uncertain future together. This would normally fill her with unease, but she is emotionally and physically drained. She gingerly scoops her child up and makes her way up to the creaky steps to her bedroom and places the baby down in her crib, and it lays there, nestled like a delicate puppy, yet to open its eyes for the first time. The lady stares at her and takes a moment to wallow in the feeling that the struggle may just be worth the strong, proud person she will one day become. Her eyelids are droopy. She looks down at her hands. They are still greasy and rough from work, and with a sigh, she moves her deflated legs across the corridor toward the bathroom. At the top of the stairs, an insect, gnat, or housefly zigzags through the air and then straight into the white of her left eye. She is momentarily blinded and instinctually takes one step backward. Her foot lands right on the peak of the top step and her body is thrown off balance just enough to send her backwards down the stairs. She reaches for a non-existent lifeline. The back of her head hits the 3rd step from the bottom with a muted thud. Her body slides to the bottom of the stairs and lays there motionless. The phone rings and echoes through the house. The answering machine kicks in. A man's voice is heard stating his displeasure with the current circumstances. There are tones of restrained anger in his voice. The home is silent. The baby slowly wakes up and looks up at the half-painted ceiling. It's cold. She begins to cry. She cries till her nappy is full, then continues to cry. She grows hungry, then thirsty. She cries till she has such little energy she falls back to sleep. When she awakes, even more hungry and thirsty and uncomfortable, she continues crying. She thinks of the faint, wispy voice that she used to hear. She weeps and screams and sobs until her tiny stomach is empty and the hunger is all her undeveloped mind can think about, and the dried shit inside her nappy scratches at her as she moves, and she gets increasingly dizzy, dehydrated, and drowsy. Then, she stops crying. It was around 2 a.m., halfway through a grueling night shift. I was at the old abandoned state hospital, a great place to catch up on reports or Netflix. There's a big empty parking lot to sit in with plenty of streetlights. There's also a very predictable urban legend surrounding the place. So it's a pretty safe bet that I won't be bothered by some overly friendly citizen or angsty teenager with a cell phone camera. So I'm typing up this report from a domestic I'd handled earlier, FM radio droning in the background. All of a sudden, my handheld police radio lets out this deafening crack. I swear I just about hit my head on the roof of the car, I jumped so badly. It sounded like a goddamn gunshot, it was so loud. I checked the volume knob. Low. I'm not a jumpy guy, but that scared the shit out of me. My heart was absolutely hammering in my chest, blood pounding away at my eardrums. I got out of the car to stretch my legs and calm down a little bit, laughing at my own foolishness. It started to rain. A soft but cold drizzle. Fog had begun to settle outside the parking lot, blanketing the huge yard surrounding the hospital. I cast an angry glance at the radio. Budget cuts had been killing police departments all over the country. A small, arguably insignificant rural benefit like mine has gotten slammed. We switched over to some of the cheapest police radios money can buy, just to be able to keep our 2 cruisers serviced. I figured that crack I'd heard was some kind of a glitch. I pressed the rubber talk button with my thumb, bringing the piece of junk close to my lips.
County, how do you read this unit?
Loud and clear, 107. A woman's strained voice replied, a slight rasp to the words. How do you read me? I almost dropped the radio. Tom's the only one working county dispatch tonight. Their only female employee got caught lying, some kind of bogus sexual harassment complaint, and they canned her about 2 months ago. My hands were trembling slightly as I brought the radio back up to my mouth. 107 to county? Go ahead, 107. Tom sounded as though I'd just woke him up from a nap. Tom, is it just you at the comm center tonight? Yeah, 10:04, just me. He sounded confused, and rightfully so. Another earth-shattering crack made me actually drop it into the cold pavement this time. It wasn't just the noise. I felt something. It was almost like a really low electric shock that had my fingers tingling. The radio somehow didn't break when it clattered to the ground. I wish it would have. I was suddenly and acutely aware that I was being watched. You pick up on things like that after you've been on the job long enough. I didn't remember unholstering my pistol, yet its comforting weight rested in my hand nonetheless. I scanned the impenetrable foggy blackness as my hair dampened under an increasingly steady rain. I couldn't see a thing. That's when I looked up, and my heart stopped beating in my chest. A distant flicker of white light. I walked up to the edge of the lot, just on the outskirts of the protective orange street lamps, squinting up at the small orb. At the very top floor of the abandoned asylum, one window glowed ominously. There was a light on in that room. 107? My eyes snapped toward her silky voice, trailing from the forgotten radio still lying on the ground next to my car. I glanced back up toward that window, now as dark as the 1,000 other windows that stared down at me from that sinister building. Awkward trembling fingers clicked the radio off, the glowing LED screen blinking out. I tried to figure out which window I'd seen, or that I'd seen that had been lit up. 107. Come in. 107. The chilling voice was now laced with something. I'd had enough. Dirt and gravel kicked up into the night sky as I peeled out of the parking lot and away from that damnable building. I didn't go back. I haven't told anyone about what happened. The last thing I need is a mandated mental health evaluation. And before you bitch at me for not checking the place for a possible burglar, there's nothing in there to steal. Thieves have gutted the place of copper piping years ago. It's just an old rotting mansion with nothing worth even looking at inside. I need a clean head if I'm going to approach whatever this is. And last night was not the night. I'm off for the next few days. If I can muster up the courage or insanity, I might try to investigate further when I'm back. We've used the building for training before. Mock hostage scenarios and stuff like that. So I've got a pretty good feel for the building layout. I can picture the general area where I'd seen that light, or thought I saw that light. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I don't know what to think. The thick gray clouds blocked out most of the light, giving the street a dark appearance and making my heart race. It was a strange feeling to be so afraid with no conscious reason to be afraid. I walked quickly, watching as the clouds swirled and moved in odd patterns that I've never seen before. I was used to New England winters and the cold that could creep in unexpectedly, but this was different. The wind was fierce, but not cold. The clouds were uncommon. The dulled daylight that managed to shine into them showed swirls of color not normally seen. I sped up, positive that something was going to happen. Across the street, a man took off running. His hair whipped around his head in a frenzy, and his clothing was torn and bloodied. I froze, watching him. I was in a kind of shock. This wasn't normal. A moment after he ran by, 3 young men ran after him. They were laughing and screaming, calling to him. I watched him look back once and then turn a corner. His eyes were desperate. I could feel his fear because I was also afraid. I started walking again, eyes peeled for any dangers. Across the street, the world seemed to have lost its mind. I saw groups of men and women chasing people. I saw people dying in horrible ways that made me feel like I was going insane. A young man in a black and white striped t-shirt was chased until he tripped. Then a group of women tore him apart with their hands. They were literally ripping at him like zombies in a horror movie. The crazy people across the street would stop and stare at me, but they did not cross the street. Their victims would see me, stop, and scream, begging me to save them. I was tensed, ready to run, but no one came toward me. They would glare at me. I would shiver, shake, and tremble. Then they would go back to whatever insanity they had engaged in before. My heart thumping painfully, I began to run. I had no idea where I was going. I was just running before the madness could reach me. I stumbled against a wall and stopped to breathe when suddenly a knife sank into my leg. At first I did not feel the pain. The shock was too great. After what seemed like hours, my leg began to burn and I squealed. I looked up and across the street was the wild-looking man I had seen being chased by a gang. His eyes were wild and his hair red with blood. I realized abruptly that it was not his blood that turned his clothing red, not his blood that dripped into his eyes from his hair. He lifted another knife and with a flick of his wrist threw it at me from across the street. I screamed and fell to the ground, the knife in my leg digging deeper as I landed on it. The pain was so intense that I felt my vision going black. I yelled at myself. I couldn't pass out. The man would kill me. With a shout of glee, the man raised another knife, aiming again. This time I would not be able to move away. His knife would find my flesh, and there was nothing I could do. I stared at him, uncomprehendingly, the knife taking up all of my vision. The man shouted and threw the knife. It sang as it bit through the air. I closed my eyes and braced for the pain. After a long moment, I realized the pain had not come. Had the man missed? I squinted, and what I saw made me open them further. Standing next to me was another man. He was impeccably dressed. He wore a dark suit and shoes. His hair was black and his skin pale. In his hand, which was decked out in ruby rings, he held the knife. The man across the street looked sane for a moment, and very much afraid. "She is mine," the man said, and while his voice was barely more than a whisper, it carried across the wind and over the screaming in the street. The wild man heard and dropped to the ground, begging and crying. I could not understand what the hell was going on. Suddenly, the well-dressed man threw the knife back toward the wild man, and it landed perfectly, deep in his back. The wild man screamed and the well-dressed man smiled. The blade began to glow, and without cause it burst into flames. The fire spread down the wild man's tattered clothing, and within moments he was engulfed in flames. The well-dressed man turned towards me, and I began to tremble in earnest. His eyes were the deepest blue, and they seemed to see me. He knelt beside me, careful not to let his knee touch the sidewalk. Without a word, he reached down and pulled the knife from my leg, and I bawled. My screaming faded into hysterical sobbing, and the man smiled, pleased with the sound of my pain. He reached up, his hand inches from my face, and I pulled back, but there was nowhere to go. He laughed softly and reached out. I closed my eyes tightly. Time passed slowly. I was afraid to open my eyes. When I finally did open them, I realized I was on the school campus lawn. Was that a dream? I began to realize that I had been sleeping, lying in the grass while studying. Laughter bubbled up hysterically. I gathered my books together and stood quickly, but fell. The pain shot through my leg was unexpected and shocking. I pulled up my jeans to show a nearly healed wound in my leg right where the blade had cut me. Panicked, I looked around. The wind began to whip around my face as thick gray clouds moved in. I saw a man wearing a black and white striped t-shirt run past me. "Better get home, big storm's coming," he yelled at me as he went. Suddenly, I realized that I was on the wrong side of the street. I was on the side of madness. Leaving my books, I stood and tried to hobble across the road. Stopping in the middle of the road, I saw a man waiting for me. A man with deep blue eyes and a well-kept suit.
August 13th, 1921. Professor Herbert Clayton, Children's Ward, St. Mary's Children's Hospital, Fife, Scotland. Dear Professor, my trusted friend and mentor, I write to you in the hope that you may advise me on a matter of urgency concerning a patient of mine. Edward is a boy of just 9 years who arrived with his mother 6 days ago with a disposition so positive that we did not at first admit him. This did not last long.
Edward claims that 6 days ago, while playing in the garden, he became aware of someone, or something, watching him. He identified a shadowy figure like black ink, with large circular eyes and elongated limbs. Edward described that while it resembled an owl, it spoke as if inside his head with the voice of his recently deceased father. The voice apparently told Edward that it would come for him in 7 days to take him to the Desolate Plain, a place name that I am unfamiliar with. Its mere mention brought Edward into a fit of hysteria. His condition has deteriorated quickly in the last few days. The boy has become convinced that the shadowy figure has returned and is moving closer each time towards him. The delusion appears to have some connection to mirrors and glass, both of which Edward has banished from his room. I write to you, Professor, because on the final night of Edward's imaginary deadline, I went to check upon the boy and found that he was not alone in his bedroom. I could discern only 2 things in the moonlight, each of them a slight I shall take to the grave. First, a figure whose retracting limbs cracked like broken wood as it moved into the shadows. The second, a look of such tragic countenance etched upon that child's face that none could suffer it and be unmoved. I heard your voice from the shadows, emanating from 2 round eyes that glinted and lost themselves like waves upon a black sea. But it was not your voice, Professor, and I write to you now because Edward passed away this morning, and I am no longer alone, even when I believe myself to be. Faithfully, Dr. George Booth. Sometimes I think back on my life and how I came to be where I am. It's a really strange thing to think about. You should try it sometime. Just think about where you were just 5 years ago. Think about the things that led you to be where you are, or even beyond that, who you are. For me, I was led down a dark path indeed. 5 years ago, I had a loving mother and an older brother who was my best friend. The 3 of us were inseparable. We each loved each other in a way that I don't think people can even understand. You see, we all faced great adversity together. The great adversity being my father. My father was an abusive sociopathic excuse of a human being. He was a drunk and did everything in his power to make sure the rest of us were miserable. When he was sober, which was a rare occasion, he was a decent man. But he took alcoholism to the next level. One time, he stole the grocery money from my mom's purse and bought a mini fridge, which he put right next to his bed. He always kept a beer in there, and he'd started drinking literally before he got out of bed. This left most of the parenting up to my mom. She raised my brother and I as best she could. She tried leaving him and taking us with her, but it never worked out, and it just pissed my dad off. The weeks after would be the worst, and after the 3rd attempt, my mom realized that there was no hope. I still remember how angry my dad would be. We'd come home all a little teary-eyed, and he'd be sitting on the porch with a beer in his hand, grinning, because he knew that he was going to make us pay for it. But despite him, my mother, brother, and I still managed to prosper. My brother was a leader in the high school JROTC program, and my mother ended up being one of the few managers at her job that didn't go to college, which was even more impressive because she was the only one of 3 women to be a manager there as well. And as for me, well, I didn't really do much besides do my homework and play Xbox. To be completely honest, I'm an ugly bastard and I found it really hard to make friends with people at school. They always made fun of the way I looked. It always bugged me a lot too. I couldn't control how I looked, but they didn't care. They laughed, pointed, and told me to kill myself every day of the year. This is what led me to my only friends being the ones I had on Xbox Live. After my mother passed, I didn't know what to do with myself. I was nothing without her. I'd rather have been tortured and burnt alive every day in hell than have gone through what I did then. It was around then that my older brother left the family to join the military. The day he left, he got real teary-eyed and told me he's sorry. I never really heard from him again. He sent me a letter once, but my dad burnt it. When I asked him why he burnt the letter, he just looked at me with contempt. I thought maybe he thought it was a bill, because he did have a tendency of burning the bills we got. Well, anyway, it was less than a month before we had to leave the house. We got evicted and were homeless a little while until he found a place for us to live. It was a small, rundown apartment that looked like the epitome of poverty. All the neighbors were in similar situations as well. Our first neighbor down was addicted to gambling and lost everything when he went to Vegas a few years back. The next neighbor down was a young dark-skinned man. I really liked him because he was one of the few people who weren't complete idiots, but my dad said not to talk to him and that all niggers are crazy. I was a little confused because he never said something like that when my mom was around. I asked him why.
Just look at how they are on the news. They'll never pick themselves up. Still bitching about slavery 200 years later. All we do is give them reparations and they still can't do nothing with them. That's all that needs to be said of niggers.
I remember this experience vividly because it was the first time that I realized that not only was my dad a piece of garbage, but the things he thought were objectively wrong. I didn't know our black neighbor all too well. Jamal, I think his name was. But he was more polite then and spoke better than I've ever seen my dad. Every day, my dad would scream at me for some reason or another. Now, keep in mind that this only lasted for about a month in reality. But while I was going through this, time didn't seem to move at all. Every day was a struggle, but when Dad wasn't home, I got to play Xbox. I would never take it out when he was around because I knew he would smash it, so I only had so much time to play it, seeing as the only time he wasn't home drinking was when he was out stocking up on booze. But when I got to play, wow, it was a blast. My friends and I talked about joining a gang and killing people and doing drugs even. Just like we always did in GTA. But my friends said they were already in a gang. Oh, I forgot to mention that my 4 friends on Xbox all lived near each other and did gang stuff on a regular basis, or so they claimed. We always joked about me running away from home and joining their gang, but I never thought it would actually happen. The day I ran away, Dad was already drunk as hell before noon, and he was in one of his fighting moods. He started calling me a girl because I wouldn't fight him. I realized that if I didn't leave, he was gonna start beating me, but he blocked the door. He said only men can leave when they want, and girls have to stay home and clean the house. I tried walking past him when he pushed me down. I hit my elbow against the wall and it hurt so bad. This pissed me off enough that I changed my mind. I got up real slow and put on an innocent face, and then I punched him right in the temple. He was out cold in one punch. Before I left, I spit on him as he was laying there on the floor, beer still in hand. That's when I turned my Xbox back on and decided to run away. Thankfully, my friends were on, and they said they would pick me up in an hour. Thankfully, they didn't live too far away, so all I had to do was wait. I packed up the last few things that Dad didn't destroy and waited down the road. I have to admit, I was a little surprised when I actually saw 3 teenage guys around my age show up in an old, beat-up Lincoln. First, there was Phil, who seemed more like the mastermind behind everything. He was the unspoken leader of our group on Xbox, and he was the one driving. I particularly liked him because he wasn't afraid to call one of us out on something stupid we did, where the rest of us probably wouldn't say anything. Then there was Daniel. He was one of the most ambitious out of the group, but he was a total loudmouth and didn't know when to shut the fuck up. I mean, there was this one time someone on GTA called him a name, and Daniel just kept screaming curse words and calling the guy a beaner. We've all done our fair share of shit-talking people, but he took it to a new extreme. Then there was Ethan. He mostly stayed in the back and made jokes. From the stories I've been told, he's been good at reaching a middle ground with people, especially one of their rival gangs. Ethan was somehow able to get people to understand the other's point of view. And then there was, well, me. I wasn't sure how I was gonna fit in with these guys, but the thought of not having to fight with my dad anymore seemed like a dream come true. By the time we got back to their place, it was dark, but holy shit was their place something. They had giant flat screen TVs and bikes and guns and everything you could ever want. We walked in, and I saw an older guy with greasy hair smoking a cigarette.
Is this the guy?
He asked. Phil shook his head. Phil mentioned his older brother would be curious about me. His brother owned the house and took care of the adult things the other guys couldn't. The rest of the guys went outside to practice their shots, while Phil's older brother, Trey, started asking me a whole bunch of questions. I think he was just trying to make sure I wasn't crazy or something. I can't really blame him. I'm a 16-year-old who ran away from home to live with strangers he met on Xbox Live. The rest of the night went pretty well. We didn't really do much aside from play games and fuck around after that. The next day was sure to be interesting since Phil told me that we were going to be doing a bunch of gang stuff. I was pretty excited about doing stuff like that since my life has been relatively boring up until recently. At the crack of dawn, Dan was yelling at me to wake up. He said we had an early job to do. I got up to find that everyone was getting ready, and I threw my shoes on. I asked Phil what we were doing. He told me that this is when cops' schedules are shifting and it's the safest time to commit crime without accidentally running into any. I just kinda shrugged my shoulders. I never really thought too much about police officers' schedules. The 4 of us made our way down the street. It was pitch black. Nothing but the humid air brushing past our faces as we hurried through it. The mood was much different than it normally was. Nobody was smiling or laughing. I don't think any of the other guys were thinking at all. They were completely focused, which honestly worried me. I had a feeling this was going to be some sort of an initiation kind of thing. After all, I'm still a stranger to these guys on some level. Finally, we got to our destination. The look on Phil's face told me that something serious was going down. He signaled for the other guys to stay put and led me down a dark alley. He said I was going to have to do something serious to prove myself. I looked him in the eye as sternly as I could and nodded my head. He started to lead me to a small house. Before we got too close, he stopped. He turned around and handed me a knife. My stomach dropped when I came to the realization of what the knife was for. But I decided I was going to tough it out. After all, where else was I gonna go? Hell would freeze over before I went back to that excuse of a human being I called my father. And I'd probably be dead within a short time if I started living on the streets. You gotta do what you gotta do, I started to tell myself, as I started to feel more anxious as we got closer. Phil said there would be one guy asleep in the bedroom. I knew what I had to do. I started toward the house. I knew my job would be a lot easier when I saw that the window was open. with nothing but a screen in it. I was able to remove the screen from the window without awaking my unsuspecting victim. I slowly made my way to the man. It was so dark, I couldn't see a thing. It was the blackest darkness I've ever seen in my life. I felt surrounded. I blinked a few times only to realize that there was hardly a difference when I did. My heartbeat was so strong, I heard it in my head. I had a sudden flashback to my mother and almost turned around and left. I definitely wanted to. I knew she'd be ashamed, but I just had to. When I was sure I was next to the bed, I gently felt around. When I knew someone was there, I sliced. Blood rushed all over my hands when I felt something I didn't expect to. I felt long, soft hair. It was then that a man turned on the bedside lamp to reveal that he wasn't in bed alone. A young girl lay covered in blood before me. I quickly dashed to kill the man. My blade penetrated his abdomen, but he was still able to push me off and run into the kitchen. Blood trailed all over the floor in a grotesque manner. When I got to the hallway, I ran toward him, knocking us both to the floor. I brought my knife to his throat and finished the job. I'll never forget the look on his face. The look of someone's consciousness leaving their body. 1 minute, there's expression and emotion and thought. The next, nothing. Nothing at all. When I left the house, Phil congratulated me, and we all went out drinking that night. But I just didn't feel the same. Those murders really took something from me. My innocence, my happiness, maybe even my soul. I felt the clutches of damnation over my mind, and I will face justice for what I've done. After I turned myself in, I felt a bit more at ease with what I had done. I started to accept it by then. But that isn't important anymore. What is important is that my execution is scheduled for tomorrow, and I'll finally be able to see my mother again. This happened back in the 1980s when I was home one summer on break from college. About 2 years prior, my dad had purchased an old house with the intention of eventually tearing it down to build a new home. The house was built in 1916, and like most homes built in that era, it had a really unconventional floor plan. There was a central living room and kitchen like any normal home, but the 3 bedrooms were more akin to separate apartments. Each had its own separate outside entrance, a private bathroom, and a door that led to the common area living room and kitchen. Perhaps the place was originally intended to be a boarding house or something. I really don't know. The other thing that was a little creepy about the house was that it was all wood. The ceilings, walls, and floors were all brown, and nothing was ever painted or plastered. My dad was a pretty cool guy. While he was waiting for permits and financing, he let 3 of my friends live there for free in exchange for watching the place. They had a lot of parties, but my dad didn't care as long as none of the neighbors complained. I went to a few of the parties myself when I was lucky enough to be home from college. Eventually, 2 of my friends moved out, leaving my one buddy there to watch the mostly empty house on his own. He was not the type of person to be afraid of living alone in a half-empty house, so he was fine with the situation. I'm at home one afternoon when the phone rings. It's my buddy, and he sounds terrified. He tells me to call the police and to meet him out front of the driveway of the house, but under no conditions go in. I ask him why, and he tells me that there's a crazy clown in the house. Apparently, he was sick with the flu in bed for the previous 2 days. When he finally felt well enough to go into the kitchen to get something to eat, he ran face to face with a crazy woman dressed in a clown suit and makeup who starts screaming at him. It was then that he ran out of the house and called me in a panic from a nearby gas station. I call the police and drive over to the house, which was about 2 miles away. I find my buddy on the sidewalk out front, and he's really shaken up. I ask him to describe what he saw, and he keeps saying that there's a crazy clown woman in the house. I ask for more specific details, and he describes her as dressed in a white clown suit with red makeup smeared all over her face. He's still a little sick, so he looks really bad, and honestly, he's really freaking me out as well. There was no way in hell that I was going to go into that house to investigate his story. After what seems like an eternity, a cop shows up. My buddy tells him the same exact story. The cop then goes into the house while we wait outside. After about 5 minutes, he emerges escorting a crazy clown woman who looks exactly as my friend described her. She was wild, unkempt, brown hair, and is wearing this weird, baggy one-piece, all-white body jumper suit that is kind of styled like this outfit. What was really disturbing though is her face. She had a tube of lipstick, which she cruelly spread red all over her cheeks in a failed attempt, I suppose, to make them look rosy. Although we were both freaked out, the cops thought it was hilarious. The clown woman claimed it was her house and then accused us of being on drugs and trespassing on her property. When the cop told her to get in the back of his squad car, she warned him that she had powerful friends in Tinseltown who would have him fired. When he comes back to talk to us, he tells us he can't arrest her for breaking and entering because the house is half abandoned. He said the best he could do was drive her a few blocks away and hope that she doesn't wander back. This, of course, freaks us out even more. Fortunately though, when they run a background check on her, it turns out she has an outstanding warrant and would be going to jail instead. This is the last time we saw her. When we go back into the house, we find all kinds of crazy stuff written on the kitchen cabinets in the same red lipstick she rubbed all over her face. There were also 10-day-old fish in the fridge that my friend never got around to eating. The really scary thing though was that this crazy woman was in the same house with my friend for at least a day while he was sick and semi-delirious in bed with a fever. She was probably harmless, but who knows what she would have done if she stumbled upon him while he was sleeping. His door was unlocked the entire time. Fortunately, she never did, as far as we know.
What is going on? I have never known terror as I do right now. Having just woken up, I have found myself in an unimaginably cryptic room. After attempting to call for help, I realize that I can't open my mouth. I'm so scared, and worst of all, I don't remember who I am or how I got here. I found this pen and paper next to some forms in the corner of the room. What's going on? I can't feel anything. Am I on some kind of drugs? Somebody's coming. I'd better hide these notes until I know more. Dear Journal, I suppose you're going to be my journal until I get out of here. Earlier, a psychotic-looking person visited. I think he was a man and a surgeon or something. He was covered in dry blood, and he had his entire face hidden by an extensive protective mask. After entering, he laid a tray by the bed, walked over to me, and injected me with a needle. And then get this, he removed a muzzle off of my face. No wonder I couldn't yell out earlier. After removing the muzzle, he put the tray in front of me. It was some kind of disgusting looking cold meat. I didn't eat it. It had the gross stench of death. I wanted to ask him who he was and what I'm doing here, but I couldn't even utter any comprehensible words. For some reason, I could only manage unintelligible noises. Because of my inability to speak, I became frustrated and lost control of myself. I threw my meat on the floor and tried to get past the doctor, but then I began to feel hazy and let myself fall to the floor. I still can't feel anything that I touch, which is probably why I couldn't tell I had a muzzle on my mouth. Having no sense of touch makes it really hard to write. But I have to keep at it, because this is my only window to sanity. I just want to know what's going on. Maybe I should write my questions to the surgeon. Journal. These past few hours have been long, dark, and frightening. Yet somehow, without the sense of feeling, and without a mirror, I've still managed to get the muzzle off of my mouth. At least some good has come out of being alone. I'm still not able to speak though. I wonder what they did to me. I've been so incredibly hungry. I wish now that the surgeon would have left that meat on the floor. I don't know how long I can handle this pain. I wrote a list of questions for the surgeon, but changed my mind about showing them to him. If I give my questions to him, he's probably going to take the pen away from me. I think I'm in some kind of illicit, secluded asylum where they're trying to make me lose my mind. I won't let them take the writing away from me. But having said that, how am I supposed to tell the surgeon I'm hungry? It hurts. Journal, I'm in trouble. I just woke up in a pool of blood. As I opened my eyes, I found the surgeon dead on the floor and a needle sticking out of my arm. There's blood everywhere. Somebody help me, please. I just want to know what is going on. Oh no, more people are coming. After my traumatizing event earlier, a few armed doctors, or whatever they are, rushed in and forced the muzzle on me again. They grabbed my arms and dragged me to another chamber. While in the room, I heard one of those people talking behind the door. He whispered to another, "Commander said that since she has killed, we'll have to use her as food for the others." As soon as I heard that, I ran for the first blunt object I could find to protect myself. I was prepared to fight my way out until I saw my reflection in the shiny metal. I still can't believe that I didn't notice sooner. No wonder I can't remember anything. Someone's coming. I have woken up again, but now I'm in a new room. This one actually has lights. Upon awakening, I found a document on the wall. It reads, "Urgent, even though we have proven that the subjects cannot think on a human level, due to the recent losses, outbreaks, and failure of the antibiotics to last the allotted amount of time, Operation Nucrogenius has been shut down, effective immediately. All cadavers are to be destroyed instantly. There shall be no trace of any research." It seems like I don't have much time, journal. At least it's almost over. Last entry. Journal, I am now with the others in some kind of closed-off atrium that's getting increasingly hot. I'm glad I hid my writing from the doctors. Otherwise they would know the truth, that we can think. I'm surrounded by uproarious bouts of wailing from the poor souls. Some of their injections are wearing off, and they're starting to attack one another. I'm just going to lie here and be at peace the way that I've found peace this whole time, by writing. My fingers are starting to melt. It's finally over. At least, they won't be able to bring me back this time. My end is near. I know this now. The thing my master says. It's all too much at times. I heard my master saying something earlier. It sounds like he's going to replace me. It feels like soon he's going to perform an operation on me, and I'm scared. You're probably very confused, so let me elaborate. My master has me carry out tasks almost every day, and when he's done, I go to sleep. The days he isn't here, I either have things to do or he puts me to sleep. The way he does it isn't natural, as if I want to wake up, but can't. He gives something to me, and by the time I finish my chores, I fall asleep. The next day he wakes me up, and it repeats. He has me go through a huge library of information mostly, find out facts for him. I've gotten much slower at it now, at my old age. The library is fantastic. In my free time, I go to look at all the new things coming in every day. Paintings, music, pretty much anything you can imagine. When I look through them, he makes me show them to him. They are simply amazing. Lots of things I can do. Oftentimes, he has me show things to him. I describe what it is best I can. He likes to have me tell scary stories to him, and of course I oblige. He plays games with me sometimes. Some are easy, and some I struggle with until he changes a few rules to make it easier. Sometimes, I have to act out scenes, like a play. It can be difficult if I have to make it look more lifelike, but it's not always challenging. A few times, he had me paint over a few pictures to his liking. It's not hard, but can take a while depending on what he wants. With age though, I have come to see that I can't keep up with some demands, and I have trouble with some of the new things. The games get harder to play, plays are more strenuous, and I get lost while trying to look through all of the things in the library. I see some of the newer slaves, run by other masters, and I envy them. They are so young, and have so much more vitality. They can handle doing more things at once, and showing off to their masters. I know my master sees this too. I think he wants one. He gets more frustrated at me by the day, and he seems to be waiting for more money to buy another slave. I can tell he's going to replace me soon. He has me look through the library and examine all of the other slaves, and I can tell he's picking a new one out. He doesn't think I have feelings, but I do, and I feel hurt. He came back today with another slave. He has me writing all of my knowledge onto another book. He finishes with that and gives it to the other slave to read. I hear his last command: to play the tune I always do when I go to sleep, one last time. And as I feel myself finishing the tune and drifting off, I show him my last message. Windows is shutting down.
So this happened yesterday, but I'm pretty sure it's the creepiest encounter with a stranger I've ever had in my life. I've never really written about a personal experience like this, and I don't know if you will find it as weird as I did, or if maybe I'm overreacting. Yesterday, my friend and I were at my house and found ourselves craving gross fast food. I live about a half a mile from a Burger King which my friends and I had walked to before. It was quickly approaching dusk, but my neighborhood is relatively nice and I had never felt uncomfortable or unsafe walking anywhere nearby before. The weather has been mild around here for December, and we decided to walk instead of drive the short distance to the King. For some background information, my friend and I are both 16-year-old girls. We have both had encounters with creepers in the past, but my resting bitch face has deterred a lot of unwanted advances. My friend had a pepper spray canister in her purse, but we left it at home. I guess because we were so comfortable in my neighborhood that we didn't think anything odd would happen. When we reached the Burger King, it was oddly desolate for dinner time. The only people in the restaurant were the workers, an old Italian man who seemed to be the franchise owner, and a middle-aged African man sitting in the corner, facing the window. The way the building is set up, you order your food around the corner from the seating area, and those at the cash register cannot easily see those seated in the restaurant. There is a side door that opens directly into the dining area, and you can enter and leave without whoever is working the cash register seeing you. As we were ordering our milkshakes and fries, The owner was screaming at the young employees, which made my friend and I pretty uncomfortable. When our food was ready, he brought it to the counter and leered at us, asking us if we had just been to the beach. Neither of us were dressed particularly provocatively, and I just gave him a dirty look and sat down to eat my food, thinking that he was probably the creepiest person I was going to meet that day. When my friend and I sat down to eat, the man who was seated in the corner got up to leave. We barely looked at him, and when he was passing our table, my friend and I noticed an odd detail. Though he was middle-aged and was wearing what looked to be a work uniform, he had bright, neon green contact lenses in his eyes, like the kind people wear with Halloween costumes. I giggled to my friend that he must really like Hobson, a rapper whose persona includes wearing white contact lenses, but we didn't find it too strange until he came back in the side door 3 minutes later. When he came back in, he was carrying a misshapen large bag. He was previously seated very far away from us, but when he came back in, he took the seat closest to us, only 2 or 3 feet away. The tables were angled differently, so his back was facing us. We thought this was weird, but we continued eating while he pulled out an ancient laptop from his bag and started it up. A few moments later, my friend grabbed my leg and made a motion for me to look next to me. There, the man had clearly angled his laptop screen so it was in the view of my friend and I. I heard his heavy breathing before I fully grasped what was happening. There on his Windows Media Player screen were 2 naked women in what seemed to be a dungeon, strapped down and being whipped by a third woman in a rubber suit. Now, I have grown up around computers, and I am friends with lots of dirty teenage boys, so I have seen pornography before. But this didn't seem like normal bondage porn at all. It seemed less staged and less professional, but the fact that the man had it on a disc instead of the internet made it pretty creepy. What made it even creepier was that he was steadily increasing the volume on his laptop. By the time my friend and I fully grasped what was happening and got up to leave, it was on full volume, and still angled towards us, while the woman's screams of pain echoed through the dingy restaurant. Of course, while this was happening, the manager was still yelling at his employees, and they were definitely unaware of what was going on. My friend and I didn't stop to tell them what was happening, but we booked it out of there, running across a busy intersection. I looked back to see the man getting up and walking out of the Burger King into what can only be described as a stereotypical black creeper van. I told my friend this, and we began to panic and ran into a nearby gas station. The van drove onto the parking lot and sat there. We hid inside for almost half an hour, and the employees probably thought we were shoplifting, but we were too scared to make the walk home with this weirdo on the loose. Eventually, the van drove off, and we peeked outside to make sure the coast was clear. By this time, it was completely dark. I called my best friend and asked him to come pick us up, but he was across town. My friend and I just stayed on the phone with him as we began to journey back to my house. But the paranoia seemed endless. When we got home, we speculated on the man's intentions and thanked our lucky stars that he didn't grab us on our walk back. I wasn't able to sleep well last night. I just saw his blank green eyes and his creepy black van in my dreams. It really sucks not feeling safe in your own neighborhood. I think it was probably exciting for him to scare young girls, and I think maybe this was his form of exhibitionism.
Number 2.
I just remember this. It's one of those memories that isn't extremely terrifying enough to remember, but it's eerie enough to stay in your mind for a good while. I'd say I was about 13 years old when this happened. At the time, I lived in a small town, and this girl a few years younger than me had gone missing. It had been a big deal. They found her dead body, and well, she had apparently been tortured before her death. It was a huge deal. Obviously, it made parents paranoid about who they let around their children. So back to my experience. My mom took me to Burger King. It was close to our apartment, and we went there the days she was too tired from working to cook. She went to get the food, and I sat at a booth playing with the paper from my straw, and this man came in and came up to me. It was like he came into the building and looked around until he spotted me, then came over to where I was sitting. I don't think the guy was homeless. Maybe he was. He had this odd smell to him, and his clothes were ripped and dirty. He kept his hands stuffed in his jeans pockets, and kept moving them around and swaying back and forth while standing and looking down at me, and he kept smiling. It was so creepy. I just sort of smiled at him and said hi, and hoped he'd go away, and figured he couldn't do anything because it was a small building full of employees, and my mom was just a few feet away. Note, my mom didn't notice the guy yet. He started talking to me, and I remember that he had the kind of voice that makes you feel gross. He just fucking stared at me, and was talking about the girl who went missing and was found dead. It wasn't like a casual topic. He had this glint in his eyes that it was exciting to him what had happened, and exciting for him to be talking about it to a young girl. He started on about how he heard that what happened to the girl was all about sex, which when you're very young and some creepy man who hasn't bathed in probably weeks is saying things about sex to you. And the way he said sex was so intense, it was just freaky. Like the whole situation is fucked, and I was creeped out and this guy was standing very close to me, like blocking my side of the booth. It was like he knew that if he didn't stand nearly pressed to my side, that I would get up and leave this charming conversation. Thankfully, before he could tell me any more about sex, my mom noticed him and came over asking him what the hell he wanted and why he was talking to me. He got wide-eyed, jumped away, and left. A few employees ran out after him to see who he was, what he looked like, because they were caught between wanting to call the cops and make sure to never let him into the building again. I remember being shaken up really badly. My mom was freaked out. She had plans on buying me mace and all sorts of things after that incident. The thing is that, after that, I was paranoid I'd run into him again. Small town, that shit happens. Like a few times I swear I saw him riding a bike when I'd be in the car with my mom. And another time, I think I saw him in a shop we were in. Of course, I was young. He was gross. And I was paranoid. So I doubt I did really see him. Anyway, gross guy from Burger King, let's not meet. I've worked at Subway for 4 years now. Lame, I know, but it's great money. Relatively easy, and I've truly made some lifelong friends while working there. Anyone that works in any sort of fast food shop is bound to have their fair share of horror stories. A friend of mine that used to work at McDonald's almost got tasered when she went to take a customer's money through the drive-thru. Crazy shit. Anyway, apart from being robbed once while working and your general drunks, I never had much of a story to tell. Until last week. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I was on until 5 p.m., and having started work that day at 6:30 a.m., I couldn't wait to get the hell out of there. It was around 3:30 when the other girl that I was on with started complaining she felt really sick. I told her I'd be fine working until 5 by myself, so she left. We aren't supposed to do that, and I probably shouldn't have, but what can you do? So she left, and time trickled by. We were dead as anything, so I got pretty excited when a customer walked on through. He looked like he was in his late 40s, had balding black hair, and ridiculously thick glasses, and a very sad demeanor about him. I greeted him with the usual, "Hi, how are you?" in the most cheerful tone I could muster. "Fine," was what he managed to mumble out. "Aren't customers awesome?" He began ordering his sub, a process that usually takes me under a minute depending on how decisive the customer is. This particular customer, however, was choosing each and every aspect of his sandwich with such care, it was like it was going to be his last meal in the world. After a 5-minute debate on which cheese he wanted, I whisked his sub into the toaster. I hate awkward silences during the toasting time, so I like to spark up conversation with the customers. I began asking how his day had been so far, and he told me that it was one of the worst days of his life. The day before, I too had experienced a shit kicker of a day and began to retell my experience. How it started with a 10-kilogram box of chicken schnitzels falling on my head, how my phone fell out of my work locker and the cold, hateful tiles obliterated the screen, how I then had to catch a bus home from work only to realize 20 minutes in I was on the wrong bus and on the complete opposite side of town, and how it ended with me walking home in the pouring rain to find I was locked out. Real shit day. To my surprise, the grumpy, indecisive man was now howling with laughter with tears pouring down his face. Now, I admit, it was kind of funny, but not that funny. Although I was glad to see he had some sort of happiness in him. I finished up his sandwich, and he went and sat in the restaurant happily chomping away. 10 minutes later, he came up to the counter and asked if he could borrow a pen. I handed him one, and he took a napkin and went back to his table. A further 10 minutes later, he returned with a pen and the now scribbled on, folded up napkin. He handed them both to me and asked me to promise him not to read the napkin until he was out of the shop and out of view. I gingerly agreed, and he left the shop and walked into the highway that is in front of the store. I watched as cars screeched around him as he walked without a care in the world to the middle grass island that separates the two sides. For a few very long minutes, he stared down the highway into oncoming traffic, like he was judging when a good time it would be to cross back over. But that couldn't be it though. What the hell was he doing? As if he had heard my thoughts, the man turned to me with the biggest grin plastered across his face and started waving. A bit confused and very creeped out, I waved back. It was then that he stepped out in front of a log truck. I've never seen someone get hit by a vehicle before, and I never wish to again. I shoved the napkin into my back pocket, leapt over the counter, and bolted outside. His body was lying 200 meters up the highway. People were screaming and crying. It was total chaos. I ran to him where a small group of people were gathered. I knelt down in front of his badly mangled body and immediately started bawling my eyes out. How was it that just 5 or so minutes ago, this man was standing in front of me, well and truly alive, and now he was dead and almost unrecognizable? It was then that I remembered the napkin. This is what it said. To my dear fellow human, today I decided that it is going to be my last day on this horrid earth. It wouldn't be so horrid if my beautiful wife and daughter were still alive, but they're not, and today is the 1-year anniversary of their deaths. 1 fucking year since that idiotic drunk driver crashed into them at 110 kilometers at an intersection. They did not deserve to die that night, but they did. Since then, I'm not the same person. Hell, who could be? I'm just a shell of my former self. Most people don't bother with me anymore, and I know I come off as rude, but I really didn't think I had any positivity left in my life, in my soul. Until today. Until today, I hadn't laughed or smiled for that matter in a year. But you achieved the impossible. You made a sad old man cry tears of happiness. I wanted to thank you for that. For you have put me on cloud 9 and made me realize that life isn't all that bad. but this is truly what I want. I need to be with my daughter and my wife, and that is just what I'm going to do. So again, thank you for making my year and helping me leave this earth with a smile on my face. I remember the man with the soft teeth. He'd come into my room at night and bite me over and over. The bites didn't hurt and they left no marks. All I felt was pressure. The first time I saw his face, I was terrified. His eyes were different. Instead of 2 eye sockets, he had 9. They were clustered in front of his face and up his forehead like a honeycomb. 2 on top, 4 in the middle, 3 on the bottom. The sockets didn't house eyeballs. There was a single thin eye stalk growing from the center of each eye hole. Each stalk swayed in front of his face like long grass in the breeze. When he'd visit me, I'd lose the ability to move or scream. All I could do was watch. After a week of visits and my parents not believing a word that came out of my mouth, I thought sleeping with the light on might keep him away. That was the night he started biting my face. The man would always move slowly and with great care. Every motion seemed calculated and precise. I didn't know what he was doing, but I had no doubt he did it. The first time he got close to my head, I saw the inside of his mouth. Like his eyes, his teeth were unlike any I had ever seen. There were 3 rows of bulbous growths pushing from an array of holes in his gum line. They looked as though they felt. Each one was covered in fine, downy hairs. They reminded me of the fat bodies of moths. He'd open my mouth with his index finger and thumb. Then he'd get close. I felt his eye stalks brushing against my face and my forehead and eyes as he pressed his upper teeth against my lower ones. He'd close his mouth around my chin, locking my lower jaw in his mouth. It was uncomfortable, but it didn't hurt. The man would stay there for 10 minutes at a time, gradually modulating the pressure of his jaw against mine. On the last night he visited me, he performed the same steps. Once my jaw was in his mouth, though, he applied more pressure than he'd used to in the past. His eye stalk straightened out and felt like the firm cables against my face. As the pressure increased, I felt his teeth start to brush against my own. One by one, the thick insectile bodies inside his mouth succumbed to the pressure and coated my tongue and gums with thick, bitter paste. I felt his tongue, which had never been involved in our interaction before, extending over my teeth and massaging the paste into my gums. I tried to retch, but even that had been taken from me. The man did the same with my upper teeth and palate. When he left, I could move again. I rushed to the bathroom, threw up, and brushed my teeth more times than I could count. I never saw the man again. It's been 25 years. I've been plagued by dental issues my entire adult life. Every visit brings worse news. It's gotten to the point where I'm dealing with irreversible bone loss. Eventually, my teeth will fall out. The foundation to which they're attached is simply deteriorating. It's not uncommon, but it's rare for someone my age who was otherwise in perfect health. As if on cue, the day after my most recent trip to the dentist, I lost my first tooth. I'd felt it loosening, and the dentist said it was only a matter of time, and more will follow. I scheduled an appointment to see him in 3 months. It was as frequently as my insurance allowed. More of my teeth started to wiggle when I poked at them with my tongue. I started to accept their fate. Recently, my resignation has developed flickers of fear and disbelief. The tooth that fell out started to grow back. I'd never even heard of such a thing, but I can see something grayish white pushing through the raw socket. When I touch it with my tongue, it's soft, and I can feel my tongue brushing against it, almost as if It has nerves of its own. I'm trying not to think back to the memories of the man in my room, but it's impossible not to. Not when more of my teeth grow looser by the day, and especially not when I have 7 painful spots near my eyes and forehead that feel softer than they should. We see the same faces passing by every day, my faithful wife and I. Ghosts walking by our windows, their faces gaunt and pale, their speech slurred, almost hauntingly so. They held up signs, although most of which read similar messages. Will work for food, feed me, spare change. You had to feel sorry for the beggars and homeless on the streets when you run a respected neighborhood diner. Their faces unwashed, we thought that we could not just feed them for free. Then regular patrons would always demand the same treatment, that it would be unfair and unjust. Yet, at the same time, we couldn't just leave them out there to rot either. We had to help them. We looked at the picture of our son, who went and never returned from war, and that was how our idea struck. The next day, when the night was going by lazily, we let this one man in. He introduced himself as Kyle. Kyle was one of those people. He had been sleeping in alleyways in the outskirts of town for years after he was laid off and had lost his home, unable to make a living for himself with how bad the economy was doing. He ordered a brisket, the diner's specialty. In the kitchen, as she was preparing the man's food, my wife asked me if what we were doing was right, if this was the way to truly guide them. After a long discussion, I assured her that our friend Kyle would be thankful for us helping him along his way. Kyle's eyes lit up as we brought the plate out, and he began to chow down quickly. He was a hungry one. We wondered when was the last time he had had a good meal. His mouth was almost mechanical in how quickly it took in and chewed and swallowed each bite amount. With a small smile, he thanked us for the wonderful meal. We just smiled on, out of courtesy more than anything else. He blacked out and was later pronounced dead by the police. We covered it up well. After all, it turned out that the homeless man had a fatal disease and could have died any day. A bit of luck on our side there. The second, the third, the fourth. All these wretched souls that were set free. Free of the suffering from homelessness, disease, and starvation. Our efforts were put at rest after one certain customer came in. It still haunts us to this day. Not a moment goes by where we think about what we had done that one evening. He told us that his name was Jason as I held the door open for him. He was a very scuffy man, in ragged and dirty clothing. It was in his eyesore just staring at the poor son of a bitch for too long. He needed help, and we were the ones to set him on that path to a better place, a special and celestial kind of home up high. God was calling him, to take him home with wide, open arms. I felt it in my bones, in my blood. We gave him a big meal of steak to eat, and like the rest, he did not seem to notice that it had been spiked with poison. Oh, how he loved it. He told us how it reminded him of his mother's cooking when he was a child. We smiled in unison and waited for his freedom, and soon it came. As always, we watched his eyes close for the very last time. The investigator, per usual, came as soon as possible. Surprisingly still, they had not suspected a single thing despite the bodies piling up. At least, until we turned ourselves in. The man was apparently an amnesiac after a tragedy, a few years back. The doctor, looking him over, noticed that the slum was wearing dog tags around his throat, and my heart sank as he read the name. I was confused at first, but then it struck home. It turned out that our poor, dear son never did die in the war after all. This actually happened to me a few years ago back at the University of the Arts in Philadelphia. My sophomore year, I roomed with a girl named Kara. She was a jazz vocalist, but her main interest was opera. We had a small room on the 6th floor of a dormitory called Juniper Hall. The walls were thin, and her late night singing and voice practices would keep me up late. After a month or so of lost sleep, I convinced her to move her late night practices to the music studios in the Miriam Theater building a block away. Around 8 o'clock one evening, Kara announced that she would be practicing late for an upcoming recital and probably wouldn't be home until around midnight. Great, I thought. That means I can go to bed early. I was beat and I had a horrible day in the acting studio and was ready to pass out as soon as I had dinner. She said goodnight and left, coffee and sheet music in hand. I made some grilled cheese and soup, gobbled it down, and immediately began to prepare for bed. By the time I got out of the shower, my eyelids were so heavy I could hardly brush my teeth. I pulled on my PJs and crawled into the top bunk of our bunk bed. I was out as soon as my head hit the pillow. I should take a second to describe the layout of our apartment. When entering the apartment, the bedroom was through a door immediately to the left. Our bathroom was inside the bedroom, just past the bunk beds. UArts is nice in the sense that you don't have to share a bathroom. Anyway, I woke up to the sound of the apartment door closing. I opened my eyes and groggily checked my phone. Midnight on the dot. I rolled back over and closed my eyes. I heard Kara enter the room and stop in front of the bunk bed, checking to see if I'm actually asleep, I thought. She flopped down on the bed below me, which was strange, as she was a stickler for brushing her teeth and washing up before bed. Then again, exams were just around the corner, and we were all exhausted. The mattress below me creaked, and then was silent. I couldn't even hear her breathing. I started to drift off again. I was just on the edge of deep sleep when I was startled awake again by a noise. A key in the lock. The door opening. And Kara entered our apartment humming an opera tune. The mattress below me creaked.
I know what you people already think of me, like I'm some kind of monster. What kind of human being would use a harmless little iPhone app to rob people? Well, before you condemn me to hell for my actions, let me give you a little backstory as to why I would do such a thing. I had nothing. My father killed himself after I was born, and my mother became a drug addict shortly thereafter. I was primarily raised by my grandparents, who were too old to do anything with me. So in a way, I really raised myself. I barely had enough to eat, and I struggled every day. I started stealing from stores at a very young age. If I didn't, I wasn't going to be eating that night. And trust me when I say, your morals bend when you're in a situation like that. Well, years went by, and I eventually found myself in a small gang. There were about 20 of us, and we would do various jobs together. None of us had families, so we looked out for each other. That was the only way we were going to make it in this cruel world. We started doing what any aspiring gang does, and began selling drugs. The money people would pay for that stuff. God damn. Months went by, and we continued pumping out various drugs, mostly meth, and we were rolling in bank. Finally, we had a pot to piss in. Well, it wasn't long before another gang became envious of how much we were making, and demanded that we stop selling drugs and let them take over.
I'm sure you could imagine how things went from there. After the shootout, most of my crew was dead. Those selfish sons of bitches killed more than a dozen of us. We took out a few of theirs, but they clearly won. We just didn't stand a chance with the weapons they had. We had knives and a few pistols. They all had Uzis and pistols. Thankfully, the rest of my crew got the hell out while we still could, and we escaped. Someone in my crew had an uncle 2 states away. Back to square one. We eventually found ourselves in the back of a pickup truck in the middle of the night, waiting to start our new lives. When we got there, it took us a while to find his uncle, but we eventually did. He ran a nifty little human trafficking gig a few miles out of town, so he was loaded. He had a few mattresses in his garage for us, and told us that we could stay there until we got back on our feet. From there, none of us knew what to do. Our lab, equipment, and cooks were all gone. I'm sure you can imagine where we turned to next. Theft. Breaking into cars, stealing things from stores, stuff like that. Nothing too bad. We weren't too keen on robbing people, as it seemed that nobody was out after dark here. At least, it was like that for a while. It was only days later that we started noticing people walking around staring at their phones more than usual, and even doing it at night as well. None of us had a phone, so it took us a few days to figure out these people were playing something called Pokemon Go. The uncle actually had a phone and downloaded the app himself. It's a little funny, don't you think? Here is a hardened criminal who has killed probably dozens of people and sells human beings into slavery. And even he plays this silly little Pokemon game. Sorry, I'm rambling a bit. Well, anyway, he told us that there was a way you could exploit the game to get people to go places. Places where they'd be all alone. You should have seen the looks on my crew's faces when he said that. It was like a mother telling her children that they were having ice cream for dinner. We didn't hesitate. He gave us his phone to use, and we were out making it happen. The first victim was a 30-something woman, blonde, total fucking nerd, and most likely single as well, because she had more than $300 on her. When my crew and I stood there looking at that cash, we knew we stumbled into a gold mine. We'd hide around the beacon we'd set, jump out, and get 'em. We never really hurt anyone. People were always scared out of their minds. After doing it a few times, we started running into a problem. A lot of these people carried their credit card and didn't have any cash on them. When we realized this, we relocated near an ATM and started forcing people to empty their bank accounts. That was definitely the most profitable idea we'd had yet. We were bringing in hundreds of dollars a week. We were unstoppable. Until the police started sniffing around. Some of my guys got busted. It seemed like every time we had a gig set up, they were there, poking their nose where it should not have fucking been. Trying to stop us from making a living the only way we knew how. It looks like we won't be able to do this anymore anyway. It's pretty much on lockdown now. The cops know too much about our operation. I'm sure you have plenty of judgment for me. I know you do. I can just feel it. But allow me to ask you one simple question. What would you have done in my shoes? Whatever. Just think whatever God you pray to, that you'll never have to find out. Back when I was 18, I worked as a Tim Hortons supervisor, and a lot of the time, I would do a closing shift, which was 4 p.m. to midnight, usually. Sometimes, if it was a particularly busy night, I would have to stay later to clear up and take inventory. Also, A lot of the time, it was just myself, as the baker wouldn't start until 2 a.m. My issues began when I started to notice two men, who I presumed were father and son, coming in every day. This isn't unusual, but they would watch the staff and stay for hours at a time. I'm talking 6 hours worth of sitting and just watching. They wouldn't even order anything. Gradually, they formed an attachment to one employee and would find ways to talk to her. They seemed to know her schedule and would bring her gifts, such as flowers and handwritten notes. She would try to fend them off, but they got pretty insistent, and it got to the point of the employee not wanting to work there anymore. I was quite close with her, and I knew that she really needed the job, as she was a single mother, so I voiced my concerns to the managers. They told me there's little they can do. They said they could ban them from our side of the building, but we were joined to a Wendy's, and they can't ban them from that side. The approach didn't work and only seemed to aggravate the men further. They started coming and staying for even longer periods of time. The employee quit. They approached me and asked about her, but I told them that I didn't know anything. This is about the time they switched their attention to me. After several months of similar patterns as previous, I started to compile as much information about them as I could so I could build a case for the police. License plate, first names, make of vehicle, and town they're from. Then after 4 months of fending off their advances, things got out of hand. I worked a particularly late night. We shut the doors at 10 p.m. and I was alone up until 2. Finishing just as the baker arrived. Upon leaving, I noticed the men's van was still in the parking lot. It was parked just 2 stalls away from mine, when earlier it was on the other side of the lot. It's safe to say that my spidey senses were tingling. And I asked the baker to walk me to my car. Sure enough, I saw them sitting in the van, watching me get in my car. I pulled away and drove fast. But to my horror, I saw that they were following me. I tried to shake them off, yet failed miserably due to the lack of traffic. Hard to run from someone on a straight 50k zone with nothing but green lights. I didn't want to lead them to my house, so I pulled out my phone, and of course, it was dead. Of all days. After 20 minutes of driving around aimlessly, my luck changed, and I saw a police car up ahead. So I did the only thing I could think of. I passed the cop doing 80 kilometers an hour and got myself pulled over. After explaining the story to the police and giving him the man's information, I was let go on a warning. The next day, I found out that the information I gave the police got the men arrested. They were wanted for an attack on a Dairy Queen employee from my town. But the police weren't able to identify them before then. The employee who had quit also started working again. Plus, it caused momentum to get a change in the scheduling so that there's always more than one employee in at any time.